Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Hola compañeros de PUBG Mobile, prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022, and this is the week number 2. We're down to Group Green. We call it as the Group of Death. Before we start off, we have none other than one of the best teams in the world right now, Vampire Esports. We do have Stone come up from the Fragger, and we're going to start questioning them about how they're going to perform today. So first of all, how do you feel about the team's form and preparation before the official first game today?
รู้สึกว่าเรามีการเตรียมตัวหรือการเตรียมแบบแผนก่อนจะเริ่มเกมครั้งนี้ยังไงบ้าง
ก็เราก็เคยเล่นโทรศัพท์รุ่นนี้มาก่อนแล้วครับก็โอกาสที่แบบว่าชินมือก็มีอยู่ครับแต่ค่อนข้างที่แบบว่าไม่ได้วอร์มเยอะ
โอเค
ใช่ครับ
so he said that he kind of gets used to this kind of telephone so he might be very good at it but a bit nervous because not much time for preparation.
Okay, really challenging part for them. And also, a lot of the audience consider this going to be the group of death. Okay, the group of death. So we want to know, since there are a lot of very strong teams in it, which team do you worry most and why?
โอเคแฟนๆคือมองว่าเราอ่ะเป็น group of death แล้วเรามองว่าทีมไหนอ่ะเป็นทีมที่แบบว่าแข่งที่สุดหรือว่าเป็นคู่แข่งที่แบบว่าน่าเอาชนะมากที่สุดอะไรเงี้ยแล้วเพราะว่าอะไร
ก็ผมว่าตอนนี้ก็น่าจะแบบว่าน่าจะแข่งกันทุกทีมนะครับดูจากการที่จะซ้อมอะไรมาทุกทีมมีโอกาสได้ท็อป1 ถึง 3หมดเลยก็ส่วนก็ต้องรอดูในแข่งอีกทีนึงครับผมก็ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนแต่ทุกทีมคือแข่งแกร่งครับคือโหดมาก
Okay, he said that all the teams are like all of them are the strongest ones. So he said he might watch at the first match first how it's gonna be. So he gonna decide it later. Yeah.
Very tactical move, very smart. And also, a lot of Vampire esports fans have a lot of expectation when it comes to after your performance in the PMWI. So, do you feel any sort of pressure that you have to really perform the first day, especially?
โอเคแบบแฟนๆของแวมไพร์เราเองก็แบบคาดหวังในตัวเราว่าเราอ่ะจะได้เป็นที่หนึ่งในแบบ PMWI เรามีความแบบกดดันหรือรู้สึกยังไงบ้างไหมตอนนี้
ก็ตอนนี้ก็ถามว่ากดดันไหมก็กดดันครับผมเพราะแบบว่ามันมีตั๋วแค่ที่ไปรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเลยก็แค่1 ถึง 3 ทีมแต่ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับอยากได้แบบว่าตั้งแต่รอบนี้เลยไม่อยากไปเล่นในอีกรอบต่อไปครับ
Okay, he said that he had this pressure of course because all the team are the strongest ones. So, but anyway, he's gonna make it the first place at this time, not at the grand final. Yeah.
Oh, good start. Hopefully, be relaxed. It's going to be okay. And also, last but not least, do you have any words for your supporters, your families, whoever's watching at home, or even everybody's watching here as well?
แล้วก็สุดท้ายแล้วอยากจะมีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆหรือว่าคนที่ดูอยู่ทางบ้านบ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์แวมไพร์สปอร์ตด้วยนะครับผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ1 ถึง 3ก็จะเอามาให้ได้ครับผมจะทำให้ได้ครับขอบคุณครับ
Okay, he said that please support Vampire and of course he will get 1 or 3 like he'll try to make the first play in this game and thank you for supporting him.
Thank you so much. And this is going to be Stone coming up from Vampire Esports, the Fragger. And I'm Chucha, I'll be your host for the entire week. We'll see you guys in the game. Panelists and casters, take it away.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Green, baby. And you know why it's called Group Green? Because I know one of these teams is going to get that big cheddar, that big piece of that $4 million prize pool. Of course, let me introduce two of the best in the business here on the desk, the 7WG and Imperium. How y'all boys doing?
Doing absolutely great, man. We've been waiting for this moment the whole year. It's finally here. And Imperium, we get a chance to do this for the Group of Death.
It is indeed the Group of Death. They won some of the biggest, most successful, experienced teams in the world are facing up against each other. And there's a minimal amount of spots available across the board. I'm just so pumped to get into it, guys. Oh man, it's minimal spots indeed. And I can't wait to go ahead and do the whole breakdown for you guys in just a minute. But man, there's so much here to talk about. But of course, before you guys do that, hop into PUBG Mobile right now. Grab your PMGC token and vote for which team you think is going to take the whole enchilada. Hopefully you can win some nice rewards right there. Seven, have you grabbed your PMGC token yet?
I have. I actually voted. I will tell you guys on Sunday. Okay, on Sunday.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Of course, we couldn't do this without none other than our sponsor, Sony. The Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Of course, a big thank you, of course, to Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Banksar. Our world is your playground. Boom! Now that we got that out the way, right? I think it's time to also tell you guys to follow us, right? Follow us right now. Hit the button, guys. I know you're watching, okay? There's a big red button. It says subscribe. Click it, okay? Go to Twitter, go to Facebook, TikTok. Do it all. Do it all, right? You've done it all, Seven. And you're using the hashtag too, right?
Long time ago. Yeah, and you best believe we're going to be keeping an eye, too, on what everybody's going to be tweeting now, posting on Instagram. Also, what people are saying on the YouTube chat, because, you know, we like to include them as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Let's take a look here at the rules and formats here for this one. Imperium, why don't you break it down for us?
So obviously we started with 48 teams divided into 3 groups of 16. Pretty straightforward. One group has already participated, where we have the top 3 teams from that group who have moved on to the grand finals. Then in 4th, right down to 11th, we'll move on to the survivor stage. It's the same for this week's group. It's the same for next week's group. Then those teams from the survival stage will move on into the survival stage format, in which 16 teams will move on to the last chance, and then only 4 teams from that last chance will move on to the finals. It's a slog of a format. It's built to basically make it so that every single game counts.
Oh, it's going to count indeed, and this is how they go get that money. You can see that point system right there on the left. It's the good old classic one, but the big thing, of course, is that $4 million prize pool here, Seven.
So much that you can do with this kind of prize pool, and if that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what's going to end up motivating you. And you know what? Let's actually take a look at some of the teams. This is going to be Group Red. This was the team from Week 1. We were able to see who are going to be moving to the grand finals. You can see them there at the top, and which teams are going to be moving to the survival stage. Some surprises to me, and I'm pretty sure, guys, we're going to be getting some surprises this week as well. Last week, it came down to the last day, and last day, last game. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the exact same thing here today.
Oh my, I would not be surprised. America's was like that, right? We had this last week like this. I have no doubt that this is going to happen the same way. And here are the participating teams for this group, Imperium.
And like for me, like the groups in the previous weeks, the teams in the previous week's group were definitely strong. But with this group of death, I feel like the need for points is going to be even tighter. Coming down to that final game is going to be even more important in my eyes. Like, you look at Bacon Time, right? They got the PMPL Thailand points qualifier stage. They've lit up massively across the board, and they do have experienced players, but they're not the only team there that have the might, to have the experience.
Yeah, these are the teams that are going to be for Week 3. But you know what? Let's talk a little bit more about our group. Just keep an eye on those teams. There are still some amazing teams there. You were talking about Team Bacon. I'm actually going to be looking at Vampire Esports. This was a team that shocked a lot of people halfway through the year with what they were able to do in PMWI. But this is a completely different beast, especially this group. I want to see if their run to the PMGC Finals is going to continue on, or if it might end here. Anything can happen with the caliber of teams that we currently have.
Yeah, we can actually go into the field right here, the battlegrounds, and you can see the shaking happen right there. You know, just saying, please, please let me get the zone. That's what we're seeing right there.
And like, and it's interesting because, you know, Seven, you mentioned about big surprises in the form of Vampire. We look at Downwon Kia last year. They won the PMGC East. They came out of nowhere and surprised us all. It's the same roster as last year. They do have an added player as a sub, but they've now brought the experience over the past year, and I think they could be big contenders for the top 3.
Yeah, and you're mentioning about how they were able to dominate their league stage. When we went to, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to be a Debbie Downer here, but when we went to grand finals, Damwon Kia only ended up in 11th place. Not one of their
That's
best
true.
performances. I'm pretty sure that's going to be on the back of their mind, and they're going to be looking to just prove a point here, whether it's the league stage, whatever it is that they're going to be doing. This team is going to be looking to make a statement. And you were talking about Bacon. Guess what? This is a team that's also going to be bringing in that power.
It's that consistency for me, Dukes, that shows that Bacon Time are able to maybe perform at this kind of, well, can perform at this kind of level, right? Because Thailand isn't exactly a poor region. It's extremely strong. So for them to perform consistently across the year speaks for their ability to step onto this kind of stage.
You can just see the rocking back and forth right there. I guarantee you, those fans are set to absolute max speed right now, because these, no matter how good you are sweating, because this is where it comes down to, right here, right now. And of course, how could you forget the legends of Brazil? Alpha 7 Esports, all rocking their natural hair colors here, 7. So they're not going to get the blonde hair buff.
I'm so surprised. And you can see on the bottom right-hand side, you see those second place finishes. And this is a team that usually tends to start really, really well. But then on the final game, on the final day, they tend to slow down a lot. We saw that in PMWI, and you can see there too on the other previous performances that are more recent. Those second place finishes are going to be haunting this team. And I'm going to be looking for them to be a little bit more aggressive. By the way, if we went back to Bacon, something to mention is that we were talking about the first group Red. The Infinity, one of the most favorite teams, it didn't even make it, and they're from Thailand, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be at the back of their head. And then you have godlike Star Wars Esports. You can see first place in that South Asia Championship, and talk about star power in this team, Imperium.
It speaks for itself, right? I arguably, even though maybe the results on the absolute global stage hasn't really rivaled the likes of Nova, I really kind of put them in the same boat in terms of their roster speaks for themselves. They haven't made any changes. They haven't made any adjustments in terms of their players. They're the same team, the same set of players, and they have looked to go from strength to strength. Have they won every tournament they've competed in? No, but it's not necessarily about winning. It's about what you can learn to get to the point of being at this kind of stage, to succeed at this kind of level. I'll be expecting big things from Star Wars Godlike as well as from Vampire.
Yeah, and I think Vampire, you heard me mention it, that PMWI 2022 first place surprised a lot of people. Now, if we actually went to one of their most recent performances, it wasn't that great. I'm looking to see if this team is going to be showing some of the greatness that we actually saw at a PMWI, or if they're going to vanish in just how much star power. I know I'm going to keep saying that, and you're going to hear me say that because this group is just so absolutely stacked. And guess what? These are the matches that we're going to be playing. And Imperium, I know you love the way this is currently set up, and I know that I love Sanhok is going to be match 3.
It is the perfect combination of maps in my eyes. You only have one Sanhok, you have the 3 Erangels, the 2 Miramar. It is the perfect storm for fantastic action.
So much action indeed that is going to be coming up soon. You know, not to mention, this is that group that is going to have the only North American squad in it, the Knights as well. And I tell you what, I saw Coops, post on Twitter, the strategy here for this. And you happen to steal my strat, 7. And I said, don't die, right? Do not die. Here are the teams to watch here from our desk. You can see 7 actually did pick the Knights as well. So why don't you go ahead and break down your teams to watch, 7, real quick.
You best believe I picked the Knights. I mean, a lot of people have been wanting to see what this team is going to be able to do at a global stage. A lot of people have been wondering how Coops is going to be able to perform at a global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally get to see what Knights is going to be capable of. What kind of players are we going to be seeing out of the Knights, right? We have Tenso, we have Spec, some of the other players too. But I want to see the performance out of Coops. This man tends to perform even if his teammates are not able to perform. I want to see that from day one.
And Imperium, I see you got some interesting picks as well. I see you got Inco Gaming in there. I remember you picking them a couple times during Americas.
They really impressed me in Americas, but that was the Americas stage. They are coming into the PMGC as arguably one of the least experienced rosters on the global stage. This is Inco's first global PUBG Mobile tournament as far as I know. So I'm interested to see how they're going to step up. I was impressed. I hope they followed up. HVVP The boys from the European Championship, they came second in PMGC 2021. Come on, they're here to stay, they're here to take over, and I'm there for them.
And you know what?
Yeah, you know what?
We gotta talk about Nova Esports, the back-to-back PMGC
I know!
Grand Finals champions. Yeah, they're in this group as well. And you know what's crazy? This team usually doesn't really do crazy things when we're at this stage, right? When we're at this league stage.
Exactly.
But with the survival stage and how that's set up, I'm expecting them to do really well because they don't want to go through that gauntlet that is.
You know what I'm expecting? Game number 1, baby, about to get locked and loaded. So why don't we go ahead and take it on over to our casters, none other than John Allen and Zute.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm super ready for the start of Group Green. We are getting right on into it. I mean, it is such a stacked group, Zute. There's so many moving parts to watch out for this.
Oh, so many. From beginning to end, there's always going to be, in my opinion, one star team that's going to be doing something. Like, for the observers, man, they have their work cut out. This is going to be the most aggressive group out of them all as well, because all the top teams, typically prefer more of aggressive play style. Besides, like, maybe Nova, they might take it slow, like we heard Seven said. But regardless, this is going to be in my opinion, the most exciting week to watch out for.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many just real massive hopes, not only for this group, but to win the entire thing, right? I mean, obviously, as they were saying right at the end there, defending champions coming through Nova Esports. Vampire off their little bit of a dip after PMWI, after that dip in performance. Can they regain that international prowess? And HVVP obviously coming in slugging, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Maybe this time around they will be up there on the podium.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, if you rewind the stream a little bit, when we were introing these teams and we saw their accolades, it was like back-to-back teams all had first place finishes, second place finishes, and their respective regions. So these are the juggernauts all coming in and colliding right now in the PMGC and the global championships. And we still have the group, the first group, and we have a third group coming up next week. So this isn't even like the grand finale, but it sure does almost feel like it already.
I mean, some of these juggernauts won't be able to make it directly as well, so we're going to be seeing them again. There's only of those 3 direct qualification spots over towards the PMGC Grand Finals that we've been talking about so frequently, and there's that limited number of spots, so we're definitely going to have to see some of these teams take part in those survival stages. You can see Fireflux taking a chill there before the games. They're getting ready. Nice to see.
Paper, scissors, rock.
I wonder what they're playing for.
No, I do believe that is Donuts, right? I think that's Lufa. Lufa playing rock, paper, scissors. Lufa coming in from Blue Bees of last year. Like, there's so much experienced players, experienced teams here. What I love the most, right? The competition, the teams just get better and better each year, obviously. But also, shout out to Tencent for the tournament format. I feel like every year they innovate the tournament formats a little bit, and it gets more and more competitive as well. Now we have, like, how many teams do we have competing right now? 24? No, wait. Way more than 24. But
16 teams per group, so
per
like
group.
40, yeah, it's like 40. It's 48, right?
Yeah, 48 top teams from all around the world. And then they cut it down. They give them more than just one chance. It's like an absolute grind fest. And at the end of the day, when we're talking about battle royales, when we're talking about PUBG Mobile, the name of the game is consistency, right? So with this new and improved format, in my opinion, they give a chance for these teams to get their consistency in, and then the top teams will definitely prevail out in the end. And so it's just like, each year, man, the action just gets better, the format just gets better, everything about PUBG Mobile just gets better.
Absolutely. I have to agree. We were talking about the format quite a lot last week as well, because it's a little bit of a change, as you mentioned. And this idea of having essentially 3 tournaments, 3 weeks in a row, has been so exciting to start to follow over in Group Red, coming into Group Green. We're looking at this being very excited as well. Group Yellow next week is going to be phenomenal. And then we've got those survival stages, that last chance qualifying stage as well, to get towards those grand finals. I mean, there's 4 tournaments week after week to be able to get into this grand final, and then we're going to see an amazing grand finals, I'm sure, at the start of next year.
Yeah, there's still a grand finals coming up, right? This is already the grand finals, but there's a grand finals coming up. And we're talking about the format changes. Let's talk about the actual game changes as well, Blank. They changed up how the zones work, the zone damage as well. And in my opinion, it's made the game even more competitive on top of everything we just talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to, especially on Sanhok, I feel like that's the most distinct change, right? It's increasing the tick rate of the circle damage in the later circles, which means that those heal strats are not possible. It changed the dynamic of the game incredibly strongly, I suppose you could put it, to a stage where you can't go for that strat that quite a lot of teams have relied on.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know Enigma Galaxy, one of the teams definitely impacted with that Sanhok change. Last year we saw them just consistently med out on Sanhok, like to second place, like almost every single time. But besides the Sanhok, damage circle tick change, there's also the circle change itself. Like we don't get as many hard shifts per se because the circle shrinkage isn't as big. And how that's going to impact this is that there's less, in a sense, RNG involved. When the circle doesn't shrink as much, Blank, it gives every team a chance to navigate their way in without having to do, what we would like to call like a YOLO rotation of sorts. So it also gives teams all a fighting chance to get to the next circle and not just have to cross their fingers and, hope they could rotate past 4 different teams in their vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how this specific lobby is going to take to this one as well, Zute. I mean, we're going to be kicking off with the first game, though, and it will be over on Erangel. We're going to take to the skies.
Oh, let's get this started. The very first match for Group Green, the Group of Death. We got so many teams to keep an eye out for. I'm wondering if there's going to be hot drops as well, because usually when you get top teams, those teams like to claim their territory. They don't usually just give it up, and with so many of these top teams in here, I'm expecting some sort of clashes for maybe the entirety of the first day for every map.
Playing path from Georgia Pole down to Novo Rednoja. Teams out early, actually quite a few teams out fairly early. That west coast going to be fairly occupied. I imagine Vampire going to look to head out to Severny on that sort of a drop, play from that northern edge. Looks like HVVP will stick to their guns and play in North George.
HVVP, for those that don't know, this is the ex-Na'Vi team, so this team definitely a super strong team. And we're getting a clash right here, and it's actually between Nova, the reigning champions, against Power. This is a full-out hot drop in a very small little town city of Gaka.
They are split really heavily right now. See, Mike Cruz is on the front line for 3 of the players there. I think Paraboy's only got a pistol in his building. It has been spotted out as well. This is really tense stuff. I mean, both of these teams, you have to finish this fight. You have to go for it. There's no way that you can get out. There's no vehicles. They're all dropped in there.
Yeah, no vehicles. There's no exit strategy here. This is a fight to the death, and already off the bat, the reigning champs against Power. It seems like Power does have a slight weapons advantage. No, it looks like Paraboy did manage to pick up another weapon. So all 4 players loaded out with weapons. As you can see, Ziz right here, no helmet, no vest, no meds. Everyone's definitely going to be hurting on supplies for this. It's going to really come down to who could get the first opening.
It's going to be really interesting as well to see the first outing of Nova in this tournament. Are they going to be a little bit more cautious? Like Seven said, it seems like maybe at the moment they are. This is a really interesting standoff because each player dropped on a unique building. At the moment, I think the really important part is order up on that up on the tall building. But there's a Power player out in the little shack on the outside there who might be able to spot it. No, the sight line's not quite going out there, but order in a really valuable spot.
Definitely, this is a huge stalemate too. And Nova's playstyle, they aren't a very aggressive team. Like we've heard Seven said, I don't think they're going to be making the first move. So it comes down to Power. Well, the Power being like more of an inexperienced team, at least when it comes to the PMGC stage, I don't feel like they're going to try and make a first move either. Like they'll throw out the nades. If they get the nade knock, then they might go aggressive. But if no nades hit, I don't think we're going to see an organized push effort, at least not for a little bit.
They really are playing this slow. Look, Paraboy seems to have run out the back, and they may be looking to just get out of it. Because, I mean, we said it was a little bit of a stalemate, but if you're running away, if you have that full side, you can use the buildings as cover to run across to some more buildings, maybe pick up a vehicle and form an extraction unit.
Also, we do have to keep in mind, we do see one player, if you look at the minimap, has ran away. It is Paraboy.
Yeah,
Paraboy has backed off entirely, and I don't know if Power sniffed this out, if they just have a feeling, but now we see Power making a move with those smokes, laying it down, clearing up one more building. That is one more building in their control, and you see Nova doing the same, backing up a little bit. Now Paraboy's call back because they are getting pushed, and Paraboy's already tagged down extremely low, so I think they saw Paraboy running away, which prompted this more aggressive stance from the Power team.
They've changed it up, and now Nova are kind of backed into a corner on this one. They might not be aggressive, but they're going to have to dig deep here to keep themselves going. A catch on the cross from the Micro Uzi spray, and King's the first to go down here. A push comes through from Power as well as they start to vault in the windows. Paraboy seemingly no meds. Order on the outside. They'll need to be wary of this position, but I don't think it's going to be caught. Fortunately, Jimmy, stalwart on defense for Nova, will be able to spot Kante on the sidelines. At the top of the building, there's two players from Power as well.
Ooh, Order's position is so smart. He's waiting. He's taking shots now. He's going to be able to get one. No, he gets one down to 1 HP. They find out Order. Now the Order is isolated completely. The rest of Nova need to play aggressive to capitalize off of Order's position, but Order goes down. They did get the revive onto Paraboy, but it does not look very good for Nova whatsoever. Nova's backed up 3v3, but King and Paraboy down to 1 HP, and I don't think they have any meds.
It's been basically no loot. One building's worth of loot for each of them. Spray's crucial around the corner here. King looking to fall away from it. Paraboy's good for one, good for two as well. He lights up Power and keeps them alive. Only a sliver of HP now. The tables have turned, and it's Paraboy to stand up for Nova with a small amount of HP. Will be able to do it. Pushes in for a second. King's out the window. And Nova can take control of Gatka. This is a world champion team.
We're only like, what, 5 minutes into the very first game on the very first day of week number 2, and we got to see the reigning champs take a hot drop fight in a place we don't ever really see hot drops. We just saw a hot drop in that little, in Gatka. In a very small, like, I've seen hot drops in Gatka where it's like, you know, like a split drop, where each team has like a kind of 1v1 going on, and then one person, you know, leaves to get the vehicle to isolate. But that was a straight up 4v4 in the little city, that little town of Gatka. Nova played it great. I think that is Nova's greatest strength too. They are such a strong defensive team, and I think Power kind of played right into that. But credit to Power. I think the way they methodically approached that did end up, you know, being almost favorable for them. It was just that one corner peak that Nova played so well and took down 2 of the Power members, and then Power ultimately found themselves up in a 1v3. My question is though, Blank, was that, you know, like dominant enough for Nova to claim that Gatka spot as their split drop? Is Power going to have to, you know, change things up just based off of that?
That's really the big question, isn't it? Do you take the L there, or do you try and lean on the fact that you were in control of the fight for most of it there?
Yeah,
it was just a really solid double spray down from Paraboy that won that engagement, right? It was individual play that won that for Nova, instead of necessarily that that prowess that we've come to expect from them.
Yeah. Another thing to keep in mind, though, I don't know how familiar the Power team is with Nova, but usually it's Order, you know, in those close-range situations that clutch it up for the Nova team. So the fact that Order didn't actually play that crucial role, he was the first player to go down, and Nova still managed to win that out. It's kind of scary, you know, like you took down their strongest close-range player and that of Order, and you still ended up, you know, not finishing out the fight and winning. But with that fight being done, we still got a lot of heavy hitting teams to watch out for, and we haven't even gotten mentioned to the circle itself. The circle is actually pretty much smack dab in the middle. It does create an interesting prospect with that river running down the middle between the north side of Erangel and the south side. So we might see some very interesting shifts coming up. But besides that, everyone just posturing up right now. A lot of teams you see rotating in. Nova, I believe, will be rotating in way later and probably even looting in the blue zone for a little bit. So we won't see them in any action for some time, I imagine, as they do need to pick up a lot of loot.
I mean, yeah, look at that. They're actually just into the circle now for Nova, which is nice. But Alpha 7 all the way down south. Circle pops again. It does keep that river split in things, but it leans a little bit heavier to the north, Zute.
Just a little bit to the north. And with a new change, we might not see, so we were talking about the circle changes earlier, right? It doesn't hard shift as much. The circle doesn't shrink as much. I think that makes this zone more difficult than ever before, because usually we'll see some sort of hard shift, and then teams by the third circle will know, okay, it's the north side of the river, or okay, it's the south side of the river. But this one, we might keep that river in play the whole way through, which puts a huge question mark on everyone's mind throughout the rest of this match. And here's another fight coming up. We do have two teams going out, and we're already seeing two players went down. Y'all here, or the Alliance, or this is
You do
y'all?
Alliance, yeah.
Yeah, you do Alliance. There we
You do
go.
Alliance going against Fireflux on the
Yeah.
top of the hill. At the moment, Fireflux taking the majority of the punishment. They've lost a player already, with one down on both of the sides. That leaves it in a 3v2 after those reses, a 4v3. And it looks like they're just going to try and disengage from this one. Solus will be left out to dry, so it's going to be 4 players for Udo Alliance still carrying on in. And Fireflux only on the 2 with Lutz and Ketch.
A quick disengagement because we did have that recent zone shift, so they're going to prioritize the rotation rather than continue that fight, and they were in a big disadvantage as well. And Alpha 7 coming in from the blue zone after looting military base does end up running into Nova, so this is definitely a domino effect 3v4 situation. I believe Alpha 7 here with 4 players up, probably better looted as well, and Alpha 7's one of the strongest fighting teams. We see them take 4v4s all the time. This time it's a 4v3, and King needs to move out from that nade. He does dodge it. I don't think King knows where Carrillo is. That nade's going to hit.
Must have seen that nade come through. No, it's just short of the car. Carrillo wants to put another one towards the back there. This time it should be on target. Bounces off the bonnet and on to King. That's what you're looking to find. But in the meantime, the remaining 2 players, Paraboy and Jimmy from Nova, will have flooded around the edges. Carrillo might have been leapfrogged in terms of priority movements, but cuts down Paraboy on the cross. He thought he was safe with the smoke, but Jimmy's there now. Last player for Nova and Alpha 7. They're going to swarm the Sharks themselves. Revo careening over the top of that ridgeline there, pushing in. Jimmy now left high and dry by the rest of the squad. Alpha 7 don't want to let this one go, and that's going to be it. Paraboy, King, both fall. And Nova eliminated, down to Alpha 7.
Yeah, Alpha 7, a great pickup there for 3 points. We saw they were just rotating. The other 2 members were trying to find a spot in zone. They were not expecting that fight. Nova as well probably was not expecting that fight, but that is Nova already out in the first match. They do pick up 4 points though, and I think for Nova, this isn't going to shake their confidence whatsoever. This was more of a strange start for them. Once they get into the groove of things, we'll probably see them do Nova things. The next circle shifts out to the northeastern side.
That river on the south side of it, so likely everybody will have to move north. That bridge crossing to the west of Yasnaya will be super crucial. Looks like Vampire identified that. They'll be taking a position there with their backs to the lake. They should have a pretty solid hold going forwards, fairly central as well. I'm liking the Vampire position at this stage. There's a lot of teams already with positions in this circle, though. It's going to be EVOS, Fireflux, Udo Alliance, Alpha 7, and actually, is that the Pittsburgh Knights going to give a little bit of jip down the south to Alpha 7, potentially?
I was just going to mention that. The Knights actually rotating back down into the blue to wrap all the way up and around to the northern side. I think that's a pretty smart move. If you're rotating south up to north, the only way you get up there is through those 3 separate bridge crossings, and no one wants to risk a team camping the bridge here. But Damwon Gaming here find themselves in a tough position. They are pretty central of the map, so hopefully they'll get a few circles. But I think they're pretty much locked into this tower at this point. Not a very good spot to keep your vehicles alive, so no real exit strategies for them.
So it's a difficult position, but I mean, it could keep you alive for a very long time. If you don't have to leave, then you're going to be fairly safe, because Vampire is essentially acting as a guardian for you on that position. It'll be interesting to see the dynamics there. You do Alliance moving in from the west side, scouting forwards with 2, playing sort of as a 2-2 split on this rotate. Repo Boy sailing on past HVVP further down the hill, currently playing there, 2-2 split in the compound of on the junction of those pathways. Should be fairly safe on that side, but they are going to have to play edge from this point.
USG Donuts here taking a few shots at the Alpha 7 team, trying to creep on in onto the edge of zone. Alpha 7 always finds himself on the edge of zone. I mean, they loot military base, so they're very comfortable with fighting their way into the zone. This is going to be more of a difficult fight, though, as we do have the Knights rotating in here very late as well, running into HVVP, taking a lot of shots. 2 players going down really low health. Spec is knocked out of the vehicle. Tensa down to 1 HP, and he also gets caught by Kitsune right there. Long range monsters here coming out of HVVP, and that is the Knights down to 2 players already.
I mean, this is their 2-2 split. They have that outpost to the south. They can identify these pushes early, coming on through, spot with those sightlines, and then take shots, be prepared to go for that duel. Lit up by it on the ridgeline. They're actually, I think that might have been missed by Meku on the top left of his screen as the buggy crested the ridge. That is a brutal shift, actually, down to the south. Vampire Esports, though, they're laughing.
Oh yeah, Vampire loves that shift. A great shift for Alpha 7 as well. They don't have to navigate into the north where there's like 16 teams, 15, 14 teams ahead of them. Now they get a nice zone shift to the south. Same for Star Wars Esports there on the southeast, but all the teams on the north side are going to have to cascade down, and every strong position is pretty much already taken. The Knights manning that small building as a 2-man. I do imagine the team might be full sending crashing that, and here we see the rotations coming in. One team taking the bridge, the other team taking the other side of the bridge. There's so little real estate left. Everyone's fighting for every little piece of territory they can.
Ooh, Inko on the far side of the bridge right now. 1 Million Gaming trying to play on the close. They both went past Damwon, who have lost 2 of their players. Vampire Esports taking shots out this way. They have got the cover from the tower. Hopefully they can get those reses through. 1 Million moving across. You can see Marshall there on the bottom of your screen, swimming across to the other side of the river. A really smart rotate. It's time crucial, though. It's time sensitive, because the more teams start to pack themselves into this area, the more likely it is to get spotted. Venom holding on the close side this time around, but they're not going for the engagement just yet, Zute.
Yeah, I love that heads-up play from 1 Million. Immediately sending one player to the other side, whereas the side of Inco, it looks like they came here just a tad too late, and they're already on the back foot of things. V2 might have had the same thought, but now he's just caught in the middle. Taking a look at the rest of the map right here, we see USG Donuts in a small compound just right across from the Knights. These teams are all in the zone. Looking at the mini-map, though, we still have 3 full teams not in the circle yet. HVVP, UDO Alliance, and the EVOS team still have yet to make their way into the circle. And here we see HVVP just slowly, methodically working their way in.
They do like to sweep, and when they get on the roll, there's very little that can stop them. On that western side, teams better watch out. In the meantime, Stalwart, who thought they might have to cross the river, will just not have to in this gas station. I mean, this is such a strong position for them to be surviving into the top sort of 6 teams moving forwards. Pittsburgh Knights getting hunted down by HVVP as they turn their attention to another team over the hill line.
Double knock.
2 of them get lit up. They just struggle to get through the door. Kitsune might be able
They're gonna push
in for a res. Is this a push coming through? Potentially. I mean, the USG Donuts do have the tempo on it, but HVVP do not want to let this one go. This is half of their roster. They can't afford to let it go at this stage. 14 teams alive. Meku moving in for the backup.
If USG pushes this, I am thoroughly impressed. Rarely do you ever see a team further into the zone push away from the zone to take a fight. Those 2 knocks definitely made them think about it. We saw them, thinking about it, which I love. They went to a higher ground position, see if they could get another knock, but they couldn't, so they're going to go back into their compound. A nice attempt there, right there. Skylights right now holding down the gas station, pinning down UDO Alliance. UDO Alliance is in the zone though, but both of these teams on the edge of circle.
Vampire Esports starting to leverage their position that they were taking up so early, nice and central. EVOS taking heavy punishment on this north side. Lutz, the Lone Ranger for Fireflux right now, fending off against the 4 from EVOS, and the shrink comes through. Vampire still get a lion's share of it, and they're continuing to spray down onto these northern hills. UDO Alliance taking the shots over on the north side as well, uphill, but not really finding the opening too strongly. They've yet to make that full-mounted push. The fight did conclude over by the bridge. In the meantime, as Inco fall, but 1 million esports not looking super healthy either.
We have ST on the other side from the gas station taking shots, picking down one player. And Star Wars, they have to push into zone. They might be looking at 1 million's position next, especially since, you know, they did see 2 teams fighting here the whole time. And yeah, they're going to make the push. Very smart push. They're not going to take the bridge because we have 2 teams right now across the bridge with sidelines, Damwon and Vampire. So they're going to swim across top already, making a slow swim over. He's going to find sightlines. That smoke helping Top out a lot. 1 million not able to see Top, you know, swim on up there. Now Top has found a nice position right there across the bridge for his team.
We'll start to put nades over this way as well. I mean, that could be it, done and dusted. One knock goes through. Marshall's still out in the water. Really nice find, and Stalwart will wrest control of the underside of the bridge. It's really good launching point to move forwards as well. Some nice cover, and they've cleared out their back as well. Not really going to be too worried about threats from that angle. Nopes from Pittsburgh Knights might get a sideswipe on them, but it should only be good for 1 at the most.
Yeah, I think most likely Coops should just play quiet. He can maybe knock 1, knock 2, but this is Star Wars. They're going to return fire and at least, you know, so that Coops can't finish any players off. Here we have HVVP taking their time, making their way in already for easy eliminations, and I don't believe players really took any damage so far throughout the entirety of this match, so looking very strong. They have the western side of that zone within their control.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 knocks coming through from USG Donuts seems to have been recovered really quite effectively here. And now it's their turn to take shots over towards USG Donuts. They did just come off the back of a fight as well when they did take that double knock, but it's really, really solid on the west side. EVOS on the north did manage to move through, but they've been a little bit slimmed down, playing on a lightweight setup with only 3 of them remaining. Microboy did fall. Lutz fighting on pretty valiantly here, but a nade is going to fly forwards, pushes the fight into it, but it's not going to be good for any more than a tickle of damage as Fireflux finally eliminated.
And also, Bacon Time and Alpha 7 got into a 4v4 engagement that we didn't get to see, and Bacon Time actually came out on top. Alpha 7 also eliminated.
Pressing the ridge against the USG Donuts. Finding the shots. The sprays on the ridgeline are really good from the USG Donuts. Nearly taking out Tixie. Very, very close by. Hang on a minute. Speaking of close by, Kitsune's right up and in their grill.
Ooh.
Goes very low. Needs to be careful. But them shots from the ridgeline, he baits the peaks out wide and falls back on the backline of the rest of HVVP. Tixie dismounted from the top. Meku under fire now from the north side. This is it's gaming third partying onto the shots. Really, really crucial part of this fight. It rolls around the outside here, draws out the nades, draws out the shots, allows to get that heal off. Half HP playing close range around the door frame. Bursts it off its hinges. More players there. Spots one, pops up, doesn't quite get the knock. Needs the challenge now and cuts another one down. Kitsune playing well on the outside here. Wants to put a nade, actually drops the smoke to give them a little bit more leverage, but another of HVV people. The USG Donuts standing strong. Skylight Gaming on the north side of this, however, in the meantime, taking on UDO Alliance and doing the job well.
And this is so crazy. The fights everywhere, every which side. Constant fighting from top tier teams. HVVP is still engaging with USG. That fight's not done and over just yet. And we do see Bacon all the way on the south. I'm looking at the minimap. They're spreading wide. They're looking to maybe third party that fight. Meanwhile, on the northern side, these teams still have to move on. And once again, the circle shifting a little bit more toward the southern side.
Finally have their stronghold right now. Skylights Gaming, 5 eliminations, 3 players remaining. One of the strongest spots there, northwestern edge. 3 teams left currently with 4 players alive. That's Vampire, Damwon, and USG Donuts. They're not all out of the woods just yet. Bacon Time, they're going to scout around with this buggy. They've heard the gunshots from this area. They want to try and get cooking.
Matic, the last one up for HVVP. Very quick switch right there when they knew they were starting to lose a fight. He plays quiet, plays slow. Damwon Gaming pushing into the Vampire Esports. They were friendly neighbors for most of this match, but now no longer, as the new zone has shifted towards closer to the Vampire. 1 million third party assistance. Shots on one team, but both teams, they're looking to make their play now too.
Everybody catching flack there. Vampire on 3, gets knocked on a big push in forwards. Will get the flush their way, but it will be the end of down 1 as they go for a push, spoiled really entirely by 1 million esports. The 2 players there really playing pivotal on the outside, and they're going to have oversight on the lead from this compound, which will be coming through any minute.
Yeah, they have that compound, but still not in zone. Star Wars also not in zone. I do imagine they'll go out next, unless Top War Action can hit some nasty shots onto the Bacon players, but the Bacon players are watching them like hawks right now. They're going to have to crest over wide into the open and take some insane challenge shots right there. Vampire needs to edge in just a little bit as well, and 1 million... I think they're going to try and prone. They're going to try and prone their way all the way through wide into the open. We'll see if they make it in the next couple of seconds.
Playing as the Snakes on the eastern side. That road ahead of them, though, is going to be really, really tricky. Vampire spotted. They're not Snakes anymore. They're up and they're fragging out. 1 knock and a flush, followed by a second. The vehicle goes up in smoke, and with it, Vampire Esports.
Yeah, now they have to run into the sidelines of Skylights right there, so it's not done yet for 1 million. It looks like they are getting cut down as soon as that smoke is gone. Oh, no. Marshall caught wide in the open, and that is 1 million out. Star Wars Esports also about to be taken out, I believe. They do find a tree. They made it in the circle, but the circle has once again shifted away from them. And, oh, the sightlines from both different teams, Skylights and Bacon Time. Oh, not looking very good for the Star Wars team whatsoever.
Only one team remains up at 4. That's the USG Donuts playing from the western side. They fended off HVVP, and they fend off the rest of this lobby with 5 teams remaining. Looks like we have 3 main contenders: Skylights, Bacon Time, USG Donuts. 2 foodstuffs, but only 1 can reign supreme.
Personally, I prefer the Donuts position, as they do have 4 and they have the high ground control. They could work their way in, cover their lines. And you see Missile right here, driving around, finding more info, creating space, and deciding what their next move should be. Skylights Gaming, though, in a good position. They may only have 3, but they do have that ridge to work with on the northern side.
I'm going to just drop this piece of knowledge on you and move on real quick. Bacon Donuts. That's all I have to say about that.
Oh.
Think about that if you want to, but we're going to be thinking about the game for the rest of this one as well. From the north side, Store are eliminated there as well. Now Skylights Gaming can start to move forwards, play up towards those ridges, and we have our big 3 to fight off against each other in Zone 7.
Down to 3 teams. USG on the high ground with 4. Bacon right next to them with 3. And Skylights in a prime position to third party if this fight fully does engage on out. But I think we're going to come down to another circle shift before we see any real action. And just as I say that, Bacon find an opening onto the Donuts.
Ice is going to be able to take the opener onto Lufa. Vehicle will fall. Shot sent back his way, but he's behind. Stays covered. Stay strong for Bacon Time. This disadvantage will be crucial. And Nate sent in as well. Bursts a little bit high. It looked like it was on the mark. A bit too long for the cook. Shots coming in from Sky. Looks like Donuts are the main throwers. That nade was perfectly placed. And the burn down from Lufa will end. Is heaving USG Donuts on 2 active players with the knock they've taken earlier. They're fending off against 2 teams on ridgeline against 2 teams that don't look at each other. It's going to be really, really hard to hold this one down.
Yeah, they're getting crunched in. Everybody wants a piece of the Donuts. The USG down to just 1 member. think he's going to try and stay alive as long as possible, but being between two different teams is definitely not good. Skylight's already up to 10 eliminations, and that is the Donuts out. We're down to a 3v3 situation, John.
Final donut hole by Skylights Gaming. And they will be taken out of the lobby. 3 versus 3 across the ridgeline. It's a really open field here, Zute. There's minimal cover, but that ridgeline providing a lot of terrain cover. Not really going to favor anyone in this circle. It's kind of split down the middle.
Yeah. This is a pretty even stalemate in numbers and in the form of the territory control. I don't see either team having a clear, distinct advantage on one another. It might come down to the next circle here. We see both teams trying to find angles, posturing up. Nima driving back and forth with the buggy, just surveying the land, seeing if there's a small edge that they could be, that they could take. But I think the ultimate determination is going to come down to which side the circle's going to shift to, more to the north or more to the south.
Well, we're going to find out in just a couple of seconds. I think we've got 5 seconds until the zone has fully closed there. Shots over towards some of the players. I mean, that does give a little bit of information about Omstyle's position. Sprays over to Nima, so they know one player's location. Information gathering for Skylights Gaming. Aim
Really
at
well
these
done.
maneuvers, and he moves forwards. He knows his position is known, and he can leverage that circle. I mean, it's not going to come through because it's going to shrink right to the middle.
I don't think either team has any nades. We would have seen some being thrown at those trees right across the way. So.
Well, there's a molly.
Oh, that molly's good. It gets down one.
It pushes Mafia Boy off the cover and into the sightlines of the Bacon Time squad. Will be cut down. Nowhere you can go for that res. Noise up high near Nima. Crawling around near the buggy, near those smokes as well. Taking a central position could be important, but picking up these players more so. Style up close as well on that bottom of the hill position. He's with the sprays, with DP playing the trick.
AJ's got a nade. That nade could be crucial in evening up this fight, but oh 3v1.
It's just AJ now remaining, and Bacon Time looking to sweep across the hillside, remove Skylights Gaming from the lobby, and they will do just that. It is Bacon Time, with the pink stripes down the sleeves for the first chicken dinner.
It is Bacon Time indeed. Bacon Time taking the first match. Really well done. I think there was one very crucial rotation that they made earlier that we didn't even get to see, because remember, we only saw STE down on the south, but Bacon Time actually rotated all the way around from somewhere and ultimately came up from the south and just took out and swept the floor against everyone. And they also fought against Alpha 7 in a 4v4 that we didn't catch on camera that they won. So a really well-deserved victory for the side of Bacon Time.
Absolutely. High fives all round. I mean, fully deserved. Rocking those dreads at the front there. What a way to kick off Group Green as well. I mean, this is, as we were saying, one of the groups of death in this tournament. So the fact that you can come out swinging, 6 elims for just Noise alone, really, really solid finish coming through from Bacon Time. This is such a great confidence booster.
That's 6 elims for one player. Oh, wow. I thought that might have been like the team elims, but sheesh.
Yeah.
Bacon Time. Showing who's boss right here. And yeah, look at those stats. Bacon Time with the most amount of distance traveled. That's what I was saying. They made some crazy rotation down to the south side that really heavily rewarded them. So they definitely did not get blessed by zone with that travel distance.
No, they absolutely made it work. Look at those smokes used as well. Creating those lines, creating that cover. Bacon Time are cooking on gas. They pick up the first chicken dinner of Group Green.
in the first match, you know you gotta bring home the bacon. And that's exactly what Bacon Time did here. What a beautiful finish here in the first game here of the day, 7.
Beautiful game indeed. I mean, Sute was mentioning it. The way this team was able to perform, they took on Alpha 7. We saw what they were able to do there towards the end. Impressive stuff out of Bacon, but I also want to give some props to some other teams. Donut, USG, I mean, they were able to secure 12 points. Their eliminations could have been a little bit higher if we would have seen a push when they had, I think, 2 players knock out of HVVP, Imperium.
Definitely, we kind of had a bit of a conversation during the game about that, and you kind of highlighted how, look, they were understanding of maybe Alpha 7 being close by and they didn't push on the double knock. I say, look, for game 1, it worked out, but for future games, when you get a double knock and you're still up as a full squad, you push on that. Take no prisoners as we look at the head-to-head.
100%, and I mean, we see the performance here out of 9. Noise, 6 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage for him. The throws, 17 used. That's actually super impressive, and then the team contribution, 41%. He definitely had a lot to do. And what was impressive, too, is when Alpha 7 pushed them, at least from what I was able to see there from the elimination feed, is Alpha 7 knocked one of the players, and they saw that as an opening. He ended up back 5-7, and here we go with the top performers. Actually impressed to see somebody there from Vampire Esports because they were super passive pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, they were. They waited out. They waited out. They were kind of comfortable, but they got too comfortable, got too passive. For Skylights, this is the former DRS roster, right? And in the past, they've shown themselves to maybe be a little bit slow on rotations, a little bit too slow to react. That's left them kind of down lower in the rankings of a game or overall in a tournament. One thing that I noticed that they were still kind of patient, but they were a lot sharper, and that proved in terms of the eliminations, and of course that second place overall.
Yep.
Man, that's how you get it started here, right here. Not to mention, you know, at the whole start of the whole thing, you know who I'm about to talk about? Nova.
Bring it.
Right?
Bring
Gatka, what a crazy start. I can't believe we're seeing hot drops Gatka 7.
I was speechless, okay? Power had the upper hand there, though, when they were able to knock somebody from Nova. But the way Nova was able to regroup themselves in something that Sute was able to mention perfectly well, it was happening too. Nova controlled the peak of where Power decided to push. They had 3 players looking at that one spot, and it backfired for Power in a big, big way. Now, the big question mark, Imperium, becomes, was that enough for Power to just not want to drop there anymore? I think that is enough. You know what? It's only 4 days, 6 games. They don't drop again there, Power.
No, I disagree. I've got to commend Power because I think they did a great job with the somewhat opening knock. They turned order around and exposed him. I think when they're going up against a 2-time champion on the confirmation, they knew they were going up against Nova. Maybe in that moment the nerves got the better of them, which is why they overexposed. But to me, Power showed a lot of strength in that small 4v4 fight. I would hold on to that Gatka drop.
I think maybe Order may have exposed himself a little bit right there, guys. What do you think about that fight? Let us know. Make sure you go ahead and follow all our social channels. You know, the Twitch, the YouTube, the Facebook, the Instagram, all the good stuff that you see there on the screen. Man, so the next match is coming up here as we go into number 2. Now, this is a really big, important one because, you know, Bacon Time, they got that dub. You know, they're feeling good. That energy, that mentality is big, but those squads that really, you know, didn't get that great start, I think they got to bounce back right here, Miramar.
Oh, they definitely do. And I mean, one of them, even though we did end up seeing 4 eliminations out of them, I'm going to talk about Nova again because they ended up getting just absolutely trapped by Alpha 7 whenever they wanted to make that push out of Gatka. I think we want to see a little bit more out of the back-to-back champions, right? They were able to establish a little bit of dominance there, winning that hot drop. And then another team, too, that I want to see more out of, it is going to be Alpha 7 and Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia, I know you didn't like the rotation at all, Imperium. They put themselves in a particular spot that we weren't happy about.
It was a rotation that didn't need to be done. They were kind of hanging on to the edge of the south side, which they had to stay there, south of the river, should I say. They had to stay there for a little bit longer. They actually probably could have punished Bacon on their rotation, but because they full sent it across the river onto the edge of that hillside, not only does it kind of leave you a little bit exposed on the west and the east, but also leaves you exposed from any other team that's still south of the river. In this case, it was kind of Stalwart Godlike, and it was just an unneeded rotation from down one. Kia, they showed that in the past. I'm going to put that down to game one nerves and see where we go from there.
Yeah, game one's always a lot of shenanigans there, you know. But one thing is that we didn't see quite a few shenanigans from the teams that Seven has predicted here, because it looks like a bacon time is now up on the list.
Yeah. I mean, with that performance that they put up, it's just the way that we're able to do it. You saw their travel time, how much they were able to travel and still being able to win the game. That's super impressive how they were able to eliminate some of those teams that they were actually getting into fights with. Not having the numbers to their advantage, just an impressive win overall. Vampire Esports, you heard me mention it earlier. I feel like they were a little bit too passive. I was actually surprised that they even had a top performance in there. It was just kind of keeping people at bay, just causing some damage. I feel like they should have done that a little bit more against them one Kia Imperium.
Definitely. And for Fireflux, they definitely got caught out in that game one on the rotation. I believe with the changes on the circle algorithm, some teams are hanging on to the edge of the circle or outside of the blue a little bit longer than they might have in the past, but they know what they're capable of in Miramar. Very much similar with Alpha 7, right? I've made these picks mainly based on the fact that we're going into Miramar. Alpha 7 are extremely strong in Miramar, and they know how to play the hillside, play the massive mountains of the Miramar terrain, and arguably similar with Skylights. Back when they were DRS, was their strongest map, in my opinion, and I'm hoping they show similar, especially going off the fact that they've got second place. Carry that momentum, right, guys? Carry that momentum.
Momentum's gonna be big. Now, the crazy part is we're going into Miramar, okay? Match number one, we had an Erangel. We saw a hot drop, right? I gotta bring this up one more time because we saw a hot drop in Gatka, of all places, okay? So I'm gonna ask you guys here as we go into Miramar, give me a percentage. What do you think the percentage chance of us seeing a hot drop here back to back in this next match? What do you think, Seven? Give me a number.
77% in Pecado.
That's on
See
brand.
what you did there. I'm gonna say 69.
Nice. Let's go ahead and take it to our casters and see what their predictions are. Let's bring it on over to Zoopty and John.
Absolutely, we're going to be getting into. I'm going to throw that over to you, Zute. Are you looking at any team specifically to do a little bit better than maybe they did in Erangel, or to maintain strength that they were able to pull through from that first game?
Any teams that would do better, I believe Nova would do better, hopefully.
Yeah, that's
you know, they had a hot drop to start off, but as far as hot drops go, I think we'll see a hot drop. I wasn't expecting, a Gatka hot drop. Like, if teams are gonna fight that just shows to me teams will fight for almost anything at this point, especially the first day.
We're going to be heading on over into Miramar shortly. Stalwart on the screen. Felt like they didn't really have the best of times in that game. Obviously playing underneath that bridge, playing from that river. Quite a difficult crossing to make. HVVP similarly on that western side, kind of getting cut down a little bit. They took, I think, about 4 fights pretty sequentially, and I think that kind of was the doom of them. I'm hoping to see a little bit more from HVVP this game. Coming into Miramar, hopefully they can control, play on their sightlines well. Looks like Power are pretty happy about their fight at the start, but they are really strategizing heavily on this one.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I think we saw those hand gestures right there. I'll tell you what, I bet you he's talking about the Nova fight still. Like, if I was in his shoes, when you lose a hot drop fight, when you were so close to winning it, you will keep talking about, like, if we just had this angle and you came up around here, like, so maybe hopefully they'll get their minds settle in for this second game. First game is already done. You can't linger too much on things. And man, there's a lot riding on every single game, because you worked the first week, John, and we saw it came down to the very last game on the very last day. So in theory, that basically does mean every single game is a determination, like a huge impact. Just one game alone can change everything. So First game's done. We're heading into the second game very soon. Donuts right here looking happy right now with their performance.
Yeah, I mean, they should be. That coming in second place, wasn't it? After they took down, no, it was third place after they were taken down by Skylights and Bacon.
They got crunched in.
They did get crunched in on the top, but still, third place is solid, and they were able to pick up quite a few points for it as well. As they start to load on into the lobby. I mean, it was, as you say, a really solid result coming through from the Donuts, from Skylights as well. I think Skylights managed to pick up quite a few eliminations in that game, so they should be fairly happy with it. You do Alliance didn't have the best of games in that one, but that's not going to dampen their spirits. You can see them all rallying together. Going to be looking for Miramar.
Speaking about teams that didn't do too well, one team that I want to mention, the Knights. You know, the Knights team, the only team representing the North America region. Tough first game. I would say maybe the circles, you know, was hard shifting quite a bit for them, but maybe they're just warming up. Hopefully it's not because, you know, North America, every time North America's at the global stage, we always struggle. So maybe they'll start picking things up. Fingers crossed for the side of the Knights.
Look at that concentration as everyone moves to the desks, moves to the phones, adjusts those desk fans. We were admiring the desk fans in week one. We're thinking about, you know, is there some priority in terms of the color of the fans that you go for? You're trying to match the outfits. Looks like Skylights are going to match that one. Blank was a fan of the pink fans. I think I'm a fan too.
I like pink. That guy's rocking the pink hair too. Also, we were talking about it, the Bacon Time jersey, the pink stripes running down the sides. I love that touch.
Really cool little element, but is it going to keep them cool in Miramar? Are they going to be able to carry that momentum forwards for Bacon Time as we are into the plane once again, heading over the desert? The plane path this time heading from Campo Militar down to La Riera.
This plane path, I would say, pretty good. Pretty good for Miramar. We've seen a lot of plane paths in Miramar where it's just, you know, it really kind of just doesn't favor a lot of teams. But this northern side start is great because a lot of the looting areas are on that northern side. We only see one team, though, taking the entirety of the northeast, and that's Alpha 7, which kind of bodes to me a lot of teams are going to centralize or go down to the south, in which case we might see some more, not necessarily hot drops, but rotation fighting, like where both teams are trying to rotate towards the same area. So we'll see what happens with that very soon.
The circle, of course, will be a big factor in this. If it heads south, all of these teams are going to have to move fast. Who dropped out early? Alpha 7, though, already looting, should already be picking up weapons, vehicles, everything else that you're going to need for the battlegrounds. Should be fairly kitted out. Taking a look at that central cluster, there seems like a lot of teams over Picado. Yeah, look at that. I think at least 3 different colors, 4 maybe.
That is a lot of colors in the first circle, all the way down to the southwest. Not only is this a really difficult circle for the teams to rotate into, but this circle in general with that terrain, all the high ground. Oh man, we are shaping up for an insane Miramar match. And what better way to start it than a hot drop in Picado, like 7 predicted.
He was looking for it. I mean, why not? Start fighting for a central, crucial position. This one is probably more reasonable than a Gatka hot drop, I think. Picado, in general, more viable and more valuable to a lot of teams.
Definitely. But this also means it might be a longer fight than the one we saw in Gatka, as there's so many angles to work with, and might not even be a full-out fight. There could be disengages from both teams, as there are vehicles on the north side and south side.
This will be a little bit different to the other hot drop as well. There's a lot more loot on board, so no one's going to be wanting for weapons. I mean, you've got Mike Ruzi and UMP on the back of Xenox there for Pittsburgh Knights. You've got those UMPs close range, brutal. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 M4s in the mix. In the meantime, Bacon Time are over in El Pozo, and they will be playing from that north side of the circle moving forwards. On the north of them, you've got HVVP on a wide La Cobreria split coming in for their early drop. USG Donuts, quite a wide split as well, just to the east of El Pozo towards Power Grid as well. A lot of open drops, but that Picado central area really jam-packed with teams, and that's kind of the main focal point on the east side of this first circle.
Yeah, Picado right now. And the problem with these two teams, you know, not even fighting each other and Picado, just they're going to be rotating slightly later, right? Because they don't have the full city under their control. And coming in from the eastern edge with so many teams on the eastern side rotating in, like I said, that domino effect. We saw it happen with Nova. They took time to fight a team, and then the team rotating in from the south side, which was Alpha 7, eventually ran into them. Now, for the Knights and Vampire, there is at least 4 to 5 teams on the eastern side that might be rotating through that area in the next circle stage.
Having to keep your eyes out for that one. Keep on the swivel. Team down in that southwest side via the Mar will be, of course, down 1, and they'll be pretty chill over that area. Chumacera, 1 million esports. That east side, yeah, it is just going to be that main focal point. I'm interested to see if Fireflux regroup on Lutz and take a position near to Skylight Gaming, because that's probably one of the well, he's one of the more central positions and could be fought over by a lot of other teams.
Yeah, and it is on that high ground also. I am looking at the minimap, and it looks like Fireflux is indeed going to start converging onto Lutz's position. Skylights Gaming looting the Montoy Nevo region. It looks like they are also starting to spread out onto the high ground. And like I mentioned, this first circle, there is a lot of high ground in play, and it is divided by that one stretch of road that goes right down the middle of the map.
Bacon Time going to be marching on down the route to the highway and moving south at the moment. No one really contesting them. Down 1 will be a little bit further ahead, but they should be prepared for a team to be there. They should be scouting it out, getting that info. I think they might have figured something out already. They're worried about the houses. Definitely being cautious here for Bacon Time, and rightly so. You're moving into territory where the plane went pretty much directly over, so you know there's going to be teams local here.
Very good fundamentals right there. You always want to scope in onto every ridge and do kind of like a hopping rotation, have someone covering all at the same time. And Damwon coming in from Valdemar, Bacon Time coming in from El Pozo, and they both reach the same location at the same exact time. It's almost like clockwork for these teams right now. They have their rotations down, they have the prime positions already in mind, and now a fight is breaking out. It looks like Damwon is deciding to pull back just a little bit, and it looks like it's going to be a full engage, actually, or disengage for Damwon.
I had Damwon as one of the teams I thought might be able to make it into the top 3 in this tournament. I feel like this is a team that has never been on better form. They didn't get super far into that first game, but they did manage to sneak their way into a tricky compound, try to go for that crash. It was spoiled. 5 points on the game, though. Not terrible, and now they have a nice tucked away position on that southwest. Disengaging, I don't blame them. You don't want to fight in this scenario. You don't want to risk losing a player early on Miramar.
No. Jimmy taking a lot of shots right here. Oh, it does. I feel like one of the wheels got popped out with the way that vehicle's swerving. Jimmy, though, still full HP, finds the road, and he is... Oh, headshot right there. Oh, at the last second, it looks like Jimmy will make it out of there alive. That was quite scary. Jimmy driving away. One shot to the head. That vehicle is perfectly fine, it actually seems like. And Nova's going to continue on with the rotation. I don't know how much deeper they could get into the circle, though, because they have a rather later rotation, as there is a lot of teams already posturing up near the center of the zone.
I mean, they're moving to the north side of Chumacera as well, which is going to have a lot of potential for getting shot out. I imagine that's going to slow them down, drag them in like molasses, and keep them from stretching out in terms of getting away from those teams further out to their east. HVVP, they're playing from that north side on their Chumacera split. On their Corporaria split on the north side, moving down south. Alpha 7 will be tucking in behind them, so maybe, again, Alpha 7 playing that late entrance game, which won them the fight against Nova last time and took them a little bit stronger into those circles.
On the eastern side of things, we still got teams needing to rotate in. 2 teams already covered in the blue, Power and EVOS. Looks like they won't decide to fight here, which is quite smart. Blue zone's coming in, and also the rotations are just going to get harder and harder the longer you take to make them. The Knights with a really good disengage out of Picado, already getting closer to the center of zone, and looking at Picado, the Vampire team, Vampire Esports, still there, looting up. So like I said, slowing each other down.
Cool.
Knights are going to make the heads-up play to rotate, and yeah, that's a tough circle shift right there.
It's tight on this group of teams that's already in this circle, but for the teams on the outside, it's going to be even harder. Those Eastern teams are not going to catch a break here. Power doing well against EVOS at the moment. Like EVOS only taking the 1 knock so far, but that should be a flush. Not going to be able to get that one back up. This is going to be the first elimination of the lobby. Hopping back over to the Picado point, you're right, Pittsburgh Knights just fully disengaged. We've seen hot drops on Picado, especially back over in Western Europe in the European Championships. There was 2 teams that were just constantly fighting Picado. This is the other side of that coin, right, where you have that split loot potential.
Yeah. I think it works out for both teams, even if they don't fight, because there's so much loot to go around, and vehicles as well. So we'll see how Vampire does, as they will have to be the team that comes in on the edge side now. HVVP Alpha 7 on the northwest. It does look like they're going to be on a collision course. That might be the next fight that breaks out, as although the team's already in the zone, looks like they're just setting up and not really going to be getting into any full engagements. Nova did find themselves somehow in the center of this circle, doing a somewhat big 2-2 split, but I think they will group up together. And here's that Alpha 7 HVVP collision course. HVVP definitely getting shot at now, and looks like they're going to hightail it out of there and prioritize the zone instead.
Rightly so. Alpha 7 not at full force, so they don't want to take this fight either. Mafioso, way further up north, was being tickled by the blue. You can see his health bar there, suffering for it. These rotations going past the Bacon Time outpost. Using that terrain as cover. Might be visible from that area, but not taking shots just yet. Down 1. Pretty close to 1 million esports now in the hills to the west side of Chumacera, just north of Valle de Mar. Down 1 actually have a really solid split in this next circle.
Speaking of splits, hopefully the minimap will come up. Nova actually going to continue to do a huge 2-2 split, a very strong one too, controlling Chuma and the center of the zone. This Miramar game, definitely a bit slower paced, given the fact that it is Miramar, a lot of time spent rotating and a lot of difficult terrain to fight on, so no full-out engagements, but we're going to soon get into the breaking point of the game where everybody's going to start fighting around the edges of the zone.
Pittsburgh Knights reaping the rewards of disengaging from Picado. Playing on the northeast side, the zone just about to close in. Everybody has managed to actually sneak their way in somehow by hook or by crook. And it centers up fairly solidly yet again. So it is just once more compressing these teams together.
Yeah, this is... And if you look at this circle, it didn't shrink that much. But take account of how many teams just lost that zone. Every team around the edge side now has to, like you said, compress further once more. Vampire taking some shots right now at Inco. These 2 teams do have to move on in. And it looks like Inco's going to go ahead and rotate. Vampire, once again, having to rotate on the backs of everyone else.
Playing on edge, I mean, we talked about it for week 1. It's not the worst right now. I mean, it seems to be relatively successful in the right hands. Vampire, it felt like they kind of fell flat in the game we just saw with one of the strongest compounds in the circle. Only managed to pick up 8 points. Hopefully this time around, playing on the edge, they can have a little bit more strength. It is a team, I mean, it was one of Seven's teams to watch, right? That we are looking for great things, but after their downturn over in their regional leagues, their qualification spot from PMWI is being called into question. And they aren't answering it yet. Hopefully we'll see more from them.
Hopefully so. Maybe they just are better fighting in from the edge. We'll see. They'll get a chance to do that here as HVVP taking down 2 of the Star Wars players. Actually, Pico won't manage.
Oh,
Whoa!
that's one hell of a roadblock from HVVP. Store getting absolutely torn to shreds as they try and move through the Western Road. HVVP letting them know, well, actually, hang on a minute, we're the Western champions here. This is what's going on. You're going to have to take a backseat on this. USG, a bit of a scrap with the remnants of Stalwart as they try and find any sort of sanctuary. Top torn down last, so it's Missile to take the shot.
Yeah, that is Star Wars eliminated in a blink of an eye. The rotations too tough for them and ending up driving past 2 teams, but that HVVP accuracy just tore that player out of the car. I don't think I've seen a player get torn out of the car and the car continues to fly forwards like that. That was gnarly to see.
That's that Miramar terrain. It keeps him going, keeps him bumping. Happens, it happens. Fireflux close to the Pittsburgh Knights. Slow on roll by. To pick up some points potentially. Lutz not landing the shots with the Mini 14. Trying to get the spray on with the AKM instead, but the Pittsburgh Knights evading all danger, it seems, and Lutz taking the majority of the flak. HVVP are right around the corner as well. The Pittsburgh Knights don't really have anywhere to go that's super safe, but if Lutz is going to miss shots like that, maybe they can just push straight on up. There's HVVP, though, to slow things down, and Lutz might be able to get away with it.
I think the Knights thought they were just chasing down the Fireflux team that they were whittling down, but they end up running into the 4-man team of HVVP, biting off way more they could chew. And the Knights are getting picked apart now, and ooh, Lutz just getting peppered from everywhere right now. Next circle shifts on up to the high ground majority. Nova on that low ground, still in the zone, and we have lost 2 teams now, Star Wars and Fireflux.
This is the HVVP I like to see. This is the team on the warpath, already picking up 4 eliminations on the game. Half of the eliminations that have gone through in this lobby right now, only 8 players have gone down. And they are doing work so far. They've moved from that western road over to the north side, and they're going to have to push south into the next circle.
Yeah, HVVP playing this just like the Erangel game, right? Coming in from the edge, controlling the edge side, preventing teams from getting by. And it's just, this is their bread and butter. Hopefully, they might get an even better game than game number 1. Game 1, it came down to that donut crash that they could not break. So this time around, USG Donuts are actually on the northern side with them. We might see a rematch potentially between HVVP and the USG Donuts.
From that first game, Vampire close by as Inko rolls right on up to Schweppes. There's no chance there. Squash puts him in to the blender. They're picked apart. That is unfortunate. Vampire losing a player on that eastern side. They try to play from the edge. Inko roll up as 4 on one of their players. Alpha 7, also close to bacon time. Carrillo wants the challenge over the top of the ridge, but doesn't quite win it out. Mythic wants the revenge and will be able to find it. But the backup is better for bacon time. The flush actually goes through onto Shirty. Ice hops out, and Mythic now fading the shots, trying to fall back, draw them into the crosshairs of his teammates as well. Noise is there. Mythic cuts around the side, takes him down. Now 2 players on this ridge line as Revo and Mafioso look to go for the backup. Ice and Almstyle, 2 players active now for bacon time as Mythic still holding down this anchor position on the front. Pretty isolated though, but Revo moves up for the backup. Almstyle around the side, wants to put those nades around the edge, slow things down, but takes a little bit too much damage himself and ends up going down. Mythic moving into the smoke, will be felled, but here's the backup. Here's Revo, here's Mafioso, and Alpha 7 should stand strong unless Ice can pull something out of the hat, but he goes low, into the smoke, jumping around, still hasn't been found, and finally, he's taken out.
What a valiant fight. That's another rematch. Bacon took it over Alpha 7 the first time. Now Alpha 7 taking one over bacon time. Great fight. Great hustle from both teams. We saw how fast that engagement happened, but there's still more to be had, John, as Inko having to edge into the zone and Power coming up right next to them, and that is Inko taken out. Now it's Udo Alliance and Inko on the eastern side of the map.
We'll have to try and fight for Power around the area there. On the north side, HVVP continue to crunch through, still playing as 4. You can imagine they're looking to sweep out this eastern side. The USG Donuts on that north, still close to Meku. Might be able to spot that one out. The next circle just about to pop. 1 million esports, their 2-2 split gives them so many options.
So much sight lines and control of everything, and they might decide to continue to hold this next circle. Cuts right down into the middle between the low ground and the high ground. This does prompt HVVP from the north side to once again have to move in, and it might be against the side of USG Donuts, as that's the closest position with a hard cover.
You do Alliance trying to disengage here, swing down an open hillside. It's bare, it's barren. Reaper Boy is going to make that push. Gets over to another ridgeline cover from Evos, but goes over it. Wants to move a little bit further in and a little bit further south. This is close to danger. You do Alliance whilst also taking fights with Nova a little bit further north of them. Potential location that they're looking to crash, but they're going to know it's occupied now.
Everybody's seeing what they could do here with this new circle order with some really nice top fires right there. Finds one of UD Alliance. Evos finds another. It looks like the UD Alliance team can't find which way they want to go, taking shots from multiple teams from within the zone.
Spray down, and Repo Boy is flushed out by Nova. Evos not going to be able to pinch that one away. Nova really going to be a difficult mark to move past for pretty much everyone at this stage. You've got UD Alliance up in the hills who are stopping Power from trying to go for this crash fully. They can't with those sightlines available onto them.
They definitely can't. And their vehicles are getting picked apart too. Them being on the edge of zone, if they don't get the next one, they're going to have to run it in on foot. That is not a very nice situation to be in. The circle still slowly closing in. We still have a couple more fights that have yet to happen. We have Skylights on the north side here with the USG Donuts and HVVP. All three teams might be looking at the same spot for their rotation in here.
Matic down the hillside. AJ not tagging the buggy there. Unfortunate. It's not going to slow HVVP down one jot. They're crashing straight on through. Kitsune, though, caught, flushed, open. Mafia Boy will be able to pick that one up, but the rest of HVVP will continue to sling around the ground foothills here. Boro first to go down as Meku opens up with the AKM. Leads the charge on in as well.
Wow.
Matic, Meku, Tixi playing through. Nade over the top of the ridgeline. Two players now stand in the way for the Skylights Gaming squad, but here come the USG Donuts, a little bit of a rematch. DBS close range, not gonna matter. Lufa put back in place, and look at that, second to fall as well.
Wow.
Matic is down in the meantime, sure, but Tixi with the Groza will move in as Overwatch pushing on down south. They're gonna have to move in and finally maybe getting picked apart, but one player still stands and HVVP will not give up the ghost. Tixi will swap the weapons, will get the knocks, and he'll keep on going. 9 eliminations.
Are you
There's
kidding
more
me?
on the cards. He's gonna move straight on through. He's a dog of war right now. Tixi taking blood for blood right now against Skylights Gaming on the north side, moves through, doesn't want to let this one go, knows Nima's low, knows he got the tags, spots the players, no, doesn't see a crate, will go for
No
the spray,
way.
the challenge, and
Oh.
finally put back. It looked a little bit hopeful there. I wanted him to make it happen, but they'll have to take it. They'll have to take the 10 limbs.
That was the most aggressive thing I've seen in all my years of PUBG Mobile competitive action. The HVVP, usually when you get shot at by 4 people driving in, you turn the other way. Instead, HVVP just gunned it straight to them, almost took out the entire team, while getting third-partied by USG Donuts, and then absolutely slapping the 2 members of USG Donuts down at the same time with fighting another 4-man team. That was absolute madness.
I mean,
Oh my.
It took 3 teams to take them down, right? They
Yeah.
were absolutely on the warpath there. 12 limbs on the game. That is nuts. That's, I mean, sure they went down here, but like that is crazy to be able to accrue that much this early.
Yeah, I mean, the whole time you were running that play-by-play, I was just like, no way. No way.
Hey,
Like,
I've seen these guys
what?
in action for like 2 months now, so I'm used to their shenanigans. They just rip those bulletproof vests off. They're just going in like, I don't need nothing. I'm going.
It's like, oh, we're getting shot at by this direction. All right, we're pushing that way. Oh man, that was a sight to behold, man. I am HVVP. I love the way they're playing. They're sticking true to their guns, like you said. That's how they usually always play. I'm glad they're not changing anything up when it comes to the global stage.
I mean, they have that switch to flick, and it seems like they figured out they can turn it on here. So really, really good news for them. I mean, sure, they go down in what, like 10th place, but they're going to be one of the highest scoring teams in this game. I mean, top 5 for sure with those points that they're able to pick up. So really good stuff. And I said they were a team I wanted to watch here at Miramar. Seems like I was right to keep an eye out for them. You're seeing them in the next lobby. Shots from 1 Million Esports now controlling. This is a team that's been playing Central for a long time now, Zute.
Yeah, up on the high ground as well. The angle's so nice from up here. Looks like UDO Alliance down to last member. I think, is he in? He's in the blue. Yeah, or is he not? No, he's definitely in the blue.
He will be.
Taken down. Yeah, that's going to be it for UDO Alliance. Like I said, not able to keep any of your vehicles up. You're pretty much just locked into that shed, which adds their coffin. As the blue zone slowly creeps in, I think every other team has kind of pretty much made their spot in the zone. We might see another knock or two come out the way, but that should be it for now until we see where the zone shifts on the next circle.
USG Donuts with 2. Missile. Crawling around on the hillsides there. Paraboy spots a player up the top. Nice angle, but it's pinched away there. Forest with down 1. Able to pick up the point there. Nice result from the south side. Alpha 7 close by to down 1. USG Donuts on that top side on the north. But it's kind of between Nova and 1 Million Esports in my mind at this stage.
I think it comes down to if the circle goes up or down. See very shortly. The only two, we do have Damwon too on the high ground with 4, so they could actually come into play also. And the circle does favor the high ground, as the majority of that is on this western side. Damwon now having to make a slight adjustment as they're just a little bit away from the zone, but they do have Alpha 7 close by with 3 members that they might have to contest for this next circle spot.
The good news is they're down to 3. The bad news is Alpha 7. We know how strong this team is in a fight. We've seen them scrap it out before. Taken down by the previous winners, but this time around they got their revenge. Bacon Time did fall to their barrels, but Alpha 7 looking to maybe disengage a little bit here. These ridge lines in front of them, not ideal for moving down when there's a team to your side. If you're only contending with teams beneath you, it's a little bit stronger, but because of that threat, they'll need to be a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Damwon just take the initiative to take the fight to Alpha 7, because if they don't fight here now, I feel like it's just going to get more difficult for them on the next circle. But they're safe for now, so, oh, just as I say that, Mafioso catches 1 player out for Damwon. Now Damwon is down to 3, and they are kind of making their way towards Alpha 7, but after losing that player, I don't know if they have the info that Alpha 7 lost a player earlier in the match. So they might think it's an unfavorable fight for them as far as the numbers go.
Nova spot USG Donuts up the top of the hill. Order empties the mag, doesn't get the knock. Instead, it's King to be able to pick that one up. They will be looking for the flush. That opens up a little bit of an opportunity as well. They're going to take it. Both hands. Nova straight up that hillside. As soon as they get that knock, they move into a position where they're on that high ground. It's really solid decision-making here. 2 versus 1 around the side of the rock, and Nova will win it out. King is taken down. Can he be picked up by Order? Can they get this res? I'm not entirely sure they have time to go for it right here, but they can crawl forwards, move into a little bit more cover, and play with this ridgeline. An excellent crossing from Nova.
Oh, and also more excellent, always keeping track of the flanks. Paraboy takes some shots, though, down to 1 HP. Caught wide in the open. Paraboy is going to go down here. And that is the member of Power picking up 1, but that should be it as he is forced into the open and multiple teams taking sightlines on him. It's actually going to be Damwon that confirms that one. Nova down to just actually 1 player now. King in Order knocked. King never got revived. 1 Million could go aggressive here, but then they have Alpha 7 over the top side that could third party. And then on top of that, Damwon could choose to act off of that as well. So I think everyone is going to just kind of play things a little bit slower, allowing the Nova team to get a reset onto 3.
Yeah, no one's going to make that push. It is really only 1 Million that can go for it. but they will bide their time for now. Down one, sending a player out in a vehicle, getting some scouting done down the hill. Forest moving that party bus. That loot crate could be really quite pivotal as cover on the hillside. It would be an obvious position, sure, but it could be a linchpin for Damwon if they want to try and move across this hillside once they've dealt with Alpha 7.
Yeah, this is so tricky for all of these teams right now. 1 million, who had the most prime position throughout the entirety of the match, now find themselves kind of pincered in between Nova and Alpha 7.
Ooh, down one. Another knock from Mafioso. Steps up for a second challenge, Fabian. You can't take these 1v1s in order. Mafioso low, but the rest of the team are rallying on in. Alpha 7 looking good in the fight against Damwon. They're on the swivel. Forest looks for the challenge over the ridgeline and puts Mythic back, but won't fall for another. Revo deals with it, handles business. And Alpha 7 stay alive, but they will have to get this res onto Mythic. This is Nova's go time now, with that Chaos sown into the Alpha 7 ranks, leaving 3 teams alive. That nade over the top puts 1 million back in their place.
Yeah, 1 million. Even though they have the numbers advantage, with all 4 players coming out of one little chokehold, might not actually play out into their favor. We see the nades coming in, a lot of nade damage, and also Alpha 7 over the top, taking shots at them as well, and that is 1 member down from Venom.
Venom falls on the outside, gets to cover across the way, but Nova are spreading out their line very, very effectively. Shots again from Alpha 7 up top. 8 eliminations with 2 in the oven to pick on up, but Nova steals one of those away. They pull it out, and they're pulling 1 million out of this compound as well. Only Lazy Boy is there. Order knocked back by a nade, so still a chance on the Egress. Sprays from down low onto Revo from King. Actually, Mafioso falling as well. King last standing for Nova down the bottom. Hang on a minute. No, he's got Jimmy still in action. 1 million eliminated. Jimmy moving forwards. 1 player to fall. Jimmy goes down for 1 versus 1, but now it's Mythic versus King. 1 versus 1 on the hillside.
Oh!
And it comes from the top rope. It's Alpha 7. Gonna be able to pop off for Brazil.
What a great ending. The trades back and forth, the kill feed popping off. I didn't think Nova had it in them to take 2 fights at the same time. They cleaned out 1 million while also getting trade knocks on Alpha 7 back and forth, but ultimately Alpha 7 came out on top. It came down to that 1v1. Both players down to that 1 HP. That was an intense last ending.
I mean, we saw Influence Kamen last week do quite spectacular things. A Brazilian team again answering the call here in Group Green in one of the hardest groups again. So phenomenal to see that. National pride through the roof right now for the Brazilians, but plenty of other good performances. Nova picking up the pieces from that first game.
Oh yeah, it's that first game they only got 4 points, but here we got to see them play more of their typical style and second place finish. But Alpha 7 playing their style hard and fast. Their initiative to take that fight with Damwon, you saw how fast and decisive they were on that, and that's what I was saying Damwon should have done to Alpha 7, because if they take that fight later, it's just going to get more difficult, and that did indeed end up being the death of Damwon Gaming. But Alpha 7, man, looking good.
Really, really are. Phenomenal stuff coming through from the Alpha 7 roster, but you can't forget HVVP on this one. I mean, they were absolutely mental this game. It was absolutely incredible to see that fight on the hillside. They just go in and in and in, and they keep coming out on top until finally they don't. And it came down to a 1 versus 1 in those final moments. They go down early, we get a whole heap of points. In the end, though, it's Alpha 7 to take it home.
Imperium said it. Alpha 7 was the squad to watch in Miramar, and boom, Alpha 7 come out with the chicken dinner right there towards the end. I mean, man, they controlled that high ground, and they just they just took it over. I mean, what else can you do?
King,
that is the one
Kings
team
of Miramar,
you do
man.
not want to get zoned.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. Early on, they kind of pushed back HVVP up on that kind of northeastern side. And yes, that phase one did complement their drop spot, right? But then, off the back of kind of pushing HVV back, they then scaled down south. And they looked to control the southwest edge. And they were very proactive on their movements. They were patient. And it worked out in the end. That fight against Down One Gaming was so good.
It was really good, but I mean, what Dixie was able to do in that last match, it was absolutely impressive. You can see the numbers right there. 6 eliminations, 839 damage, 31% contribution, and obviously we just saw what Mythic was able to do as well. Something to point out for Alpha 7 is that now it's back-to-back games that they have come across Bacon time. Luckily for them, they were able to actually win the engagement here in Miramar, but I wonder if this is something that we're going to be seeing a lot more of, Imperium.
Indeed, indeed. Looking at the kind of top performers, Tixie, Mythic, Mafioso, we expect to see those three. Lazy Boy being up there 4 eliminations. He was the one player from the team to be kind of, for the majority of the game, kind of outside of the team. Like, he covered a little bit on the western edge. But arguably, he also symbolized the overall team performance. It was quite lazy. They hung on to that compound for far too long.
Far too long indeed. You know, and that's what happens here, especially with these kind of teams and players. I mean, if you just make that hesitation just for a little second, they will take advantage of you. And I love the fact that Nova, right there towards the end, they realize the situation. They realize the zone. And Alpha 7 is looking at Nova and say, hey, why don't we worry about these guys here and figure out who's going to win at the end? And it came down to that 1v1. And of course, you know, Alpha 7 pulled up the dub. But hey, Nova putting up some big points on the board here, 7.
They definitely are, and this is kind of the bounce back, right, that we wanted to see out of match 1. Is something that I was kind of hinting at. Yeah, they did end up getting 4 eliminations in the first Erangel, but it's not the performance that we wanted to see out of them. And now, if we're keeping track, technically, it's 2-0 for Alpha 7 because they end up eliminating Nova again. I want to rewind a little bit, though. 1 million. I feel like, and this is something we were talking about when we were watching the game too, Imperium. You mentioned it perfectly. They were just too lazy. They didn't want to do anything. I felt like they were just waiting for everybody, for all the other fights to play out. And they decided to just be way too patient. At the end, it ended up backfiring because they just waited too long. The fights had played out. Alpha 7 was looking at them. And then Nova was really right up on their nose.
Early game, I was somewhat kind of happy with how they were adjusting to the circle shifts. They played some kind of 2-2 splits, but in a positive way. But yeah, as soon as they got to that compound, it was just kind of like, yeah, we're going to stay there. And look, you can be calculatively passive, but when you hear shots, you got to be able to react to those in the right way. For example, when Nova heard and saw the team fight end between Down 1 and Alpha 7, they started to engage on 1 million. It's that simple little bit of extra awareness that if 1 million can catch on to that, they will succeed in a lot more games.
Interesting there. You know, I might have to disagree with you a little bit, guys, there, but you know what?
Okay.
That's something coming up right now. Yeah, I'm going to disagree because I don't know if that was so much laziness as much as it was fear. Think about it. You know, they knew. They knew what was coming up. They knew it, but we'll talk about that more as we go back from a quick break.
Hola compañeros de PUBG Mobile. Prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
we're back here. So back to the point that I was talking about earlier. When it comes to 1 million hanging back, you know, I know you said it could be a little bit of laziness, but I really do think it was them just seeing the situation, all right?
Yeah.
You look, you say, hey, you have the spot. We're safe. We're in the global championships. We need to put some points on the board.
Yeah.
We're seeing Alpha 7 take out everybody. The previous champions taking out everybody. I think we'll just hold back just a little bit for a little bit longer. So I can't say I blame them, but hey, you're right. That little thing could really cost you here. But you know what's not going to cost you anything? Is that Xperia 1 for an Xperia stream, dude. We're created in collaboration with professional esports players. Make sure you go and play PUBG Mobile in 90 hertz with the Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Man, so much to talk about here. You know, 7. Nova had a really, really great performance there. And make sure that they need to follow us, right? On the TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
You know what? You mentioned Nova there for a second. Something to point out, too. I was hinting at Alpha 7 going up against Bacon once again. Another one that we saw earlier was Nova against Power. They lost a player to Power once again. But you can see Alpha 7 with that win being able to jump up to that first place. 30 points total for that team. Skylights gaming there with 29 points. Bacon, even though they didn't have one of the greatest performances, the performance that they had there on Erangel allows them to be there within the top 3. And HBVP, man, what an impressive play by Tixie as well, Imperium.
Yeah, very good by Tixie, and even just the team as a whole, right? On that rotation, going back to that last match, like they lost a player, but they didn't hesitate. They just kept on going. They were like a bulldozer, and sometimes the best defense is more offense, right? And that proved to be the case. But looking down at the second half of the rankings, Fireflux Esports surprisingly lack of points in the first 2 games. PK, yeah, I expected them to struggle to begin with, but I do sense that there's potential for them to climb back up, of course. And also Inco, my first team to watch. They've been kind of nowhere to be seen, 7.
Yeah, they're currently hiding, but guess what? We're going to Sanhok. We have seen in the past what some of these Brazilian teams are able to do in Sanhok. We see how aggressive they can actually be. Maybe that will be the time where Inco Gaming can actually push a little bit more. And I want to see more out of Knights too. I feel like we really haven't been able to see much of them. We didn't really see much of them in the first game. In the second game, they ended up conceding Picado to Vampire Esports, which was actually quite surprising, and it ended up working out perfect for them.
Sure.
But in the Sanhok here, come on. Like, let me see that firepower that you guys tend to showcase in Americas and North America. Knights.
I think it's going to be a bit more of a slow burner for Knights across the board. They're from a region that arguably isn't the most strongest when it comes to that full-on competitive pool. When we look at the likes of Thailand and even Brazil and all that jazz. So I think it's going to be them kind of looking to utilize the 4 days and the 24 games they have to kind of feel into that. Dukes, and I think in time they will show it.
Yeah, hopefully they do. Let's take a look at the teams to watch that you guys picked here for this match. I know you got Knights there on the board. Hopefully we can. I got the fingers crossed for them at Sanhok because, man, this is a heck of a group to be in.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, with what I was talking about Knights, they tend to perform pretty well too when it comes to Sanhok. They tend to be a little bit more aggressive. I know you mentioned they're coming from a region that's not very strong, but they continue to be that aggressive.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they completely change their playing style because they are currently here in Global and more teams are going to be able to out-frag them or just be more aggressive to them. That would just be a Knights that I'm not used to. So that's why I'm hoping they actually start being a little bit more aggressive here.
And when you think of Sanhok on the global stage, you think of Stalwart, right? Stalwart godlike. This team has dominated Sanhok game after game, going back to the South Asian Championships and otherwise. The thing that they're going to have to contend with is with the shift in the circle algorithm, you're naturally going to have more teams inside the circle coming into Phase 3, Phase 4, Phase 5. So that is going to put a bit of pressure on the possible landmass that the likes of Stalwart have and the amount of potential third parties that might go against it. But then again, you can say the same for all of the teams in this lobby.
Anybody could pop off. I mean, literally, any one of these teams. We're in the big show here, and this is the hard part. It's like, we've been waiting for this for so long. This is the time to shine. It happens once a year. It's right here, right now, and you got to show up. Even the previous champs have to show up if they want to make it in the finals.
They definitely do.
sure.
And I mean, with Sanhok coming up, you mentioned it too, anybody can pop off. I do want to see some performances, some better performances out of Fireflux. And I'm so glad you mentioned Godlike because they had a horrible performance there in that Miramar. They ended up with just 0 points, and that's just something that we're not used to. I don't want people in the chat starting to put in overrated.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, this is where it's at, you know, and this is a lot of talk has been happening from a lot of these squads. But I'll tell you what, my eyes are gonna be on boot camp here at this Sanhok match. You know, are they going to have a hot drop? We're gonna take a look here into the battleground, and we see some players here just getting ready for the Sanhok. Oh, look at this! Wow, the Knights. Oh, Coops, not looking too happy so far.
But yeah, just want to point that out because it's something I didn't really have a chance to mention. Uneven is a former NA Pro player. He's currently playing in the Japanese Pro League as well, and he's come to help to support the team from a morale side, throw a little bit of advice in between games, and I'm really hoping that his experience, his expertise will really help the team succeed in this group.
Yeah, I know they definitely have their coach with them, but I mean, if they're able to get a little bit more eyes on the game and get a little bit of a different perspective of what's going on, that's hopefully going to help out the Knights even more. Skylights, this is the team that I was mentioning. I want to see even more out of them. They have showed great potential so far.
They're second overall, 7.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I want to actually see a chicken dinner out of them, and I want to see it here on that first day, Imperium.
And that's what worries me about Skylights, right? Is because they tend to play a little bit slower, and although they've shown a bit of sharpness in the first 2 games, it tends to be where as you get through a tournament where other teams adapt a bit quicker, they get drowned out. So you're right. I really want to see that kind of Skylights former DRS roster really show their strength in this day 1 and grab a chicken dinner.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. I mean, hey, you can see it's time to get to business right here. The headsets are on. These guys are getting locked and loaded, ready to go. Sanhok's coming up, and hey, the whole first aid heal strat is out the window now. You got to go, and you got to get it done. So speaking of getting it done, let's take it on over to our casters.
We are heading into Sanhok. As you can see, all the players locked and loaded, ready to get into the jungle for the first of the new Miramar lobbies of Group Green. We saw it last week. Some heavily dynamic changes into the zones, and this time around I'm expecting no different.
Yeah, and I think this time around one thing that we can expect are maybe increased hot drops with so many heavy hitting fighting teams that like to take those 4v4s. We saw one already in each game. A hot drop did come out. First match it was Gatka, second match it was Picado, even though a full out fight didn't break. I do imagine we'll have more happening here in this Sanhok, and who's going to take boot camp and who's going to take Paradise Resort. And I think it's a little underrated, but I feel like Painan is also a great spot to have a hot drop for, and I do believe that is where Nova typically drops in Painan, so they might have to contest the team for that location as well.
I'm interested in I've spoken about them a lot in the last game, but I'm interested in HVVP because in their tournament play, they've gone for some interesting drops on Sanhok. I'm wondering if the dynamics of this circle are going to change that. They would drop in a 2-1-1 split, 2 over towards the Northwest Island Mountain, leaving 1 further south on one of those confluence compounds on the trifecta on the west side, and 1 on the east side as well. So I'm wondering if they're going to be given that space here as well. We're going to find out momentarily as we head over Sanhok.
Sanhok, here it is. The most brutal map of all, with the most brutal group out of all 3 groups playing, making this potentially the most brutal game that we are about to witness. People are jumping out of the plane here. We do see a nice even spread stretching out. No huge clumps of colors all in one spot. It might actually just be that we don't see the hot drop in boot camp, that's for sure. It looks like Star Wars is going to be the one that takes that. And here's that drop you're talking about with HVVP taking that northwestern side, but one of their members looks like is going to get contested near the trifecta area.
this is the drop that they went for when nobody went to Camp Alpha, so this is fair enough. They're going to go a little bit closer together on the Northwest Island. Instead, the Pittsburgh Knights kind of playing that drop that HVVP were going for before in a couple of tournaments. They're playing split around that confluence.
Yeah, and it looks like the only hot drop would be around the Ruins area. This might be more of an elongated fight with Inko and Damwon Gaming.
I don't think Inko want part of this right now. I imagine Becca's just beating a hasty retreat. But then again, the rest of the players can move in, find some angles. If Forrest is caught out in the open, it's a really good opening. His left flank is very, very exposed, but Becca being a little bit more drafty right now. As the rest of Damwon are rolling straight on in. They know there's a player here, has only got that UMP, unlikely to have meds on this early of the drop. Junie bringing that DBS in. They pioneered it back in PMWI to bring it back to the forefront of the meta. And then DBS will be looking to enter into this one as well. Out for the knock, out for the flush.
Man, Damwon descended upon him like bloodhounds right there. And it looked like you said, the rest of Inko wanted no part of that. That's one player down. We're going to get a second casualty already. So no hard hot drops, but the action is going to pick up very quickly as EVOS will lose a player as well.
So Power on the north side, on the northwest side of Paradise Resort. A little bit of a spread drop for Power. Kante at the moment on the southeast side will bear the brunt of the egress from Evo from Paradise Resort. And we'll be able to hold out strong. I mean, they've lost, as you say, not fully lost the player just yet, but there's no way you get that player back up. EVOS maybe being baited out by Conte. And
yeah,
just going to go for that flush.
I'm looking at the map right now. So many teams are dropping extremely split all throughout the map. We see 1 million on the north side, right? Not in Tapmock or Cow entirely, but instead just spread across the northern hemisphere of the edge. And oh, we might see another engagement here between Star Wars and the Knights. I don't think Spec has any idea whatsoever that Pika is right there.
Godlike Stalwart, it's pretty crucial that they secure a route out of boot camp, and this is what Pika's going for. Caught in the cross. Spec blindsided there, and Pittsburgh Knights lose a player on what was probably one of the stronger positions as well, which is really unfortunate with that with that confluence of rivers, that trifecta slap bang in the center of the circle. With 4 players, they could have exerted so much control over this lobby.
Yeah, typically the Knights get boot camp for themselves back on the Americas side, and they always go for that compound that Spec was at. But this time around, you know, if you're not starting off in boot camp, they kind of have priority. They're a bit quicker to get there, and Spec will suffer because of that. Here we see Fireflux coming in, also wanting to take control of this mountaintop. And with the Knights losing that one player, it looks like they're going to give up the hill entirely, because every single time this zone comes up in the Americas region, we will see the Knights up here taking full dominant control. This time, it's going to come down to Fireflux doing a quick rotation, getting 1, 2, 3, maybe the entirety of STE here.
Ooh, it looks like, I mean, Godlike Stalwart, they've just been picked up on rotations, I think twice in a row now.
Yeah.
It's been so unfortunate for them. Pika now the last standing for the squad. Fireflux looking to burn him out of position as well. Once again, retreats to the edge of the shack, lines up 2, but it's not going to be enough. And Godlike Stalwart fall down 16th place. It is not good enough.
Stalwarts is struggling a lot here. That's the one problem with boot camp. When there's that much loot, you might take a little bit more time than needed. Fireflux, by the way, they did a huge split, like 2-2, stretching from the eastern side of the quarry all the way to the western side of the quarry. And because they did a split, they didn't have that much to loot, so they hustled up to that mountaintop very quickly and completely caught the Stalwart team off guard, and that Stalwart's just once again out, only with 12 points total so far over the course of 3 games.
Nova playing on either side of Painan right now, seeming to favor the western edge. Paraboy scouting out on the hillsides there. They want some information, if nothing else. Power, after picking up a player from EVOS, will move south. They're just hitting the northern warehouses and the northern side of boot camp now in this circle. Does give them that opportunity to rotate west across the water if they need to shift over to that northwest island.
power now coming in from the northern side, taking the boot camp area that the former Stalwarts team was just at. Here's that quick replay. The 1, 2, 3, and just getting cut down to shreds right there.
What do you do? What can you do?
Yeah.
You just get blindsided.
Oh, look at that.
That is...
Oh,
yeah.
he's slamming the table. Yeah, no,
That's a desk slammer.
Yeah, I would feel the same. They had the prime position, great loot, great everything, and just they knew they messed up. They took 1 second too long to make that little drive over, and it cost the entire team. And they are frustrated due to the first 2 games as well. Bacon Time coming in from the southwestern edge on the water. Third party in this fight between Nico and Damwon Gaming.
Seems like this western edge, you're right, it is really kind of quite jam-packed at this stage. Surprisingly so. I mean, that river shore, that bridge, sorry, that is going to be very important for maneuvering around if you have to shift on the islands. But still, there's quite a few people with decent presence there. Damwon probably looking to just stay safe off this. They are all 4 alive, so playing under the bridge, it's not the worst idea in the world. They will have opportunities. There's a boat right there. They can go around and wide if they need to, but the next circle will decide the tempo.
Yeah, is this the second circle? We've seen so much fighting already.
Yes.
Yeah. We're just now heading into the second circle, John, and it is a hard western shift. So the eastern side of the map, probably everyone knows, won't be in play towards the later stages of the game, so everyone's going to start migrating to the west, and that works out great for Bacon. By sweeping on that southwestern side, they essentially will make sure there's no one at their backs, and they're going to push out people to just only be able to worry about their front side now.
Alpha 7 playing on the edge once more, but they've got USG Donuts on their northeast. That's on the back of their rotation. You can see them just peeping into the top of that mini-map there on the northeast. But they are ahead at the moment. The scouts from Donuts USG might spot them out in the vehicles, but that should be heard by Alpha 7 and they'll be aware of it. EVOS, they've been spotted. Micro Boy, shimmying the car around the buildings. They're not going to take the fight just yet, though.
Yeah. I think teams want to... It's not like Miramar, where you have a lot of ridges and you can isolate fights on Sanhok. The threat of third partying is always prevalent. So they'll take some shots, take some peeks, but I think every team is going to just rather hunker down and find some good cover to play from to mitigate those chances of getting hard third party. And yeah, Alpha 7 continuing to rotate in, close to the edge of zone now. USG, like you mentioned, following behind the backs of both Evos and Alpha 7.
Fireflux as the backstop for all of these teams on the eastern side. It all depends really on when Fireflux decide to move, and that's going to be a difficult decision for them to make. They're in this circle. They don't need to move right now. So I imagine we might see quite a few teams start to move south around Fireflux, potentially even moving through Painan into where Udo Alliance are and Nova are on that western side. Inco, not looking super healthy. They only have 2 players remaining and they're wild split. So V2 2K at the moment, basically a solo for Bacon Time to pick up if they drop down a level, but it seems like keeping quiet's working out for now.
Yeah, a lot of nooks and crannies here in this ruins area. I don't think Bacon Time's actually going to be able to find them. Like, if the zone keeps ending here, there's a good chance he might just chill here for the rest of the game, as Nova getting caught off. Nova right now looking at the map, they were playing a huge 1-1-1-1 split, and one of them gets caught right there. So not working out too well for Nova. Nova down to 3. You can see right here, if you look at order on the minimap, no other teammate in sight in that top right. So yeah, everybody's playing extremely split from Nova, but I mean, that's just how Nova does. They always like to play split up in the center of zone. This time around, they will suffer a casualty because of that.
This is the Fireflux roadblock in effect now. Players are starting to fall. EVOS lose 1 to a knock. Alpha 7 also under fire. Everybody forced to fight on this lateral north-south line. V2 2K, okay, I'm going to be hopping right back over to Ruins. Remember, this is the solo player from Inco. going up against the entirety of Bacon Time, holding his nerve on this staircase. We'll be able to spot the player close to it. Wants to put a nade
nice
in
bounce.
from Noise. It's a little bit too long on the Cook, but down they go, flooding in. We'll be able to find it. There's the knock. Bacon Time losing a player, though. Pretty impactful. The next circle pops on in.
And further to the west we go. Alpha 7 right now getting caught by the USG Donuts team. And yeah, Fireflux right now causing trouble for everybody on this eastern side, forcing them to fight. And here we have Power on the north side getting some shots in onto USG Donuts as well. And it looks like Donuts, are they going to go aggressive and take the fight with Alpha 7? I would like to see that, because that rotation that they have to make right now is way too tough. They may as well secure the points, and Alpha 7 not catching a break. Evo's now coming in to take a fight.
Taking shots over towards Carrillo. Micro Boy able to land those when he needs to. Go under pressure behind the rock. Will need to leave. Oh, I think he just catches sight of him through the corner of the tree there, just between the branches.
Wow.
Revo takes some shots over the Micro Boy's way, but is going to be enveloped by the blue now. And as we know, you can't out-heal the blue anymore in Sanhok, so you do have to get a move on.
Taking a look back on the side of things with Nova right now. They are in this new circle shift. Now they can find themselves on the edge. They have to worry about what's in front of them and on the flank, because there's more teams coming in from the eastern side. Udo Alliance might get the reset onto their fourth member there. Smoke's come down. I think he's going to have to crawl back, because they're worried about that spot getting naded. And the Knights looking okay right now with 3 on the edge of the zone at that trifecta bridge compound area.
Swimming action from Donuts USG as the teams from near boot camp are going to opt for the river rotate, but with Coops up top, I mean, this is going to be tricky if he's going to play on this coastline, play on this northwest island in the position that he is. He has excellent sightlines over towards any swimmers, moving through Pittsburgh Knights with a solid split. This is the control that they were looking for playing this area. It's unfortunate that they lost that player.
Yeah. It is a strong split, though. They have their sightlines covered. They have support for one another. If Coops goes down, though, I don't think he's going to be able to get revived, but he's fishing. He should be okay. But Lufa is actually up on the rocks, so he's got to be careful. Lufa might swing over the top and get Coops. Coops still has the support of his teammates looking over his way.
They do have that suppressive line. Coops actually dropping down very, very low. Wants to finish off a flush if he can, but it's going to allow the Donuts USG team to get up onto the ridges and play from there. Might be spotted out by Tensor, though, in the meantime. He sees that crossing. He's identified the crucial part that's going to go up. HVVP have been very quiet, but with this shift, it's going to start to heat up for them. The compound that Maku currently holds the south corner of is going to be huge in this next circle.
You know, it's actually favorable for all the other teams that HVP does get the zone, because then they won't go on a warpath eliminating everyone. But this might be a huge chicken for HVP now, because towards the end of the stage of this game, they will have that high ground and they will have 4 up.
And they're going to be shredding everybody moving from the South Island. Zute, there's so many teams there.
Yeah, it is a cluster down there now on the south. But who knows? The circle might go back down south and keep the south side in zone. I mean, this river has been in every single circle shift, so there is a chance as USG doing what they can to stay alive. They have 4 members, but 2 of them are knocked. Blue is pressuring them from behind. They're caught between the Knights and Vampire. They don't know which way to go, and I think this is all but done for USG very soon.
Yeah, the blue zone will be doing the job if the Bullets won't. The Pittsburgh Knights controlling the river will finally have to leave. Get on a little bit deeper into the circle. Yeah, they're just getting peppered away.
Knights not able to secure any of these points, though. They have yet to find one. They're still at 0 eliminations. And, oh my gosh, HVP from the top of the mountainside, just sniping away some points here. They do pick up 1. Vampire, they're in a good spot. Vampire's right next to the zone, and Coops finds 2. So that is 2 points for the Knights. Much needed points right now for the Knights. The Knights, and overall, I think, yeah, if you take a look at that right-hand side, 15.
Trying to get some points on this game. Try and ladder on up at the moment, though. Ooh, Nenebete doing a lot of work from under the bridge. The last player from Inco, by the way, taking down 2 of Skylights. Bacon Time are going to know about it now. Nima and Mr. Board will be going for the swim to try and get past that roadblock that was instituted in front of them. Only over of this position under the bridge is in the next zone as well. Gonna have to move.
I love how active Inco is. He knows if he just plays quiet, he's going to eventually get caught out with no points. So he's trying to stay as active as possible, but still cautious enough not to just go out early. Next zone coming up, and like the south side, still barely in zone, but that does give HVVP a lot of high ground still to work with. And when did Fireflux get up there?
What's going on?
They were on the eastern side of the map.
We're going to have to get the desk to talk about that one, because I have no idea. They were. I mean, sure. I mean, they just hopped in the TARDIS and teleported on up there. I have no idea. That's crazy.
There's no way they could rotate through all those teams to get up there. So
well, I beg to differ, Zute. There is, because they've done it. I mean, it's like...
I mean, did they loop back around from the east deep into the blue? I don't know. I'm so
Maybe they
confused.
did. Maybe they came. Maybe they swung up north. Well, whatever it was. Pièce de resistance of rotation right there. I have no idea how it happened. But we're going to hop back on board with the Udo Alliance. Last player remaining. Olio on the outside. Playing off in the blue against that one, who've got one player stuck a little bit in the sidelines, but 2 players further forwards. Forest finds the route of egress, but gets cut down in the time being. A spray down, gets a flush to bring the elimination count up to 3. You can still heal out this phase of the blue. As Fireflux, they do go down, so that's the end of their road. But goodness me, don't know how that happened. Down 1, 2 players left, really. Sung, and actually Junie gets picked up. And going to be eliminated in the meantime. This south side, I mean, it is turning into a bit of a brawl now.
Yeah, Microboy really showing his experience on the PMGC stage here. Last one for Evos. I'm surprised he managed to get all the way in here. Last we checked in on them, they were caught against Alpha 7 and the Fireflux team, but Microboy standing strong for his team, putting up a lot of placement points and elimination points here. And that nade might actually catch him. Udo Alliance still alive, runs in, and Microboy will finish that one out. The Knights also go down to the side of Nova. Nova staying strong, 1 million, fighting against Bacon Time, but meanwhile, the Grim Reapers, that is HVVP, is just slicing everyone down from the top side.
They've been biding their time, but now they can start to rack up power. They can rank it on in, turn the wheel, put everyone under pressure. 1 million fight against Bacon Time still raging on this west side, but the blue zone's going to prove to be a difficult barrier to breach. Microboy chiming in with a third party to bring down Bacon Time. Looks for more as well. Last player for Evos. This is Microboy. I mean, we've seen this name for so long, and he's bringing it back here on Evos.
6 eliminations by himself right now on Sanhok. He is, wow. I mean, I just want to say this real quick. Everyone, you know, when Microboy was on BTR, I was saying he's the weak link, but honestly, Microboy is a player in of himself. He is showing up right now. It's not all done yet, though. Microboy needs to make a move. Can he make that swim across and stay alive? We still got the 4-man team of HVVP on the northern side still to contend with, too.
The only 4-man squad as well. I mean, Vampire at the moment have the only hard cover, and that is going to be very, very valuable for them. You imagine that's a second place minimum guaranteed at this stage, barring any super hard shifts, but what more can be done? 1 million moving on the broadside against Microboy. We know how that's going to go. He is out in the blue zone. He's not going to go for the swim. He's just going to pick up the point.
Well
and bring it up to 8. 6th place, absolutely well done.
Yeah, nice composure. Yeah, 5th. Yeah, nice composure to not worry about the blue and trying to go in, and he maximizes another point. HVVP coming down from the northern side, getting shot at by Nova and Vampire. So HVVP, as strong as the position they're in, it's not as nice as it might seem.
Once they can pick up these teams on the south, if they can dispatch Nova, who, by the way, again, survived late into it. With the zone shifting away from Vampire, now it's a little bit more all to play for.
Another rematch between Nova and HVVP potentially. Yeah, Vampire's got to make a move. They're going to be wide in the open. HVVP has the cover, so does Nova. Nova has that ridge side to work with, and there's still one player out of 1 million that they have to watch out for. Paraboy finds one. That is Meku down, while Order dealing with the eastern side. This Nova team looking strong, but Jimmy goes down here.
Looking like the seals at the moment, just emerging from the water, not causing a ripple and blasting away. Stone up and forwards, actually taken down Jimmy earlier. Is traded off by Paraboy. We know he's quick on the trigger. Actually, was that Order coming in as well with two barrels pointed that way? HVVP trying to move into the circle. None of them are going to go down. They take a top and bottom position on the rock.
Nice.
And we'll be able to operate. Tixi, again, on the warpath. 3 players now alive for HVVP as they continue to move forwards. They're pepper potting in. Order on the broadside to Marshall. The solo player from 1 million, proving to be devastating to the backlines.
Oh, now it's just down to Paraboy, and there's 3 of HVVP up. Paraboy could get this one knock. Nice headshots right there, but he crosses over, stays alive. He will survive for a little bit longer, and he does have the zone. He might even get, just maybe, get the revive onto Order.
HVVP, they'll know that Marshall's there now. He took shots over. I don't know if Order can make this crawl. Paraboy might be able to make the mad dash, and in fact will dip low for it under the headland. Over to the rock. If he can get these reses, great, but he sees these players lining up on the rock. He knows there's 2 there now. Shouldn't have too many more smokes, I'd imagine. I wonder if he's got too many nades. Marshall
that's a knock.
doesn't. There's Tixi found. Excellent position. Nova are not chiming in. They're looking for those reses. Kitsune potentially on the lineup. Matic spotted. It is taken out by Paraboy. HVVP getting caught open. Marshall, last player, but it's Kitsune to stay alive. Can he stick the res? A nade over the top might be all it takes, and it looks perfect. It looks like it's on the money, but where's the explosion? It's not coming through. Just a little bit wide, but 2 more might be the final nail in the coffin. Kitsune forced to go for the challenge.
What a
it's
game.
Not even gonna matter. Nova rise from the depths. The river will not stop them. They get the cross, and it is a winner-winner chicken dinner from Nova.
Wow. You can't write a better story than that game that just happened right there. The 2 Titans, Nova and HVVP, once again coming down to a rematch between the 2. And that last sequence of events, that 1 million player, the linchpin, just wow, John. Just wow. What? Give me another Sanhok. That was a very tactical game of Sanhok. It was not very, like, just crazy slaughterfest that we usually see in Sanhok that's really determined by the zone, right? I feel like that zone gave everyone, at least everyone that made it to the end, a huge fighting chance. Like, also, you know, Microboy, right? Maximize his points. Nova with that cross, they lost a player early. HVVP getting zoned the whole time, maximizing their points too, and almost winning that, but then there was so much going on in that game. Beautiful game, John. Beautiful.
Absolutely. I mean, the linchpin play coming through from Marshall, being able to take down Tixi, that was absolutely huge. It opened up the game for Nova. Without that, they don't win.
Yeah. I want to give us that same exact game again. I will cast the same thing. Like, that was such a joy to watch. Nova finally come out on top. HVVP, man, they picked up a lot of points. And it's just like, do you give HVVP the zone or do you not? Either way, they're going to do a mad number of damage on everyone.
Yeah, Nova doing so much work from the south side. We thought it was impossible, but they are world champions. They prove us wrong with a chicken dinner.
And the first Sanhok here of this group, it's the previous PMGC World Champions Nova that pull out the chicken dinner. And man, that was a close one from all regards. But Nova, that zone coming to that south side really helped them out.
It definitely did, and I think another person that helped him out was that one player from 1 million. The stuff he was able to do in Imperium, we were going like, no way. Is this really happening?
Dude, it was so good to see kind of Marshall individually and then kind of 1 million in their own right showing a bit more prowess, something that I wanted to see from them from the previous game. They pushed up on the north side earlier on, took down Fireflux, and yeah, they really kind of stabbed HVVP in the back. But it was so good to see that kind of the two giants, as John and Zute put on it, between HVVP and Nova. It could have and probably should have been HVVP's if it wasn't for Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Micro Boy, though. Can we talk about that performance that he was able to put up? 7 eliminations, 983 damage. Yeah, that's right. 66% contribution for his team. And something that actually Sute was able to mention perfectly too is that being in the zone didn't face him. He knew that he wasn't really going to be able to make it out of there. He was able to take that time to actually just regroup himself and take on some more shots to other people and secure an extra elimination too. Great stuff there out of Micro Boy.
And when
huge.
Yeah, like, just real quick, like, when I looked at Evos, I noted that all the other players from the team have stood up in their own right across the PMPLs. But in this individual game, it was all Micro Boy, baby.
Oh my goodness, man. Sanhok, you just love to see it. I mean, so many beautiful plays from so many different squads. But hey, one squad that we saw last was Alpha 7. Let's get to a quick interview with them.
Thank you, panelists and casters. We are back on the stage in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm Tutu, your host, and we're back with also Alpha 7 team member, which is going to be Revo coming up from, he said his role is actually free player or free man, so he's been rotated all around. But I'm going to ask, it's been a long time since your participation in the PMWI. So how does it feel to play in the global event again? It's going to be the first one. The second, which team was causing you the most problems by far?
Então, ela perguntou que tipo já vai fazer tempo que vocês não jogaram na final. Então, como se sente agora jogando no final do campeonato? E qual das equipas foi o maior problema durante o jogo?
Acho que a gente vem se saindo bem esse ano, não foi como esperado, a gente pegou muitos segundos lugares, mas a gente se sente bem e eu acho que todas as equipes são uma pedra no sapato, mas a gente consegue bater de frente com qualquer uma e a gente está dando o nosso melhor.
So for them, like for this year, it's been like not that good because they're getting a lot of second places. But for like the previous match, they did good, and like in general, all the teams are good. So all of them have the potential to be like a good rival.
Honestly, I think Alpha 7 is very aggressive in the early game, so they're really good. So how did you manage to get a winner chicken dinner on the Miramar game earlier just now, even though your team had only 3 people alive in the last circle? Is that magic?
Então, como vocês conseguiram ter o chicken dinner na Miramar? Porque vocês na final só tiveram 3 jogadores vivos. Foi magia?
Acho que jogando em 3 ou jogando em 2, a gente tem que pensar que tá em squad, porque todo mundo tem potencial de bater de frente com qualquer um. E é isso, o Carrilho ajudou muito, mesmo estando morto, ele passa as informações pra gente. E é isso, a gente jogou como se estivesse em squad.
So for them, like even if they're just like 2 players or 3 players, but the feeling is like the full squad is still alive, because even Carrillo was dead by the time. It was helping them with information about the game. So it's just like the feeling of like the full squad, like till the end.
Okay, since you're saying that the full squad, like even though they got 2 or 3 players, who do you think is that one player that can equivalent to one squad or the most important player in your lineup in that situation?
So, então para vocês, tipo, qual é o jogador que vocês consideram que tipo dá mais ajuda pro time?
Acho que o jogador que dá mais ajuda pro time, na verdade, são todos. Todos têm um potencial absurdo. Tanto o Sueguin, que é nosso reserva, mas quando ele entra, ele faz o papel dele. Então todos têm um potencial absurdo.
So for them, actually, like all the 4 players, including like Sueguin, like the substitute, they all think like they're all the same level. They all can be like, they do their best to support like the whole team.
That's why we have to learn a lot from Alpha 7. They've been really good since the start. Now, any last words or for your supporters, for your families watching out there, or even your team members playing, anything that you want to say to them?
Então, o que queres dizer, tipo, às suas palavras agora, tipo, para o time ou mesmo para os fãs aí em casa?
Eu quero agradecer todo o apoio de vocês, a todo o apoio dos fãs, porque isso daqui é um sonho pra gente. Sempre foi, a nossa meta sempre foi a PMGC. E a gente vai dar o nosso melhor para trazer esse título pro Brasil, classificar agora, se Deus quiser, e na final trazer o título pro Brasil. Então a gente tá dando o nosso melhor e amo todos vocês, Ianca, Nice, amo vocês e eu só agradeço por todo o apoio de vocês.
So it's just like a big thank you for all the fans, especially like for the big family back home. And they're doing the best like to get the title to the team, but also like to Brazil. So they're doing like all the best all they can for like the championship, so they can get like the final win like in Jakarta to Brazil.
Yeah, it feels like they might actually go to Jakarta at this point, how aggressive they are. But thank you so much for Revo and Alpha 7. Good luck, all the best. And that's it coming up from the on-ground scene here right now. We're back to the penalties and casas and see you guys with more chicken dinner. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, always good to see a Revel there with a beautiful interview and Choo Choo as well. I mean, oh man, anytime I get to see the players, get into action. That's what I like to see. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to our sponsor, Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bagsar. Our world is your playground here, the hotel partner of the PMGC League 2022. And man, these guys are going to need a good night's rest here after today because we're still heating up here. Match number 4 coming up. I think it's time we take a look at the follow us graphic. Make sure you guys follow us. Again, I cannot tell you enough. Follow the dang social channels. Hit the button, follow, and let's get it going. Make sure you use the hashtag PMGC 2022 as well. Now let's take a look at the overall rankings and see where everybody stands here. And it's Nova on top.
Wow. Okay, yeah, it's Nova on top, 44 points. I kind of expected that right after that chicken dinner, but what's impressive to me here is HVVP being able to put up a second place finish, even though they haven't gotten any wins. Their consistent performance that we're seeing out of that team is working out perfect for them, Imperium.
And even 1 million in 3rd place, right? The Moroccan side kind of somewhat come out of nowhere. Their patient game, their passive play, even though we aren't necessarily a massive fan of it, has worked out for them so far, moving down. Vampires slowly building themselves up, but they have somewhat dropped up, should I say. And once again, Fireflux still in last place. I need to see something from them today.
All right, I got a question for you here. Erangel coming up, match 4. Are we going to see that hot drop? You said earlier, and I quote, you said that might not be enough for Power to not hot drop with Nova. Do you think after what they saw in that Sanhok, they're going to be like, you know what, let's actually not hot drop Nova? What do you think, Imperium?
I'm still on them kind of hot dropping on Gaka. I am, because, I know, normally I'm the opposite, but I think when it's something like the PMGC stage, it's still day 1, there's still 3 days to go. I'm all for it, man.
So you want Power to throw. Got it.
To watch. Yeah, I think that may just happen here. I don't think you want a hot drop at all here at this stage, especially at GAT, because there ain't no loot. But you know what? There is the teams to watch. So let's see. So you got HBVP on your list, 2nd place so far, 7.
I do, and I mean, this is the reason, the consistency that we're seeing out of this team. And I actually want to talk a little bit more about Godlike Star Wars, because, boy, what is going on with that team? We saw the frustration, too, from the players at the end there when they actually ended up getting eliminated, one of the players just smacking his hand to the table. Just don't smack it too hard. You still need them. But I hope they're able to just kind of brush off that frustration. It's still halfway through day 1, guys. You still have a lot of time. But, hey, halfway through day 1, I feel like they need to turn it around now, Imperium.
Just simply, they got caught out in the previous game. They got caught out in game 2. Luckily, Erangel, as we will have a look at possibly in graphic, is arguably their strongest map so far in the PMGC. I'm okay with them kind of smashing the table like that, because you get your frustration out of the way straight away. You kind of go, oh, damn, that sucks. But then you move on, right? You move on. You go, okay, next game, next opportunity. Let's get it, boys.
Yeah. Every one of these teams is really looking for that opportunity to pop off right here. That's how you really win a stage like this. You know, hopefully you get that good zone, but you have to maximize it. You got to get those maximum eliminations because it ain't always going to come to you like we saw in that last sandbox there. But Nova was like, hey, come to daddy. Come to daddy here. All right, Erangel about to come up here as we can take a look here. Oh, look at the Knights, man. Coops looking up to the sky saying, what's going on? What's happening?
I would actually like to, at some point, if this performance continues, at the end of the day, I want to see a little bit more urgency out of Knights. I mean, they're currently sitting here in 14th place.
Yeah.
Not where we want them to be, considering that this is the only team out of North America. Come on, give us something to push for, Knights.
Come on, baby.
Show us what you're capable of.
And it's the same with Vampire as well that we just saw on our screens in the previous game. Yeah, they got a decent result, but once again, they hung on to that compound for too long. Right? They did. And then they got punished by Nova swimming across the water. Arguably, they shouldn't have allowed that to happen. They shouldn't have allowed Nova to punish them like that. Of course, when you're playing against a player like Power Boy, yeah, you can't be, you know, you can never not be conscious of that. But at the end of the day, you got to take control of the end game, and Vampire didn't do that in Sanhok.
Paraboy's
Well, Paraboy is Paraboy. All right, guys, let's get this next match going. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Zute.
Thank you very much, guys. Over on the desk, we're nicely rounding that one out. Nova dominating so far on the tables with HVVP playing a close second. And at the top, it's still pretty tight, but it's still all to play for. And it's very early in the tournament.
Yeah, it's so close. Nova getting that huge win, but HVVP, like the Des mentioned, no wins and only 3 points behind. I touched on it a little bit, right? Like HVVP, if you give them the zone, they're going to end up, you know, picking up a lot of points. If you don't give them the zone, they're going to go on a warpath and definitely take out some teams. It's like, if you're the teams going against HVVP, John, like if you were in here playing against HVVP, would you rather them get the zone so they could just stay in that little circle, in that bubble, or not give them the zone and fear them, you know, just doing a warpath onto your team?
I mean, it depends, right, in what position. I feel like if you force HVVP to move and you've got multiple teams around you, that could be a better scenario because it takes a couple teams to take them down, seemingly. So, I mean, maybe in that scenario, it's better if they don't, right? Because you know that as soon as they move, everyone's going to look their way. They're going to get shot down and probably only get a maximum of maybe, what, like 30, 40 kills, eliminations on the game. So, you know, should be all right. Should be able to pick those ones up. Should be all right, you know. One of you might survive if you're lucky.
Yeah, okay, we're into Erangel. The first thing I want to look at, the plane path, right? So Nova has 2 different split drops. If the plane, which it is not, went from east to west, they have a different split near the farm area. But once again, this is west to east, which means Gatka will be the first area for the plane to fly over, and we might see that hot drop once again between Power and the Nova team. I do see Nova already jumping out. The NV is on the plane. It is out of the plane now. It is coming down, but do we see Power with them? I see a P.
I think I might.
Yeah.
I think I might see it.
Yeah.
I think I see it. Are they both going to go to Gatka
There's
again? Or are they going to
no way.
split around Gatka?
They got to change it. It has to be no. They are going
look like it is.
straight to Gak.
Oh, no.
Oh.
3 players from... There's a late drop from one of the Power players or a split drop, potentially. But Power currently operating with 3. There comes Kante onto the rooftops as well. No weapons to be seen. And it's going to pop off a lot faster this time around. Jimmy immediately dispatches D7H. First blood over to the Nova squad. And that is great news. They've turned it around as well in terms of position. They've forced Power into the position that they held last time around. Order playing with the revolver right now. The weapons at the back, not super strong. Jimmy had that auto shotgun. Cat's actually having some decent weaponry on board.
I got to give major, huge credit to Nova. This is a team that's not known as an aggressive team, and they just took the lead in first place. And they have a lot of options, right? This is a very experienced team that could easily drop anywhere else, do the similar rotations. It's Erangel, right? The easiest map to rotate on. But they're going to stick tried and true to what they want, and they want Gatka. This is...
Zute,
Yeah.
I'm going to jump across right now because the circle's just popped, and it is
Where is
Sosnovka. It is hard military base on this circle.
Oh, it is.
So we are going to be heading down south. Everybody's going to have to cross. So not only are we going to get this exciting pop-off at the start, but we're going to get this conflict on the road.
Oh, man. Well, this definitely speeds up this fight for sure, right? Like, with it being on military base, you got to finish this one quick. It is a 4v3. We saw what happened last time, though. Power had the 4v3 advantage, and they still lost. And it's the same thing, but just flipped around. Nova's pushing in from the same exact side that Power pushed in from. So we might see something similar where the team that gets the advantage goes down. But this is Nova. This is the veteran team. Usually when a veteran team has an advantage, they won't throw it away.
Certainly hope if you're a Nova fan. Chinese roster playing forward. Paraboy with the Molotov in hand wants to just burn anyone who steps forwards. No armor or helmet, though, for Paraboy, so dangerous to be in such a forward position. You can soak up a little bit of damage. Evos, in the meantime, as we leave that fight, hop on over to the Western Bridge on the crossing to Military Island. Pittsburgh Knights trying to get ahead of the game. They have got Xenox at the back, but look at the front. Coops, Spec, Tensor, all already getting across now, trapping Evos on the bridge.
Yeah. And Evos U-turns right around. I think Evos is trying to just take the 2v1 against Xenox instead of, you know, driving into the 3 players of the Knights. Luckily for these two teams, or more so luckily for the Knights, nobody is yet rotating, right? Like, I mean, we're only 4 minutes in. If this fight lasts any longer, we're going to see some other people coming down this bridge side. Right now, it looks like the Knights are trying to find a way to get Xenox across the bridge. One player of Evos already just electing to take a swim. And this fight did slow down. And I like what Power is doing here. They're sending one player a little bit further out as kind of a trap in case Nova pushes further into the side of Power.
But they're isolating their players as well. If Nova just go for a full crash, there's no way really you can go for this backup play. You're going to be basically relying on trades, and with Aziz going down on the sidelines, you're going to isolate those fights even further. That's the spray, that's the flush, Order holding out. Micro is in that range, solid spray.
I didn't even know you could use that spot like that. Wait, hold.
Yeah, look at that.
Wait, how did he get on that roof? There's no stairs up to that water. I'm pretty sure that roof.
Maybe a vehicle? Not entirely sure. We'll have to double check on that because at the moment it's the last stand coming through. Outside in the field, the off angle falls, and there's the last one to go. Order
Clean.
Puts the final nail in. They're not going to let this one go 4v3. Jimmy does get knocked, but they're absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, I think that is just a clear sign of an experienced team that goes on the aggression versus a more not as experienced, right? We saw Power with the 4v3. They all funnel into one chokehold. Nova, meanwhile, they are just so good at picking players apart, finding the angles, and using that rooftop position. So good. Another team rotating now across the bridge. This is the Eastern Bridge. Dongwon Gaming makes their rotation. Star Wars Esports trying to... Well, I don't think this is necessarily a bridge camp because they only have one player here, but this is a clear sign that Star Wars needs to either camp the bridge or get that player out of there because he could get crashed on by Dongwon if they elected to do so.
So far, we've seen 3 teams make the full rotation onto Military Island. We're looking at Starlights Gaming as well, crossing from the swim from the north. And we've just witnessed Vampire Esports crashing on the southwest of the island. In fairly short order, we're going to see Bacon Time as well on the south side of the island. They've managed to take a boat all the way down. Looks like 1 million are also going for a boat. So far, 3 boat rotations to the south side of the island. Other teams looking for the bridges right now. Inco on the Eastern Bridge next up to bat.
Yeah, only one team really camping the bridge, and that is the side of the Knights. And it already worked out for them. The Knights managed to pick up 1 elimination. We see 1 million rotating in on the boat. Dongwon deciding to go just center, going into the military base. And now some of these teams that are rotating so early, they might not have the loot that they want either. So they might be, you know, crashing into certain compounds like Dongwon here to look for a few more weapons, maybe some ammo. Evo's having to back off here. Evo's doing great rotation too. They got caught on the bridge, but they managed to regroup as 3 onto the heart and center of Military Island.
I like that little graphic on the right-hand side, because there's a lot of, when you talk about Nova, there's a lot of Power Boy, but Order, for the longest time, has just been this consistent machine of just damage, eliminations. I mean, you look at what he was at. There was a question earlier, I think, that flashed up on the screen during the last game of who got the most eliminations in PMGC 2021, and the majority, I think it was like 60% voted for Paraboy, but the answer was, in fact, Order with 141 eliminations. Yeah. It is a name that we look at a lot and have reverence for, but I feel like people don't realize exactly how much of an important aspect of this team he is. He's so crucial.
I feel like amongst the competitive players, right? People know Order is the harder hitting one, right? As far as status and legends go, it's Paraboy, because they're both extremely strong in different, aspects, right? Order's known as the long-range god. This guy does not miss when it comes to mid to long distance. The best support cover player you can ask for. And then Order, of course, is just, not only is he really strong close range, he is so clutch with his IQ when it comes to close range fights. He just always knows how to move around without having to do anything too flashy. Like, his close range IQ is on another level. Yeah, those two players, just the dynamic duo, right? And then, of course, Jimmy, the IGL, the brains behind everything, and King, the support player, to make sure everything is anchored down so that when a mistake is made, King is always ready to step up to, keep things covered. Like, that is the Nova Championship team right there.
I mean, there's a reason they are 2 times, right? Like, they have got so many accolades under their belt. They came second, though, over in PEL. I mean, this is why we're seeing them here. They're not direct qualified into the finals from it, so they're going to be looking to take a lot more. But to be fair, they do get a massive chance at getting a hefty chunk of prize pool from this. I mean, the top prize is 950k, right, for winning your group. Yeah. So maybe that's what they're looking for. Tactically, coming second place, increase your earnings.
Yeah, not just that, you get more practice too, right?
That's true.
Like, I think last year they didn't get direct either, but I do remember there was one PMGC where one team got a direct. HVVP and Nova again clashing, and this might actually work for Nova as HVVP just got surrounded. They haven't even confirmed Jimmy yet. Order firing off some shots, missing some crucial bullets, but once again, King, as I said, he will hold it down. Order actually did get knocked, so King is the last one up, 1v2 and no first aids.
Tixi behind the vehicle, not going to take those shots yet. The cover from the car just a little bit too strong. Wants to put a nade back uphill. King, though, ticking away low, steps out wide and goes boom. 2 players down, and in comes Udo Alliance with the solo outlook here. No one really too close. Everybody else has left, but he's going to prove to be troublesome for HVVP, bringing them down to 1 player going. Matic falls. This is disaster for these 2 top of the tables teams. This is a chance for 1 million to step up, for Alpha 7 and Bacon Time to try and challenge for one of those top 3 spots.
Oh, why did you do Alliance? I don't agree with that.
I mean, they're leaving a player up back, and it's worked out. They've swept 2 of the strongest teams in the lobby away from being a problem.
I mean, those are free points right there. I feel like if... okay, maybe it's a playstyle thing, but I feel if that was Alpha 7 in that position, they go back and take out HVVP. If it was, I don't know. We'll see how it works out for Udo Alliance, but HVVP were dead to rights there, but they will get the full reset.
All 4?
Yeah,
I was going to say that. Like, how do they get everyone back up? I mean, sure, it's Zone 2, I guess. You can do it.
It is only Zone 2. We just have had crazy action.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Man, Nova falling down, though, and to HVVP of all teams, it is... Man, it's almost like this is the last game of the entire Grand Champion every single game, because these teams are just like targeting each other constantly almost.
Well, the next circle will fully isolate the military island here, as it will leave none of the mainland left in the slice. Most teams already in it. I mean, HVVP, we've seen them. They're going to be late on this rotate. Hopefully they've been able to slurp up enough meds to sustain them, but that western side that they're going to have to push in is looking pretty treacherous. 1 million as well from the south, going to have a difficult path through the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, She here rotating in extremely late due to where they dropped. Will find themselves pretty much barricaded by multiple teams. Can't get any deeper into the zone. One thing I do enjoy is that we didn't see too much bridge camps, right? I feel like bridge camps are always messy and a very prolonged fight. It looks like all the teams here is just going to forego that and just get onto the island and play the game from there. HVVP here rotating in and making it in. Solus needs to be a little bit careful, and HVVP... Oh, I thought they were about to just four-man pull up on Solus like they did to Nova. But they're going to keep rotating. But Fireflux, they have the angles. They have everything set up. HVVP will lose one player for sure, but a return fire.
Gives them a swift haircut there. Got to be looking smart for the ground, unfortunately. The second duo rotating past Sol K, not quite connecting on the spray. Running out of ammo. Matic has cover. Solus sailing wide with that spray. Wrong tree, my friend. Matic has the opportunity to go for a heal. The zone will be pushing in, but with Ketch down, they're losing that middle player. They're losing that middle position, and now HVVP can start to exploit. Kitsune being down, sure, unlikely you're going to get that back up, but the rest of the team, they're still on the warpath.
You realize HVVP is winning this fight right now?
It's
They drove in, lost a player against the four-man split setup defense out of Fireflux, and HVVP is the one that's winning this fight.
They just got pulled apart. The nades just completely tore them down now. 2 players on the front eliminated, and with that, I mean, you said they were winning the fight before. How about now? 3v1.
I just had to make sure that sunk in. It was like, you know, HVVP is the one winning this fight, and they will pick up 2 points right here. Solus, I'm pretty sure, will go down, will not get revived. And oh my god,
too easy.
Tixie, my man.
This guy is absolutely one you do not want to come across in the battlefield. Sol K.
Yeah, just
last
turn tail.
standing. Yeah,
turn tail.
Just get out of there.
Run away, man.
Wow, wow, wow. 5 eliminations already, but over in the military base, we've got Udo Alliance facing off against 1 million. 1 million currently a third-place team at this stage, despite being, I would say, fairly quiet and not really doing too much too special. They get 3rd place in Miramar, 3rd place on Sanhok. Maybe they're looking to follow it up with a 3rd place over on Erangel here.
3rd place gets you into 3rd place. Yeah, overall on the 3rd place position. But it looks like they're playing a little bit louder here, picking up some points, going over for a revive. 1 million right now, doing the quiet consistency so far out of all the games. Not really putting themselves on the radar, but still looking good in terms of points.
Up the top of the hill, Bacon Time stretching out their leg and opening a nice line of fire for themselves to operate for the next circle, which comes through a little bit closer to the observatory, which catches the entirety of Stalwart in. They're playing 2 up, 2 down right now. 1 million losing a player to Pittsburgh Knights. We said this approach was tricky because of them. Seems like that is going to come to pass.
Udo Alliance right now rotating through the minefield, so to say. It's a hail of bullets running in from both sides. HVVP now find themselves against the Bacon Time. HVVP only down to 3 now, however, so their firepower will be stunted just a bit.
So they're only about 3 times as good as the rest of the lobby, apparently, in this game. This time around. After losing a player, no, of course, but they have proven that they are incredible in a firefight. When it comes down to those clutch scenarios. Unfortunately, only Nova really were able to overcome them, and that was with the help of a third-party engagement in the last Sanhok.
See what happens. They are on the edge of zone. They do have a ridge, so it might be stalemate, but knowing HVVP, they never resort to stalemate. They always push the action. Star Wars in a much, much better position now. Yeah, and
it's already popping off. Tixie goes over the top, tags a couple, and gets back with a flush. Stays alive with all of them. Bacon time, they're not going to have an answer. Not yet. Tixi has another nade. Cook it up towards the smoke. Spots the player dodging out right. Goes for the spray. Not quite going to get knocked. That is Noise actually answering with a volley of fire with the AKM. Fortunately, there's teammates for Tixi. I know it doesn't seem like it sometimes, but he's low. Can they go in? Can they stick this res? Meku going to have to make the dash. Matic tags it first. Blooms the smoke. Keeps him alive.
That's an MVP player right there. When you have two teammates left and they're both beelining it towards you to make sure the revive goes through. But yeah, he was very low. And Bacon time actually now down to 1. I think they got into somewhat of a long distance crossfire, so it's not just HVVP they had to worry about. HVVP, they're not the ones to necessarily close out that fight, but HVVP are the ones to push that fight and force Bacon time out of position. And HVVP now will have to contest with Damwon. Okay, I said they're only a 3-man team, but they're playing pretty much like if it's a 4-man team.
I mean, we heard that interview with Alpha 7, right, coming through, where they were saying, oh, you know, it doesn't matter how many of us are alive, we always feel like a full squad. HVVP, they are laying that bare on the battlefield. 3 of them alive, 7 eliminations with 12 teams remaining. 11 teams now after the last team went out, but this is a really big game again from them, already picking up 7 eliminations. They might be on the chase for Nova if they can keep it on going.
Oh, I think they've passed Nova.
Nova went out.
Yeah, they've passed Nova up already, and that zone is going to help HVVP out as well. We've already seen 3 strong dominant games out of HVVP, and if they were to go out right now, I would say this is a strong dominant game for them already. Man, this team is, you know, last year PMGC, they did not get that first place position, and I think that really pissed them off because this team has been just in the grind ever since, and they are looking like nothing like before. Like, absolutely insane. But Damwon will get the opening. Will they push this fight, though?
Ooh, looks like they might want to figure something out. I think they just want to regroup into the zone because it is crunching in. HVVP, they're diminished down to 2. If they went out right now, I believe the placement points would tip them over because currently it's a draw exactly with Nova, and they would add on that placement point. And they lose another, but it is right down to the wire at this stage. Tixi getting shot out, only Matic remaining.
Yeah, I think this is the end. This is the end of HVVP. He's forced to step up. He gets 1.
Don't count those chickens yet. Matic is still going. He's got the nade.
He's sandwiched, though. He's sandwiched. Extremely hard.
Oh, he's given
the...
them...
the second one!
Turns it around, Matic finds one more, and he's up for a challenge. He's going for yet another, has the DP, so many bullets in the magazine, but finally, it's Inco. Third party is the only way to take down HVVP. They were so close to it. 2 players stepped up to bat for Damwon. It felt like they should have had more there, but they will be able to isolate with that. HVVP, they'll be able to challenge for that top spot, but I don't think it's over just yet. Nova going down gives Alpha 7 a chance to try and jump up with the big boys.
Knights showing signs of life, finally. 4 players up, 4 eliminations already, in a dominant position to take down Udo Alliance. He's down to the last player, M4 Spray. He peeks out. Coops with that DBS headshot finishes him out. Great position for the Knights, too. They are on the low ground, but it is a ridge, so it actually kind of plays in their favor. And they have 4. Damwon close by with 4. Knights take down 1. I think Knights have been playing very well in terms of their aggression. They just overextend sometimes, but this is a good one for them to get aggressive. It is an isolated 4v3 for them, and they need to clear out their sides.
Damwon struggling. They are now the filling in the sandwich, which is not ideal for them. Close by Inco. Spec spotted by Vampire, who are playing south side, just on the north edge of those military compounds that still remain in the circle. So, cooking the nade. One sent over his way, but the vehicle sends out wide. They'll spot the crash. Don't want to get run down by the buggy. Sidesteps it, falls back.
Great play out of Inco. Right now, trying to put some pressure using the buggy as a tool. It looks like one player of Damwon did go down. So now Damwon down to 2. Inco should smell weakness here. The next zone shifts out. Better finish out this fight now. Pick up those points and then get into the zone. The new zone shifts towards the east. Good zone for Stalwarts, who will just hunker down right there. Evos, I think, down to 2, also with hard cover.
Pittsburgh Knights disengage from the fight that they had up the top of the hill, but they might be having their back shot out there. Inco move up past down 1. They turn their attention out the Pittsburgh Knights way. They say, oh, hang on a minute, there's still a player from down 1. Deal with that. Now they can look to control on the southeast side, but they are outside of the zone. They'll have to move forwards, and Eva are in the way.
Everything kind of right now, in my opinion, comes down to Inco. Everybody in zone should just kind of chill in the zone. Is Inco going to decide to go down south and take the southern side, which will be bad news for the Knights, or are they going to swing up north? Inco has full control to do either option right now, and with 4 people, they have the firepower.
Alpha 7. Spread out a little bit baseline on the southeast side. Inco squash low. Fluketh gets the angle. Mini 14 is good. And they pick up the point as well. Inco lose a player on that western edge. Pittsburgh Knights still very, very close. You can see them under that ridgeline. Excellent step up from action from Godlike Stalwart. And this is the game that we wanted to see from this roster. I mean, they've been flagging. You saw the frustration in the last game.
Yeah.
It looks like they've got it out of the system now. They're playing strong.
Looks like Inco finally deciding to make a play, and they choose the worst one of all. They go down the middle, which opens up silence from everyone onto them. I want to see them do a hard swing to the north or a hard swing down south. But going down straight the middle, they will get blown to bits. Inco now down to 1. And I think everyone else is pretty much in zone. Inco still has 1 player that needs to make it in, but I don't think he's getting into this circle.
Yeah, Vito 2K going to be really suffering now after losing Nenabete there. Vampire nades downhill, good rolls on them, and Stoned is going to follow it up, gathering no moss as he tumbles down the hillside. Tensa low around the side. The flush is priority, and top actually proving to be a third party. Coops falls, and actually they're trading back and forth. There's third parties that are ruining this push from Vampire. Stoned really very low, and everybody's suffering. Seemingly, Godlike Stalwart are just playing everybody for a chump at this stage, and Alpha 7 weighed on into this fight on the south side. Nades over the top. Top still going in with that Mini 14. Spot Stone can't quite finish off the flush, but puts the player with the DBS back on the line. Xenox, the last to fall, and it's Alpha 7 to pick up the points.
Alpha 7 third party, when they smell points, they go for it. I love that decisiveness right there. Keeping track of what's happening on the battlefield. What a great team out of Alpha 7. We do see Alpha 7's down to 3, so I think Mythic is probably the one calling it out for them as well. Alpha 7 with 3, Star Wars with 4. We still have the Donuts team. USG Donuts been very quiet on the northern side, just playing and biding their time. And then Star Wars, once again, getting this circle gifted to them.
Really solid here. I don't see a way they don't win this. I mean, if they can't win this, then I feel like those previous games must have been getting to them, but this is the time that you are able to win. There's no 2 ways about it. You've got to capitalize on this sort of a circle.
Definitely. But I feel like the circle will... I think Alpha 7... I think every team might be able to stay alive here. No, USG looks like they have the edge of zone close to them, but it is not a good spot. So USG will have to commit somewhere. I feel like they're going to be looking at Evos' direction, and Alpha 7 making a move right here, and oh no!
Boom goes the car. Schweppes puts the DBS to work. Picks up 2 points for Vampire Esports. Last player surviving, and Alpha 7's hopes have dashed on the Dacia.
Alpha 7's probably Star Wars Esports' biggest threat too, so that just really made things a lot easier for Star Wars. Mafioso, last one up. He might be able to pick up a knock. Here is USG's push onto Evos right now. Lufa close by next to the tower. The other 2 players providing support, I believe, from distance. But they will have to make a move soon as the blue circle is closing in on them.
Nade came through from Evos to find the ground floor. Donuts USG going to be taking heavy casualties now. Only 1 player left standing. And Evos aren't going to make that too easy. Scry action. Top. Pika all staying strong. They have so much control over this zone.
Absolute control. Mafioso forced to run down now. Is he? He might be in zone on that. Oh, never mind. Mafioso
Not
goes
anymore.
out. We're down to 3 teams. And USG is still up. They got the revive. It's 2v2 here with 4 players of... They should definitely move off of that knock. They have the numbers, they have the angles, they have everything. They need to get more elimination points, not just the chicken here, with how bad of a 3-game Stalwarts have had so far.
Although, to be fair, just getting that chicken dinner after the games they've had would be great news. It looks like they're going to get it. Look at the movements that they've made. They've pushed up. They're controlling the ridgeline. They know that they're going to have the center of the next zone as well.
Yeah.
There's no way that they go down here. I would put a good amount of money on it. It's just no way that it happens.
All the UC in the world. Yeah, they just need to maximize points. They get 1, they get 2. There's only 2 points left. They should look to get both of these. And no way can they throw this now. I want to see them commit, like try really hard to get 1 more point, because they should know both of these teams are just going to die to the blue otherwise.
Yeah, Action really wants to hunt this one down. They know there's a player in the shack. It looks like they know that where Redface is. There's the nade. There's the point. Action knows the bathroom will be the place of the final hold for EVOS. It won't be enough with just the 1 player, but the rest of them flood on in.
Done.
And Godlike Stalwart, what a relief for this roster.
Yeah.
Coming back on in after a set of lackluster performances. I mean, you could see it. Look at that. That is relief.
Relief is the perfect word. I love that you said that, because that was not a celebration we just saw. That was just relief. Pure relief that they are managing to pick up some points and put themselves back on the board. And there's a little bit of celebration now, a smile, as it's settling in, that they realize, like, hey, we still got this. We still know what we're doing. We're still a top contending team. Great job out of Stalwarts. Man, what a game. HVVP once again showing up. Nova and HVVP continuing to duke it out. The hot drop, it happened again on Gaka. John, it happened again.
I mean, I imagine after this one it might change up a little bit. I was agreeing with Imperium on the desk about his points that, you know, it looked like they really should have won that fight for power. It was just Paraboy who turned the corner and got 2 knocks, one after the other, very fast, that won them the fight. But this time around, it was clear. Nova had it all in their hand.
Maybe Nova wants them to hot drop, because Nova has managed to pick up... Oh, okay. Actually, every single time you realize that they've done that hot drop, another team has rotated into them, because Nova's rotation is drastically slowed down. First game, it was Alpha 7. The game we just had, it was an HVVP. So that hot drop, even though they're winning it, is actually costing them a lot of points, because they end up running into a different team due to the slowed down rotation.
I mean, it was difficult, obviously, with the military circle as well, because people are going to move faster on that, so it does kind of skew that a little bit, but you're right. A difficult path ahead, but Godlike Stalwart start out with a good step for their first chicken dinner.
And another Erangel is in the books, and Godlike Stalwart is going to be that second Erangel match here of the day. 8 eliminations on the board, 23 total points. Evo's Reborn getting some nice points on the board as well.
They definitely did too, but you know what? Imperium, take it away. I'm pretty sure you're happy that Godlike Stalwart actually got that game.
Man, a massive relief from 0 to hero, from kind of smashing the table to giving high fives. And I really like that Zute highlighted the fact that it wasn't necessarily a celebration, it was a relief for the players to say, hey, we can do this. We can close out the game. They were early on the rotation. They were early on the control. There was a 2-2 split that was a little bit risky, but as soon as that circle moved away from the radio tower, they repositioned.
The awakening, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I've been expecting out of Coops, being able to put out 5 eliminations there, 835 damage. And guess what? The time that Coops is actually here in the top performers is when Knights have actually one of their best matches. I think they ended up with 9 eliminations total.
They did.
Which was really, really impressive out of that team.
And that's what he's kind of highlighted about Knights earlier on. They're a bit of a slow-burning team, and we've seen that progression up and up. It's that scale is moving upwards. Yeah, they might hit that plateau at some point, but in my eyes, for day one, they're on the right path, Hot Jukes.
About time. It's about time. We're waiting for it. Hopefully we can see that rise, you know, start burning hot. And you know what? Speaking of hot, I know that you were wanting a team to hot drop the previous champions, Power. How's that going, Imperium?
Look, I like that John had my back on that one, because there's definitely logic behind it, but now I'm like, no, do not hot drop Nova again. Let them have Gatka. Find a different position. There's plenty of areas that are kind of to the west of Gatka that are possible. There's open terrain. Don't know how much information they've been able to gather, but they can do that.
Regardless of the logic, it shouldn't have happened. Okay, I'm just gonna put that out there. They shouldn't have done
fair enough. Fair enough.
Bad logic. Bad logic. Let's go ahead and take it on over to a break, and we'll be right back.
De PUBG Mobile. Prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to our sponsor, Sony, with the Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Guys, still so much to talk about here as we go into match number 5. There's still 2 matches left to go. Okay, so they have plenty of time to put some good solid points on the board, get some of that energy going into that next day, you know. I wonder what we're going to see come up. Are we going to see, you know, a team really come out hot? Let us know right now on the socials. Use that hashtag PMGC 2022 as well, so we keep up to date with everything that you guys are talking about here. And while you're at it, why don't you throw us a little follow as well? You know, Hot Juice, 7WG, Imperium. What do you think about that, huh?
Oh, yeah. All of those? Yeah.
Yeah, follow us all. Why not? Gotta stay up to date as we
take a look at the overall rankings. HVVP.
But look how close it is. 7, look how close it is, though. The top 5 are divided by just 9 points. That's nothing.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing, but what's impressive is that HVVP is able to do this with 0 chicken dinners. And if we went back to just the past Erangel that just happened, I mean, technically, in regards to placement points, they didn't really have the best performances, but they're able to put up those elimination points, and that's what's so impressive about this team.
Exactly.
They're being able to put up points, whether it's elimination, whether it's placement points, it doesn't matter. They're being able to maintain that consistency. And now, as we go here towards the second page, Fireflux Esports currently in last place. And the reason why I was saying that regardless of the logic, it shouldn't have happened is because Power Esports is currently in 15th place. They shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I agree. For sure. 110%. Pittsburgh in 12th place. Down 1, down in 11th. They haven't really, you know, improved across the 4 games. It can be difficult to evolve your gameplay. They're showing that sign that they did last year when they would just full center it without any real kind of awareness of what's going on around them. I hope they change it coming into the last 2 games of today.
Going back over to Miramar, back to the desert here. Looking to see some more action in Pecado, Sin City right there in the center. Hopefully the Knights can come and make it happen. Yeah, Power, unfortunately, just really off to a really tough start here. Take a look here at some drop locations. This is where everybody is expected to drop. I wonder if we're going to see any changes here, Seven. What do you think?
I'm actually intrigued to see if we're going to see any changes there in Picado. We saw Knights being able to just concede that spot very quickly to Vampire Esports. It did end up working out for them because of the circle that we had, but I would be surprised if maybe we get more of a favorable circle, more of a center circle, if Knights is willing to take a fight with Vampire Esports, if they do hot drop each other in Imperium.
Yeah, definitely. And Miramar has always been a tricky map when it comes to drop spots and looting, because it's so city heavy from a loot standpoint that compared to Erangel and Sanhok, arguably you tend to get a couple more hot drops in play. Right now, Udo Alliance has lost Leona's ult to themselves. I would possibly, if there's a team in the lobby that has lost Leona's as a hot drop in their own regional tournaments, that is a place that is more than capable of holding on to 2 teams. So that's something that could be down the line in day 2, day 3, or day 4.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look here at your guys' teams to watch here in this upcoming Miramar match. Oh, I see the Knights is on both of y'all's picks here. Why the Knights?
Just because of what we saw. I mean, Coops being able to wake up, Coops being able to get those eliminations, and then the team being able to back him up too. I didn't agree, and when we were watching that game, we didn't agree on the 2-2 split that they did there towards the end. I wish they would have just actually chose to side. But besides Knights, another team that I'm actually going to be looking at here is going to be Power Esports. This team, they really haven't performed that well, 15th place, but the previous Miramar, they were actually able to put up 11 points. So hopefully they're going to be able to take advantage of Miramar here once again and put up some great points up here.
And for the opposite side, I put Godlike Stalwart on my teams to watch because the majority of their points have come from Erangel. And yet, that's not technically a bad thing, but you need to have the likes of Miramar under your belt. You need to be able to find a bit of stability there. And in this Miramar game, they need to follow up on that chicken dinner with another stable result. And of course, I had to put up Knights up there, similar to what you said, Seven. They performed good in the previous game. They're backing each other up. They could have pushed up onto Down 1 Gaming when they were fighting up against Inco. They chose their path. It didn't work out in that game.
Yeah, so far teams that have won haven't actually performed really well on the match after that. So I will be intrigued to see what Godlike Stalwart is going to be able to do.
Yeah, so many different teams to keep an eye out on here. This is the last Miramar of the day. This is the big show, and I think it's about time we get it going. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Thanks very much, Dukes. We're going to be getting into, as you say, the final Miramar of the day. Going to be tuning in with that Picado, not necessarily hot drop, a warm drop, I will say, between these 2 teams over in Picado. Taking a look at a couple of these other squads as well. Where are they going to go? Are there going to be adjustments?
Yeah, as far as adjustments goes, I don't think there's going to be too many adjustments because everyone got to loot where they wanted to. That previous Miramar game, it's hard to make adjustments for, in my opinion, because it was such a polar circle, right? It was all the way down to the southwest, so it's not like there's anything that teams should be looking to change up, per se.
Potentially not. I think the only adjustment might be Vampire and the Pittsburgh Knights, but even then, they were perfectly happy to both loot the area. Pittsburgh Knights then just disengaged from it, right? And there was no real conflict.
Yeah, I think both teams also had the loot they wanted. They both had the vehicles, right? So we might see that warm drop again. I don't think either team really slowed each other down either. It seemed like the Knights left whenever they wanted to, and Vampire decided to just stay around and loot a bit longer. So we'll see what happens this time around. I think the more deciding factor for this Miramar game is just simply where is the circle going to be, and also the plane path as well.
Hopefully God, like Stalwart can carry momentum forwards into this game as well, because their last Miramar pretty drastic in terms of the upheaval that it could have caused. Look at that, that's focus coming through in the middle. Oh dear. Look at a little bit laid back over on Vampire, seemingly happy with their last game. Obviously that double kill down the hill from Schweppes was pretty chunky.
Those 2 points were, in a way, gifted to them. I think it was as they were driving down, right? They took a lot of bullet damage from the other squad. By the time they got down to Schweppes just pumped that car with 1 DBS shot, and it just blew up instantly. And we're looking at the plane path here. This is not a very good plane path for these
That's
players.
a deep cut on the south, right? Going from La Driera down to Puerto Paraíso, and it's not going to be pleasant, especially for, I think it was Alpha 7 who dropped in Torre Hamada, Tierra Bronca on the split. HVVP might struggle as well. Depends where the circle goes, though.
Yeah, I think everyone does have some sort of backup in mind for when the plane path does come down this way all the way down to south. You see Alpha 7 already jumping out very early, stretching to the northwestern side. They might actually go loot ruins in the trailer park area, seeming from the trajectory they're going towards. Damwon sticking true to their Valdemar on the southwest. Everyone else stretching out to the north. We might see some engagements very early on, just by the means of rotations and fighting for these vehicles off drop.
Like Ketch is going to crack on with a party bus. For Fireflux, fairly central. You can see him just to the southwest of Picardo. Team's still in their parachutes though. Vampire looking to drop in towards Picardo. Looks like we will see the drop, both of these teams close by. Don't imagine we'll see too much, but the circle just came on the screen at the end there. It does go northeast, so it allows teams to move up a little bit further north if they want to.
Vampire on the aggression this time. First time around, Knights got the north side, Vampire stuck to their south side. This time around, Vampire is dropping even deeper into the north, not dropping into the casino or that high-rise building. So Vampire looking for a fight, or probably to just claim this spot as their own for the rest of the tournament.
Pittsburgh Knights looking to pick up some weapons. Spec only with the Winnie there. Might have another one on the back, but it's actually Coops to find the first. And what? Hang on a minute.
Wait.
That's not a Vampire player. What? Okay. Well, Coops gonna kick it off well.
Why? How did Coops even spot? Okay. You have a 4-man team dropping in front of you, and you have the wherewithal to look behind you with the mini and pick up a play. Wow. Okay.
I mean
you
one of their
answered it.
players.
It's Coops.
one of their players dropped in late, so maybe they were just completely on the swivel. I mean, you know that they're not pushing aggressively, maybe, so you're sort of just keeping an eye out or just catching it in peripherals.
Oh no!
Dear, another difficult position. This is not good news for Oh no! Oh, this is awful. Godlike Stalwart. It's back to business for Stalwart. They are getting torn up. 1 player left, and we're only 3 minutes into the game. I feel so bad for those boys.
That was a drive-by with shotguns and a Winchester.
That's...
Okay, all right, Spec here.
I mean, anybody but Stalwart, please.
I don't even think that's a table slam moment for them. I think that's just a sigh of, like,
Guess here we go again.
Yeah. All right, Spec. He's got support. He's got supporting sight lines, so Spec is able to back up some. So playing to his teammates really well, but getting shot from a different angle is going to force him back inside the building, and Spec will go down. 3v4 situation. The Knights on the back foot. It kind of comes down to Xenox's position. If they don't know he's up here, and that's a big if, Xenox might be able to do something.
We'll hear those footsteps underneath.
Exactly, yeah.
So knows there's a player up top there for them. Stoned on the outlook, Tensor. Coops holding on the high ground at the back. Looking for a little bit of an answer. Fluketh with that Winnie. Wants to sling a round or two out towards Tensor, but Tensor's not giving him an inch.
Slowing down a little bit here. It looks like Vampire, with that advantage, it looks like they're going to spread out a little bit to find an angle. I think they're mainly trying to deal with Xenox. I think they know he's up here. And I do believe if he gets all the way to the top of the roof, he might be able to just get a very slim angle onto Xenox, even if he stays prone. And there we go.
There it is.
Yep. The Knights now down to 2 players.
Ravenclaw does get answer towards. Coops is still on the warpath.
Coops again.
Picks up the backstop, and that could be quite important, although losing Xenox early, it's not going to be ideal. Leaves Coops and Tensor operating as a duo. In the meantime, hang on a minute, Nova running down power there. Wait, Gakka was in the last map. Gakka was the last time. Come on, stop that.
I'm looking here.
Northeast.
Yeah, so Nova's looting Minas, and that's actually... I love how we don't even have time to talk about where the first circle comes up. Before this match, I'm like, the most important thing coming into this Miramar match is the plane path and circle, and we haven't even touched on the circle yet. Circle is northeast, dead center is Minas, and that is where Nova's looting. HVVP losing 1 member, 1 million, getting a bit more aggressive now as they do get a knock. He's looking for the confirmation, but the rest of HVVP is here to bail out Tixie, their MVP player so far for the day.
I'm surprised Venom didn't hop out for that. I feel like he had time. He had the position, but being so split on the back from 1 million, they are completely on the way. Maybe they were just like, you know what? Just don't even bother. We're not going to try and challenge HVVP. We know how strong they are in fights. We've seen that over the last couple of games.
Yeah. HVVP will get that reset. And so that fight with Power. So Power was actually... I think it was just a very delayed rotation to the plane path. Power's going up to El Azahar. They swung through Minas, and they were able to catch 1 player. Alpha 7 now in Inko taking fight. Nice swing out by Revo with the M16. He's going to pick up an elimination. And this is all the way in the northeast, so Alpha 7 did end up rotating from the northwest all the way to the northeast, looting that Campo Militar area, and Inko's also there. And we got another fight happening with the last lone member. This might be 2 points for him. I don't think they know there's a solo player here. He might pick up the 1v2.
He's playing at the top of the staircase as well. Likely that he can pick up at least 1 here if Solke goes up the staircase. Oh! Lutz saw him. He was ready. That is... I mean...
I think he left the vehicle there.
It kind of had to happen, right? Like, it got like Stalwart. You had your chicken dinner. Now it's back to getting no points on a game. You know, just chill out.
That's rough.
That is really rough. It is really rough.
Yeah. I like how our camera guy also was kind of caught off by surprise because he was like, wait, huh? Had to zoom the camera back out.
Yeah.
Jumped to another angle. Like, oh, that's what happened. And that is Star Wars once again out. But, okay, overall, this is only day 1, right? They're in 6th place. They go out with 0 points. That sucks. But this is day 1. We got a couple more days. So they're not in the worst of positions, right? They're not in the worst of it, but they're definitely not happy with how inconsistent they have been performing.
Needs to step up a little bit. I mean, teams like Fireflux, Power also just have had much less of an impact. And those teams towards the bottom not really doing so great, not so hot. With the Pittsburgh Knights down to 2, you'd imagine they're not going to be cooking anytime soon either.
Speaking about cooking, Bacon Time. Huge first game, and since then we haven't really seen too much of them. They're hovering around 10th right now. And Damwon Gaming, that was a team that we had a question mark coming into today, right? Damwon Gaming, absolutely amazing performance on last year's group stage of PMGC, and then they finished 11th in the grand finals. So coming into this one, it looks like they are struggling quite a little bit. And the circle did shift once again towards the east. We have a lot of water in play. That is how far east this circle has shifted.
It is kind of crazy how much it is keeping that water in. It is magnetized to the east coast. I mean, we had dramatic water shifts over in the first group as well, over in Group Red. So that's kind of been a theme, I guess, to keep it on running here into Group Green. A lot of teams making their way in. There is still quite a lot of ground around this area, a lot of cliffs to play with.
Yeah.
No, not super large amounts of high ground. I kind of like this area.
Yeah, it's an area of the map that we don't get to see too often either, right? But it is still good for competitive play. A lot of options for teams, a lot of dynamic situations for teams to navigate. So we'll soon see how these teams decide to play it out as USG rotates right into the position of Inko. And I don't know if this is going to be a full committed fight or maybe just a little peek here and there, but seems like it is going to be a fight indeed. They have the nades already primed as well, John.
They are ready to go for this one. Up to the top of the bell tower to try and dribble them on down, but if Missile gets caught, an excellent bank off the door frame from Vitu2K. Picks up 3 points for that one. Unfortunately not in the tables, but it certainly would be a swish.
Swish indeed. We've got 2 more nades coming in. We do have 1 player of Inko on the mountaintop providing support, but I feel like in this close encampment area, and Inko down to... Does Inko have... Yeah, Inko only down to 3. He might need to just drive down here and take the fight straight to USG, and USG answers back with another nade.
There's going to be nades on top of this engagement. I think they're going to figure out which buildings they're in, which corners they're hiding around, and just pop that ordnance down range. 52K. Still, though, uncontested at this stage. It's on the north side of the current circle. We'll close in just a little bit. Vito2K gets information, sees the player pushing close.
Yeah. Missile's like, someone naded me, okay? Somebody naded me, and it's not the guy in the church. There's someone still here. They're looking for him. But it looks like Ninibete has problems of his own as he retreats from the fight and runs into a power member. It's a 1v3 pretty much for him here. And he gets tagged in the back by a different team completely. Look at where this circle is going. Ninibete down to 1 HP. Not looking good on the low ground as well. Not much he could do here. He might just want to lay low. And there we go.
Oh.
Support fire from the other team of Evos actually gets the knock.
Keeps him alive, actually has the med kit as well, so can get back to full HP. A nice little turn of events for Nenebete, up and over the ridge, looks for the flush, looks for the spray, and it's good. That is bold, but it needs to happen. When you're down to 2 like that, it's just a good trade. You take that point where you can get it, you know you're not going to get too much further. VT2K might have an impact on this fight as well.
I like how he's scooched from next to the doorway all the way back to beneath the stairs, trying to stay as small as possible right now. Last member up, and the zone pulled away from the water, so we do have this flat, hilly high ground in play. We see a lot of teams starting to converge around here, and then we do have, you know, down to the middle of the map, we have that road splitting right in between everything with some very strong compounds too left in play along the roadside.
Evos playing with 4 very central in a compound in their buildings. They've got oversight over to the hills. The power currently occupying a whole host of teams are ready to slip on in behind if the opportunity presents itself. Nova taking a wide split over towards Junkyard Way on the southeast of it.
HVVP on this very southeastern side. They don't have anybody to their back besides 1 solo member of the Yudu Alliance, which might cause trouble. And Damwon Gaming is here now. Now it's USG versus Damwon Gaming, and there's still that solo player of Vitu lying in the wake.
Well, Damwon are going to be much more cautious of it. They might get spotted. Vitu2K stands up, though, and looks for the point, looks for the flush. Able to get it done, and Damwon are thinking, hang on a minute, there's 2 teams here? What's going on? And USG Donuts will flee around the side with certainly one of their players, leaving one of them behind. Just Lufa on the inside has got some nice angles to play with. Floods out towards the south side of the building. Trying to play, but there's a broadside to the mountain. Damwon moving on in. Want to take control, but Missile's there and forces them to a single side of this engagement.
Yeah, Lufa right now really needs to play in the support lines of his 2 teammates on the high ground, but instead he isolates himself inside the building. More difficult, easier said than done, actually, should I say, for Lufa in that situation, as there's other teams coming near the top side. Skylights Gaming now on the northern side. A lot of teams on that area looking to get a piece of the action.
Seems like Tixie knows something's up, but doesn't realize just how close they have their player there. for the UDO Alliance. The circle goes towards EVOS Central. They will keep that one in. Fireflux as well. Very, very middle position. I feel like HVVP also have a really solid spot. I mean, on the south side, no one really actually playing in the same direction.
Yeah. Actually, this is like almost perfect for them, because if they need to go up north, they have those ridge lines to work with, and nobody's really going to stop them either, because further up on those ridge lines, there's just flat terrain with compounds, and that's where most of every other team is going to be. So this could be a big game for them, as Tensa accidentally mollies himself. Coops, 1 HP, gets taken out, and that is the Knights with another rough game.
Big fat L, really, on that game. They lose the Picardo, and they just get picked apart. 15th place, 1 elimination. It's going to keep them in 12th position in that red zone, in the zone that will not even make it to the survival bracket.
Yeah.
So you do want to be getting a little bit ahead of the game here.
Bacon time with 4 into the late game. We might see another big performance by them. We saw it in the first game, and then they kind of went quiet since. And with the way the zone is playing out right now, with how many teams are up alive, I think we're about to see a lot of fights happen on every side very suddenly.
Down 1. A knock over their way. Fireflux trying to keep this spread going, and it's working out for now in a central location. They don't really have to worry too much about EVOS because they have got this nice high ground. Actually, it looks like they might want to regroup, actually. Clump a little bit closer together. That's their decision.
Yeah. It's always tough in this situation when you have so many ridges to work with. Not sure where to go. Bacon time. One player running into Paraboy, and Paraboy almost goes down but wins that one. That was a crucial one right there, as Bacon time's looking to pressure the side of Nova and take over the western control of this zone. But that one knock might just send Bacon time packing the other way.
Inco eliminated as well in the meantime. Not doing quite so well as their Brazilian compatriots. Alpha 7 way further up the tables at the moment. Nova and HVVP just that little bit further ahead. Nova playing on the southwest side, HVVP split on the south. They did take care of the solo player on their south from UDO Alliance earlier on, so there is no longer that snake threat.
1 million on the northeast, fighting with Damwon Gaming. It is just a slow grind of a fight right now. Everybody's just trying to stay alive to see the next zone rather than full committing in fights. The terrain also makes it extremely difficult, right? Both teams, no matter where they're fighting, has all these ridges to work with, and pushing over the top of a ridge always dangerous, as more action happening in the elimination feed, and Skylights Gaming find themselves caught against the side of Alpha 7, and a lot of long-range exchanges here too.
UDO Alliance taking shots from 1 million on the northeast side. Down 1, already taking a knock. That north edge looking a little bit hot right now, pretty spicy. As you say, that engagement starting to pop off. Alpha 7 really running it down though. And will be dogged in their pursuit of these eliminations. 2 already found in the shack. They've managed to corner Boro for Skylights Gaming. And they will look to put the final nail in. Carrillo is there, and he'll catch this rotate. No way you get away from him. And that is Skylights down. They will be eliminated 12th place. Alpha 7 up to 5 limbs on the north side.
Yeah, Alpha 7, always the aggressor. Works out great for them. 1 million actually getting very aggressive here. This is what I like to see. They've been playing very quiet and consistent. This is not a fight that they have to take per se, but they know they have the advantage, and they're looking to find the angles. It's always better to clear out your side of the circle rather than waiting. All they need is one nade right there where that smoke clump is, and that's a 2-pointer for the side of 1 million. But it looks like they're starting to back up instead.
Dropping some smokes from 1 million. UDO Alliance, they are 3 players right now. So aren't really super keen to go for this fight. I mean, they know that 1 million are there. Better moving in as the backstop. Redface, lone player for EVOS, going to hold off 1. And actually the entrance is blocked by the vehicle. They have to go for a second. Looks for 2. Can't quite line up for the 3rd. It looked close, but EVOS lose their outpost. Unfortunately though, for down 1, they've taken a hefty hit over in their compound, and look at this backup coming on through. Perfect timing. Can they keep that crash going? But in the meantime, Fireflux a little bit further to the west, suppressing lines, going down to the vehicle explosion. SKF doesn't even turn his attention that way, and EVOS roll on through. It's going to work out against down 1. We're now down to 1.
That was a good response by EVOS. Maybe if they were just a little bit more ready for a potential crash on their isolated player, they could have came over and helped quicker and keep all 4 up. So they will lose 1 because of that. Meanwhile, on the western side, Nova has just been methodically working their way in on the western edge. And HVVP, of course, somehow finding a knock onto King. These two teams just cannot stop damaging each other. And it's actually answered back by, I believe that was USG getting a knock onto HVVP. I love how this ending circle is playing out. It's not just a close-range fight. It is long-range third parties with close-range fights mixed in.
Jimmy getting pressured by Vampire, who have been playing really consistent. This ball on the southwest side finally getting cut out in the open, and it's Fireflux to play spoiler. That AG does so much damage at the mid-range. Really nice blinking coming through. Tap fire is good. Lutz lights it up, and the fire burns down on the wick of Nova.
Yeah, Nova realized they were in a tough spot and took a gamble to rotate, but 2 players did not make it. Order is the last one up, though. If there's any solo player out of Nova that usually is able to utilize and maximize points as a solo, it is Order. I have seen Order do great things in the PEL as the last man remaining. So we'll see how this one plays out as the next zone about to shift on out.
HVVP still playing as a unit on the south side. I think they've got all 4 of them alive, if not mistaken. They might be down to 3, but on that south side, they're still going to be playing from a solid compound. It centers very, very accurately. It is a full donut on this shrink.
So we have Alpha 7 on the north side, who's got to make the next big move, I think. They could stay on this ridge line, but knowing Alpha 7, they're going to look for an opening, and then they're going to push off of it. Damwon Gaming Forest might be in a good spot to spoil if something happens, that it's a very obscure shack just sitting there. Might not even be cleared out, as Fireflux finally, finding themselves in the late game in a good position with 4. This might be able to bring them back into the game, especially seeing as how they don't want to be eliminated from this stage.
Yeah, I mean, this team from Turkey kind of lackluster so far, but it is only day 1. We have seen the tides turn back over in Group Red. It really can change on a dime. Day 1 to day 2 was a dramatic difference. So for the teams at the bottom, they're hoping that it's going to be very, very different for them. Let's see if they can step up a little bit. Yudo Alliance, Fireflux, the 2 that currently still in this. Damwon Gaming and Bacon Time, trying to stay away from that bubble.
Order right now being pressured by Vampire. He's the last one up. Nades are raining in. He's in a good spot, though, because those hay bales, it can easily deflect the nades. It's hard to kind of throw the perfect arc in.
Oh!
And Order doing Order things, firing right back. He could get this next one, too. He already picked up 1. Second player takes a lot of damage. Ravenclaw starting to bleed out here. They need to deal with Order now. Stone, if anything, just needs to crash right in, but he's getting third party by Meku.
Oh, the top 2 of the lobby teaming up on Vampire right now. It's going to be really hard to keep Fluke alive out of this. Ravenclaw, I think you're done for here, mate. Let's be honest. And comes
it was actually Fireflux.
Catch with the Orm. Pops the big green gun, and Solke swings in, and Stone gets... okay, Vampire have had a nightmare here, to be fair. Fireflux actually striking out south. They want in on this fight. HVVP chiming through as well. Order is being kept alive by 3 different teams right now.
Yeah. Oh, don't stick. Oh, that was a close one. That was a close one. That's a haircut right there. And for Fireflux, if they just get a little bit more aggressive, if they sweep a little bit further down the side, I do think they have great sideline onto the entirety of HVVP here, too. So you see Soul K right now pretty much anchoring down the south side. So Fireflux, if they wanted to, they could stick their heads out a little bit more and cause more damage to the rest of the lobby while still remaining very safe.
The thing now about Order is that his position is known. People know that he's in this area, in this position. So it could be a little bit more tricky. Yudo Alliance losing one of their players on the top of the hill. 1 million will be the claimants to that title. Playing against now one player from the Udo Alliance. Down at the bottom of the tables, they will fall down as well. 3 limbs on the game. It's, again, not going to be good enough to see you up a little bit higher on those standings. They'll have to go around for the final game of today, but we'll have to conclude this Miramar first.
New circle comes up, order not in the zone. I don't think he's going to be able to make it to the next one. We have the side, 2 4-man teams. Alpha 7 on the north, or 3. 1 million on the northeast, Alpha 7 on the north, and the 4-man team of Fireflux. This is going to be the most difficult rotation for Fireflux yet, because they lose control of the ridges, and they have to just commit to taking something over now.
7 eliminations on the game for Fireflux. All 4 of them alive. This is the best chance they've had so far to be able to come good on a game. But Solar's getting picked up by Order, who's still going. Solo player.
Yeah, the most deadly solo player right here. Just can't take him down. It's going to blow up that buggy. Maybe get the confirmation here.
Look
Smokes
at the
go
arrows.
down.
The arrows from HVVP, they're turning that way. And over up on the northeast side, Alpha 7 are clashing with 1 million. At the moment, they're falling short of the mark. 2 players falling, and Alpha 7 getting torn asunder here. Nova will be finally eliminated as Order falls to... I didn't quite catch who
was able
to pick that one up. Oh, it was an Orm shot coming through from Fireflux.
Yeah.
Alpha 7 on 2. Soulcase spotted. Matic picks it up.
This is looking really good for HVVP. Like I said, if they have to move north, they have these ridges to work with. That puts them in a great advantage over everyone on the high ground. Alpha 7 not done and dusted yet. I thought they were done for, but they're turning it right back onto 1 million. It's actually Revo and his partner Carrillo. 2v4 situation here, John?
They are moving through like a hot knife through butter on this north side. Only one player stands in their way now. Can they keep it going? HVVP on the south side similarly moving strong. Senke, the last for 1 million, still standing. As the flush comes through, Alpha 7 getting that flush. Nade over towards Ketch, just short of the vehicle. HVVP swing down south.
On the side of the Alpha 7 fight, they did get traded back, so now it's down to 1v1. I think they're going to go for a revive on that northeastern side. HVVP right now just sitting pretty. Down to 3, but they have a lot of control, and no one's taking shots at them, and they know everyone else is busy fighting. That is Catch out to the play zone. We still got a solo out of Damwon Gaming Forest right there, just laying low, and this fight is still continuing to slug on.
Revo finds the re-knock, and now it's just Marshall playing backstop for 1 million. Can look for this flush, but the shots might come through from Marshall. We saw him be a sneaky solo player before over on Sanhok, but yeah, here they go. Oh, I thought they were going to break out wide, go for the wide swing. They know he's there. They catch an ankle, look for the shots. Carrillo taken low, actually has to hit the deck. Revo has the goods though, and will come up good with them. Alpha 7 stay alive with 2, but HVVP in the meantime have moved across the terrain. They are up and on the hillside.
This is a perfect chance for Evos, the third party. If Alpha 7 could get a knock onto HVVP, I feel like HVVP is kind of exposing themselves down the middle. No, actually, that ridge line and slope is so steep. It's actually a great spot for them to just be in. When is Evos going to make a play, or are they just going to wait for these two to fight first?
Tixie Matic open to the side swipe from Evos, but they're not going to land the spray. Alpha 7 will have to move south first. The next circle, of course, will just close right to the center. And at the moment, HVVP have the best angle on it.
They're looking for openings right now. I think Evos had a chance right there, but missed one too many shots. Now HVVP is well aware of the angle that they need to be safe from. Alpha 7 doing a great job, just working their way in from the north. I thought they were done for, but they pull out a 2v4 against the side of 1 million.
This is Alpha 7 looking to try and chase down Nova's position in second. Of course, with Nova going down earlier, they will have that in their sights, and if they can take down HVVP early, maybe even move a little bit further forwards. They've managed to rack up quite an impressive elimination count. If HVVP go down now, they definitely have the points profit total, but the circle will close, and they are right on the edge of it. Center controlled. HVVP launched that nade. Shots ringing out towards Evos as well, but Alpha 7 bearing the brunt of everybody's damage. Meku spotted by Carrillo, but he will not be able to bring it back. And again, Matic and Tixi on that ridgeline will be able to stay alive. Carrillo finally dispatched, and now it's a 2 versus 2 coming through for HVVP and EVOS.
Tight fight. It looks like it's going to be a 2v1 as Tixi goes down. Meku's got the MK14 though, but they're going to get the revive. It's going to be a 1v3. It's not looking good for HVVP from this downhill angle.
They have the center of the zone, and it is closing. It's going to force them there. Does he not see Microboy? I don't think he caught it. Will spot him now, though. Takes a nice little lick and a second as well. Has the time to heal, as there's no chance that they can go for these reses. With the zone pushing in, it's going to go in for the nades. No, he doesn't have any left in the back pocket. Tixi flushed out. No information more. Meku sees the run forwards, sees the dash, has managed to get the heal off, has the sim sticking up, but has the health disadvantage around the side. HVVP claim it, and finally they find the chicken dinner. They don't even need it. Hard. They're super chill. They're like, yeah, whatever. Just another day in the office.
They're like, yeah. Seems about right. Seems about right.
That's entitlement right there.
Yeah. No, honestly though, with the style of their play, they don't need chicken dinners. They just pick up so many elimination points every game. The chicken dinner that they just got, yeah, it's a great boost in points. 15 points. That is huge. But like mentally for them, they're just like, hey, we got a chicken and a lot of eliminations this time. It's kind of nice. Good job, guys.
I don't think they got as many as maybe they used to there. I mean, yeah, you can add those up quickly. What's that? 7 eliminations on a chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's probably their lowest amount.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, they're trading off those points, right?
Yeah, that's why they're just like, okay, good job, guys. I mean, you usually get more eliminations, but...
I mean, I guess that works, right? So you get points somehow. It's going to be good. But Meku able to take I think it was a 1 versus 2 towards the end there.
Yeah, it was a 1 versus 2. They never were able to get that revive due to the play zone closing in, and man, that MK14 shot just so precise, that headshot. And oh man, HVVP. It's way too early to say, but I'm gonna say they're gonna make top 3. And I want to see them do this in the grand finals. Hopefully it's not a Jinx, but great game out of them.
Absolutely. From that south side, they just marched forwards and forwards. They never stopped. They put so much pressure on everybody else, forced them into the arena of gladiatorial combat, and gave them the thumbs down at the end. It's HVVP to take the chicken.
HVVP with the second chicken dinner here on the first day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Green. 22 total points. These guys were already in first place. Man, have they put a nice lead ahead of themselves.
Yeah, they're definitely going to put a nice lead ahead of them with Nova, because Nova ended up with just 6 points. Them being able to put up 22 points. By the way, with only 2 players. That's what's so impressive, and that's what we've been seeing over and over again out of HVVP today so far. It doesn't matter if it's just 1 player alive. It doesn't matter if it's 2 players alive. It's so hard to actually eliminate them, Imperium.
It is, and arguably, look, all of these games that we played today, I don't think we've seen so much of a complete performance bar, maybe the godlike stalwart chicken dinner, right? But again, like you said, it's what makes HVVP so dangerous is that even when they're down to trio, they play as a full squad. Looking at the top performance, though, once again, Microboy with 6 eliminations. His team performed a lot stronger this time around, getting, I believe, 12 eliminations in total on that game alone. They're on the rise, and honestly, I could see them challenging for one of those top 3 spots if they aren't already in that position.
Microboy, the legend himself, dude, just coming in strong. That's what we like to see. We got one match left today. Erangel, all right? How long is Power surviving in this one?
I knew that was coming.
I don't. They're not gonna hot drop no, but they can't. This is the point where I would, not to sound too harsh, but I would say it's really silly. Like really silly to hot drop.
I don't know.
Really silly.
Hey, have you ever heard of the saying, third time's a charm?
Yeah, but what is that also that saying when you try the same thing over and over again and expect a different
Something
result?
insanity?
You know, yeah. So
it's a coin toss. It's a coin toss. Let us know what you guys think, of course, by using that hashtag PMGC 2022. You think, hot drop being the previous champions is a good idea or not? It's something I want to hear from you guys. But you know what? With this last Erangel going on, we have seen HVVP dominate so far. They're already starting to get on that point. Even though it's only day 1, right? You don't want a team like them getting a very thick lead going into this here. A lot of these teams need to bounce back. 7, which squad are you really looking at to bounce back here in the final game today?
There's so many. I mean, honestly,
I know, right?
There's so many. I'll give you 3, right? I'll give you 1. Vampire Esports. I feel like this is a team that I've been looking at closely, right? A lot of people expect a lot out of them because of what they did in PMWI. So far, they really haven't shown us some of the stuff that we saw in PMWI. And that was always the big question mark with me with Vampire Esports. Now, when we looked at some of the other teams that don't really need to bounce back, but I would hope they finish the day on an exclamation mark point, it's going to be EVOS. I feel like EVOS has performed so well. I mean, I think they're currently, with the performance, they're definitely within the top 3. And same alongside with HVVPV. They just got the win. I want EVOS to also finish off the day great by getting a win.
Like, Indonesia as a region has been extremely strong over the years. And yeah, it would be great for that audience to see EVOS grab a chicken dinner in the first day.
Nah, I'm not even worried about the audience. I'm worried about the team. I want the team to get a win.
That's right. Let's go. Come on, make it happen here. One last match. You have to rally. And this is what I so love about seeing these LANs. You get to see the players. You get to see what they look like. The anger, the frustration after a bad game, the joy of a good game. And, for HVVP, after a good game of chicken dinner, it's just like this. Good job.
Yeah.
This is how you do it. That's how you get it done, But let's see how EVOS is about to do right here because we got a great interview with them. Let's go ahead and I'll take it over to Choo Choo.
Hi everyone, you guys are back with me, Chicha. I'm here again for you, but this time we have the very tall, handsome, and amazing Microboy, as always, come out from EVOS. So we do have a couple of questions for him and for EVOS as well. So how do you feel after 5 matches? Out of 10, what would you rate the state of your team right now?
Dari 5 pertandingan yang tadi sudah dilakukan, jadi dari 1 sampai 10, kira-kira berapa angka yang mau kamu kasih?
Setelah menjalani 5 match tadi, sekarang jadi lebih pede sih untuk ngelawan tim-tim lain, dan rate untuk timku di PMGC ini ya mungkin kita di angka 8 lah. Ya aku bangga juga dengan anak-anak timku. Semoga harapannya mereka bisa tetap konsisten dan kita bisa lolos PMGC di tahun ini.
After having the 5 matches, so we are getting more confident, and together with everyone in the team, so now we are getting more confident for the next game, and hopefully we can get better we can be consistent and also can be better for the next matches.
Yeah, it kind of shows when it comes to your overall ranking right now, which is quite good if you ask me, and you can just top it off the chart anytime soon. So you were very close, very close to win the previous match, but HVVP were just a tiny bit stronger. In which area do you think you need to improve in case to get that chicken dinner just now?
Tadi dari HVVP sepertinya kalian sedikit lagi bisa memenangkan HVVP. Nah, jadi kira-kira apa yang kalian bisa lakukan untuk nanti bisa melakukan lebih baik lagi dan mengalahkan HVVP?
Yang bakal kita lakuin di next match ya seperti biasa, kita tetap ikutin arahan coach dan main seperti biasanya dengan enjoy, dan harapannya kita bisa membalas kekalahan kita melawan HVVP nanti.
So what we are going to do next, so we are going to follow like the guides given by the coach, and also we are going to work together so to be better, and then so hopefully we can do it really well for the next matches.
Hopefully that's going to happen soon. But for last one, you have anything to say, especially for your rivals HVVP or even your supporters out there?
Ada yang ingin disampaikan nggak untuk HVVP atau untuk pendukung kalian semua di luar sana?
Buat HVVP, tunggu aja pembalasan kita. Dan buat fans, terutama EVOS fans, semoga kalian tetap mendukung kita di ajang PMGC kali ini. Semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan lolos bersama AE di Grand Final Indonesia nanti.
So for HVVP, just wait for our battle. So we're gonna beat you, and also for all the supporters. So please wish us all the best so that we can go to the grand final later on.
Things get really spicy here right now. But we're gonna toss over back towards the casters and panelists. This is Choo Choo, and also the IGL of EVOS, none other than Microboy. And see you guys in a bit. Casters, keep it rolling and keep it amazing. Bye.
You said bye, we say hi. We are back, and you know what? It's time to say hello to our best solo performers. And of course, it's none other than the legend Microboy. We just saw him talk to us right here. And by the way, this is from whenever a player dies on your team and you're able to play by yourself. And Microboy put up 12 points as a solo 7.
I mean, that's an amazing performance. So far today, we have seen him put up, I think it's over 5 eliminations in 2 matches. That's impressive.
Impressive indeed. What else is impressive? You guys following us. Hitting that button. It may be a red button that says subscribe. Maybe a blue one that says follow. Press it. Let's take a look at the overall rankings. HVVP, man. 71 points here.
This is what I thought with EVOs. I kind of, if they weren't already challenging, that they will. They have jumped over Alpha 7 and Nova to go into second place. And I gotta say, and you mentioned at the end of the last game as well, 7, Nova dropped down kind of quite a bit. Yeah, okay, it's definitely manageable, but in terms of what they were doing in the first kind of 2 to 3 games, it's been a bit of a downward trend.
Yeah, another team that's kind of dropping as we are going to be going towards the next match. Erangel has been bacon time. They were in 11th place, and this is a team that has a chicken dinner, so not where you want to be there for bacon time. Maybe they can turn it around here in the Erangel coming up.
It's not about how you start, right? It's about how you finish at the end of the day. So you can start with a chicken dinner as we look at the top Erangel performance, but you got to be able to follow it up in some way. What is a massive thing for me to look at is godlike stalwart, guys. Of their total 36 points that they've gotten in today's game so far, 35 of them have come from the Erangel games. That is massive, and arguably not in a good way.
Yeah. At least right now they're performing in the map that we do play the most, right? So that's kind of going their way, but everything else, not the stats that you want to have.
Hey, teams to watch. 7 with the really tough pick of HVVP right there. EVOS as well, and Nova. Hey, I gotta admit, those are some really serious big boy players to watch here, 7.
Yeah, and I mean with HVVP, I actually picked that before they won the last match, and I transferred it to EVOS. And now I want EVOS to actually be able to get a chicken dinner, because these teams have just been performing so well that if they can get that just out of the way in day 1, you love to see. And then with Nova, with the performance that we saw, with the overall that we saw, you're starting to see a bit of a gap there. Not something you want to see at the end of the day. Hopefully they can pick it up.
I went for 3 teams. Yeah, I went for kind of the other direction, where I wanted to kind of give a little bit of a highlight of the teams that realistically haven't performed that well, or enough that obviously they're in their current position. Power, yeah, they've suffered their own fault due to hot dropping. That's up to fix or not fix. For Udo Alliance, there's just a little bit of higgledy-piggledy play from them. They show tiny sparkles of brilliance, but not enough as a full team, not enough in the longevity of the game. And yeah, for bacon time, they got to get back up to find a crispiness.
Yep. Well, piggity dirt, it's time to go to our casters.
We're coming over here. We'll hopefully look at a little less higgledy-piggledy and more straight and narrow as we head into our final game of the day. We haven't gone crazy just yet. We'll save that for day 4 of this week of Group Red, or Group Green even, sorry. Group Red was last week. That was a whole other ball game.
Can you imagine, John, the last day of this group? Just like it's like these teams, okay, so like the hardest hitting teams, if they're not in that top 3, they're gonna do whatever they can. We saw in the first week, LGD, targeted a team to try and break into the top 3. Can you imagine this group when you have so many heavy hitters and only 3 can be in the top 3? How hard they're gonna go all out on the last day to like get themselves there.
Yeah, I think we could see sparks start to fly, but we've yet to see that top really emerge. At the moment, we're looking at 5 teams who are really in that top pack, and the spread on those is 21 points. I mean, first down to 5th is 21 points difference. 71 to 50 points is the difference there, but we're looking at 1 Million, Nova, Alpha 7, EVOS, and HVVP as those 5 teams at the moment in that front-running pack. But we've not even played a quarter of the games yet, so there's definitely time to change that completely.
Definitely not. We still got a lot of games, like you said, and also I just want to throw this out there. Nova is in 4th place overall, but that's with 2 very bad Erangel games where they only got 4 points, right? And Erangel, in my opinion, is their best map. So if it were not for the hot drops, right, maybe tomorrow, they won't be as contested. We might see Nova start doing, Nova things on Erangel, which is their strongest map. So that's something to think about. They're in 4th place overall with 2 bad games on their best map.
Gatka is absolutely available on this drop. It looks like we are going to see both Power and Nova heading out that direction already. I feel like we might be seeing this again. I feel like we have another hot drop on the cards. I'm wondering if this is a little bit of a we're not going to make an adjustment on the fly call. Like we're going to stick to our guns here and just try and go for it and not readjust. Because we're going to wait for the day to end to try and change that. But it looks like maybe Power are drawing a little bit short of Gatka this time.
Yeah,
they have.
It is very difficult to stretch all the way to Gatka, and maybe after losing 2 hot drops in a row in a very disastrous manner, they might have decided to just give it up. Like sure, if the plane path flew right over Gatka, we might have seen a hot drop, but this in a way is kind of like showing them like, all right, we don't have to take Gatka, we could drop somewhere else, and they'll probably have a better game than statistically, right? Unless if they get eliminated immediately by a different team, they'll do better than they have dropping against Nova for this match. So that might just play into things coming up to tomorrow and the rest of the days where the hot drop will no longer happen.
What I'm interested in now is, do Nova try and move further north? We're going to see Nova's rotations unleashed, right, in this early game because we're 2.5 minutes in and they're not fighting. So they have those opportunities to make decisions.
Yeah. They might be in a collision course right now, though, as, I'm seeing that on the minimap. Hopefully the camera will pan over before the fight starts happening. Okay.
So they're diverting, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they got close, and now they're subverting. It's Nova's just doing a little bit of a split loot, and Power doing the same, just basically mirroring each other, not necessarily clashing, though. And, yeah, there's that Power. Those 2 Power players that are turning back to the way that they came from. Looks like Power is struggling to figure out where to go, though. I thought they would just grab the buggy or maybe they're looking for more vehicles because all they have is just 1 buggy.
I mean, it would make sense. It's likely that you're going to want to head somewhere like South George, maybe even breaching over towards North George on this sort of a circle.
Yeah, I think they just only managed to find the 1 buggy, so they were looking for another vehicle, not able to find it. They're going to be hurting for loot and vehicles for the rest of the game. As for everyone else, it looks like everyone dropped where they wanted to. HVVP with a long rotation into North George Pool, which is their primary looting location on Erangel. And seems like this is going to be a calm game. Finally, After 4 straight games of non-stop action, John, we're going to have a game where there is no fighting for the first minute.
You've said it now. You said it now. All the teams are going to start fighting in about 30 seconds. Guaranteed, 100%.
Oh,
very, very wide split on the north side from 1 million, leaving 2 over to Gameshki, 2 near Severny. Actually, someone in a boat on the north side of Severny.
Oh,
so they're going for a real big rotation there to come in on the north side of the circle. Fireflux went on the western coast up towards South George, so they leapfrog ahead of Nova to get there. But Nova looked like they want to draw short, play in the Everest Foothills compounds.
I don't think there's a lot of loot, honestly, with this Nova split. Maybe they're going to spread out a little bit more after they loot those bigger compounds and pick up some more utility and items. But Nova is a team that always loots, like, scrap compounds, I'd say, and they make the best of it, and it works for them. This first circle being kind of centered just a little bit to the west of Pachinki, so nothing definitive yet. I mean, it could even go north. There is a portion of the North Erangel Island in play. So I think everyone's just going to bide their time here. No real engagements that's going to happen. No power positions that any teams want to fight for right now in the very first zone, as there's still a lot of question marks as to where this could end up going to.
At the moment, Yudu Alliance playing in ruins, probably one of the strongest positions right now, but it's going to be difficult to leave if it moves away from there. It's likely that they will stay in the next circle, though, from that very, very central position. I think it is literally slap bang middle on that castle ruin, just to the southwest of that central island that sits in the middle of the river.
Man, I'm not used to this. We're going to have to actually talk
Nothing's
about
happening.
things.
What's going on?
Because there's no action. And this is, usually it works the opposite way around, right? Like, first game starts out slow and it ramps up. Now this is the complete opposite. We've gone from hot in the water to just ice cold. And teams are just playing it slow now. Looks like Nova is making somewhat of a rotation. That might actually be their full-out rotation, as not much more to loot in the Gatka area.
I mean, it would be about a minute prior to now when Nova might have finished that engagement with power in the previous games, right? And then they're coming through and looking where to go. But they've already been on the road for this entire time, so they've managed to get a lot more position. Looking at the damage proportion, I think this is fairly expected. Tixi topping the tables, 2.7k right now for HVVP. They have been on the warpath really, really significantly. Kitsune hasn't had as much impact on those damage tables. Ooh, Paraboy. We'll pause
it's
that.
Power once again.
Ooh, I mean, that's not good for Paraboy. Will be plowed down there in the fields. And Power, they're going to be able to pick up the point, leaving Nova at 3. And in a very central position, you don't want to be left with only 3 players alive.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for Nova. I can't imagine how many Nova fans, especially over the side in China right now, just absolutely hate Power's guts. Like,
can you imagine?
Because Nova's got a die-hard fandom. Like, die-hard.
Oh, yeah.
Fandom, yeah. So it's like, this team, Power, is causing Nova so much issues right now, and even though Nova are down to 3, at least they secure a very strong position in center of circle. But like we mentioned before, John, we have no idea where this circle is going to head to still. It is still the very first circle, and there is still a lot of strong positions that could easily impact the rest of the game if it just goes south, west, east, or even north.
I feel like if it does hard shift, no matter which direction, it's going to be really, really hard. Sometimes you get hard shifts that are sort of kind of okay because people kind of knew already that it was going to finish in that sort of area. But we'll have to wait and see. We are waiting on tenterhooks for that one. EVOS, Desk said they wanted to see the chicken dinner come out from this squad. Right now they're playing out in the blue. I think, yeah, they're on the southwest side, just passing by Quarry right now.
Yeah.
They're right underneath the picture-in-pictures, which is why you can't see them. But they are going to be swinging on in on that western side. And there's the south shift. So that is going to isolate the south side of the river.
That's a big shift. It cuts out, you know, the Everest. It cuts out the North Island. We know it's not going to be somewhere far in the east anymore. And this area of the map's probably one of the most commonly played Erangel zone endings. I know this is only Circle 2, but immediately this circle compared to the other Erangel games, well, I mean, we did have a military base, but like everyone kind of knows what's up now. Like which positions to take, what we can do from each position starting in Circle 2 already, and they kind of have a good idea of how to play the rest of the game out.
Pittsburgh Knights been having a fairly difficult day so far. Currently in 12th position. They have picked up an elimination so far on the game, finding a player from... Actually, who have they found a player from? I can only spot Nova who've lost a player.
Stalwarts, actually.
Oh, yeah, there they are.
Of course.
Sneaking little bar, getting away from me. Yeah, God like Stalwart. I mean, you know, why not?
Man, Star Wars is... What do you think it is? Star Wars just having a couple of bad games, and now the nerves are getting to them, and they're just, like, losing players haphazardly?
Not entirely sure, but we'll have to double check. U2 Alliance playing on the sunken south side. They've going to have to play with 3 though after losing Repo Boy on the southwest. HVVP have moved down south. They're playing in the powerful compound in the foothills of Everest on the eastern side of it. Fireflux a little bit further to their west. 1 million taken up residency in the top of the ruins.
Everyone posturing up now. A lot of strong positions to be taken, and I think they're all taken, honestly. Everybody's in a good spot. It just comes down to how they play it out in the subsequent circle shift. We have power here. I think this is one of the positions that Nova wanted, which was why Paraboy, you know, drove so close to that position. And I've seen in the PEL, Nova plays that position quite a lot, and they're quite comfortable with it. They were just a little bit too slow. Alpha 7 coming in from the edge of the map. Same with HVVP on the northwest. So, like, something I'm noticing with HVVP, right? If the circle shifts away from them, they don't go more center. If it shifts in a way where they can move more center, they'll stay on the edge and block out everyone on the backside. That's what they did on Miramar. That's what they did on Miramar. Or, did I say Miramar? That's what they did.
You said it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they did do that twice on Miramar. I thought of the last game, and so I said Miramar. And then I thought of the second game, which was also Miramar, so I said it twice.
True. That's fair.
But that is what they do. They don't go more center. Once they're on the edge of zone, they block everyone on the backfill, and then they just work in from the edge. So I think that's exactly what they're going to do for this zone as well.
Try and play from the... I mean, it is a very solid compound for the surrounding area that they're playing from. They're going to have excellent oversight onto plenty of players. Skylights going to try and res on up on that central island and move through. Down 1 moving into Vampire, but it is being traded off back and forth. The staircase, brutal, but Stone last to fall. And Down 1 will take them down. 16th place for Vampire. 6th place overall. I mean, 39 points isn't bad on the day. It's going to put them in 6th for now. Teams around them looking to leapfrog, and actually Down 1 probably the worst team to give those eliminations over towards. But they don't really have much of a choice.
Very strong, successful hard crash. I think, yeah, it was Down 1 that definitely crashed in as Vampire were on the top of the stairs there. HVVP lose 1 player, and this is the problem, right? They usually always keep their backs clear, but this time around, they get caught off guard by the Alpha 7. Now they're sandwiched between Inko and Alpha 7. Now this is out of the comfort zone of HVVP. They usually always have the edge of zone, but Alpha 7, another team that's strong on the edge, is going to take that position over HVVP.
Likely that they're going to have to leave from this position, though, fairly soon, and HVVP can kind of shelter under the sightlines from Alpha 7. You'd imagine that they're just going to have to go for a straight-up crash if they want to take it down. Over on the northeastern side, the route of egress from the sunken city going to be fraught with danger.
Bacon time. Holding out U2 Alliance. Bacon time also in a strong position, even though it's on the edge. They have those giant mountains just to their south that could give them a lot of sightlines and options to play with. But first they need to deal with Yudu Alliance. We see 2 players here. The third player of Yudu actually still in the ruins area. So Yudu Alliance getting very separated from each other. Not sure what happened there. Maybe the 2 other players can sneak on in, but Bacon Time definitely is quite aware of their positions.
Shots over the top, 1 million. Bombarded on the north side. Suppressed, under siege. The next circle could prove to be troublesome. Hard southwest shift, wow, over towards Evos. I mean, this is their chance now.
Yeah, that's a huge circle shift. You know, I was saying earlier at the beginning of the day, you know, with the circle sizing differences, the shifts won't be as bad, but I think that's the biggest hard shift we've seen yet. As Bacon Time, yep, Yudu Alliance forced to make the push. Bacon Time right now with the man advantage, but 1 player goes down, and actually with the support from way deep in ruins actually comes into play. But it's still down to the 2 members here to finish off the 2v2.
Ooh, burned down from Bacon Time. Forced to retreat down the stairs. Yudu Alliance, I mean, they're holding off. They're doing okay, and actually doing fairly successful now as the tides start to turn. Ice down, player also falling on the ground floor. Another shot, but it's traded off finally, leaving Noise alone for Bacon Time. This is a team that has been quiet since the first game, where they were able to frag out and control the round. Yudu Alliance holding them in sunken. They do have this blue zone right on their doorstep, but the push has to come through. It will sweep in, and Noise falls. Yudu Alliance alive with 2, potential to res up to 3.
This blue zone's really ticking. I think he's just going to have to go. He's going to have to leave that teammate behind because none of them are in zone either. This area of the map, by the way, all the hard cover is pretty much more or less taken, and you have the field finished. We have Chopsticks in play, and that giant hayfield pretty much covers the majority of the map.
It's going to be a lot of open ground, and the fact that Fireflux have sequestered themselves in the middle could be quite valuable already. Alpha 7 moving down. HVVP yet to make that lead in. Power playing in a strong position, actually. A little bit closer to Gatka. And the Chopsticks providing sanctuary for Evos.
A lot of teams fighting right now for the control on this eastern side. That hillside is partially in zone, so we see Star Wars right there trying to take control of it. Nova right now forced to give that spot up. They're trying to reconvene to rotate somewhere. They're not in zone here. USG also not in zone. 1 million on the northeast, and Ruins, so many teams still not yet in zone. So it is a mad dash, a fight to get the edge control on this eastern side.
It is really all about that northeastern side right now. The team's already in the fields. They're chilling for a while. Pittsburgh Knights, unlikely that they're going to push super far forwards from this point. At the moment, they're probably going to wait it out just a little bit. Maybe try and crash later on when there's a little bit more chaos to try and capitalize. But that northeastern side has about 5 teams looking to get in. Godlike Stalwart, they lost a player early. Pika falling, and they do not want to close this day out with another bad performance. They've had the one. And the Erangel, as the desk was saying, is 35 of their 36 points. So they do need these. They do need these Erangels to go well for them. So if you're going to not play essentially in 50% of your games, then you're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, 35 of the... That's crazy to think about. Yudu Alliance, this blue zone, you can see it here, taking really hard. This player's pretty much full boosted too, and he's not going to be able to make it in. Star Wars Esports on that northern hill. They will manage to take control of it. That's great for them as USG coming in on the lower side on that northeast side. Also finds himself a decent position, opens up with 2 and crashes right on in. Time to clear the circle, pick up those points. I like what USG is doing here.
Oh wow, hard south shift as well. Going to move down towards the players already entrenched, meaning everybody now on the north swathe will be caught out in the cold. HVVP start to open up the gas on that north edge. Looking out to play spoiler to everyone over there. Skylights in the meantime, struggling to keep themselves together. They're not even solidly into this next circle. They're all the way out on the northeastern side. They're going to have to figure out how to move yet again if they survive this reign of terror.
Long range shots coming out for STE. Inco looking to pick up some points onto the Donuts USG team, Star Wars Esports. trying to answer right back with some points. That could be a good nade if it connects. That player won't be able to get revived either, as Mafioso in the elimination feeds gets the snipe right onto HVVP. And Order, is he the last up again? I think he is. Yeah, Order once again, the last player remaining alive for the side of Nova.
Still going, but if you're going to slip out of the top 3, this is the way to do it, right? Like, you just keep going with solo performances, and not even the top solo performer at that. In come Inko on the big crash. 2 players lit up immediately, but they do trade it 1-for-1. And a player V22K finally looking for more Solus again, trading off the numbers, and it's going back and forth between the squads. Squash is low, is losing Nenebeti on the forefront, leaves Inko in a 1 versus 2 right now. Solke and Lutz trying to hold it together. Squash puts the bullet through the window, but needs to try and force the heal. There's a wide flank coming through, should be on the broadside, but just gets back to cover. They're picking up these flushes in the meantime, and Lutz playing from the inside leaves them alone. Squash still trying to pop this medkit, trying to get himself back in the fight. Lutz lets him get past the window, floods all the way around the side. Now still in this 2 versus 1, as another player looking to get flushed, trades around, but finally put to the juicer. Squash eliminated. Fireflux stay up as 4, but they need these reses fast.
Yeah, luckily for them, no one third party that, no one was able to crash in, because every team is just fighting on the outskirts of that building. Nova did get taken out by Alpha 7. Now Alpha 7 coming in from the western side as a 4-man team. They're looking very strong here in this position. And what a valiant try and effort with that crash out of Inko. But yeah, it did not go their way. That medkit took forever to pop off, and they managed to get it. All the meanwhile, Power has been sitting there chilling. They've racked up 5 elimination points for themselves.
Managed to pick up some point. I mean, launching themselves off the bottom of the tables. It's really quite tight at that pack. So good news for them. HVVP down to 2 on the northern side. Meku, Tixi, heavy hitters for the squad. We've seen how impactful they can be. They are in this next zone, but they have a lot of field to cover here. 4 limbs, and Evos not going to want this one to get away from them. Their chance at the chicken dinner.
Oh, the Knights are still alive too on the south side.
They're still pushing him. You know, they've been biding their time. They've been chilling.
Yeah. Oh, they got the chopsticks too. The end of the chopsticks in zone. That's actually a very good position given how small the circle is. Luckily for the side of HVVP, they also get the edge of zones, shifting right up north of them. Now, Alpha 7, I do imagine they're going to end up taking a fight if they could get the opening onto. Yep, just as I say at Fireflux, they get an opening onto them. Is the push coming out now?
M24 in the hands of Mafioso, looking to take a couple helmets. Maybe a little bit more than that if he's lucky. Fireflux playing central on the area. Still as 4, but taking a little bit of damage. We'll be able to res back up. Staying alive for now. Donuts USG. We'll have to leapfrog forwards. They have got that forward outposts in Noato.
And it's down to Evos and Alpha 7 now to make the next move. We did see Alpha 7 looking and eyeing the very top northern edge of zone. They're either going to take this and sweep to the north, or they have to take the full committed fight against Fireflux. But Fireflux does have 4, so even for Alpha 7, that's going to be a tough fight because they're going to have to crash in into a very hunkered down and defensed up position out of Fireflux.
Sprays onto the vehicle for power. And these buildings very, very valuable. All 4 of them alive. Naoto. Donuts USG takes heavy damage, but stays behind the cover, gets back in. Wants to pop some healing. Coops spotted out by Evos there on the southwest side, and it's going to move away from them. We'll have to leave the chopstick finally.
The Alpha 7 tried to do a sneak play to get closer, but that did not work. And now Spec also knocked. I think the Knights are okay though. They're just, you know, trying to play a little bit louder, peeking their heads up and over the chopsticks to find some damage. And here's Alpha 7 play now. They are going to go ahead and still continue with that push. It's a 3v4 as more and more Alpha 7 players get taken out.
Teams out in the open field starting to get cut down, scythed through by the sightlines available. Tixi spotted Really solid spray there from top coming through. Surprising that he was able to manage to pull that one off. Should be Resable in the position for HVVP, but still a slowdown. It might allow Godlike Stalwart to get a little bit more of a better position on this north side.
Knights hold strong. Still with 4 up. Evos forced out of their side of the chopstick will go down to 1 member. Redface, last one up. Power still looking good, picking up another point, up to 6 now with 4 people up with the strongest position and Compound left in the zone.
Power on the southeast side trying to bring it back. We talked about how Fireflux are doing really well on their elimination count. Maybe Power are going to be able to pick this one up. There's 6 elims already as well. Towards the bottom of the tables, it would be a really good result to catapult up those standings at the end of day 1. Donuts USG spotted out by Tixie. They did get back up to 2 on the north side, but have to move.
They could maybe prone their way in. I think the grass is already rendered for the side of Power, so they won't be able to see clearly if the side of HVVP try to prone in, but Power is sitting so comfortable. They could watch every which direction they want to with no pressure, so they might spot something out. As USG finally losing the zone behind this tree, they're going to try and do a smoke path and run their way in, but yeah, Fireflux now taking shots at those smokes. One player goes down. Lufa last up.
And up the Mets sending forwards. I mean, you're going to take the L there, and either way, fortunately, will fall down. So 5 teams remain now. Fireflux at 4, Pittsburgh Knights and Power all at 4, all in that red zone, that elimination bracket. So a really solid result for all 3 of these teams.
Oh, they managed to find a finish onto Fireflux. The Knights managed to take one down. That is a huge mistake when you're in Fireflux's position with so much cover. Getting knocked, sure, it's fine. But getting knocked and finished, that is a huge, huge loss for the side of Fireflux. They're up to 13 eliminations though, which is great. But when it comes down to the final 3 teams, you would want to have 4 because the other 2 teams, the Knights and Power, with 4 alive.
I don't think anyone would have called this final circle, the 3 teams alive here. Fireflux, Pittsburgh Knights and Power, but here we are in that very timeline. Pittsburgh Knights and Power at 4, Fireflux on 3.
I do think the Knights is in the worst spot though. They're not likely to get the next circle, and all eyes on them. If they have to leave that chopstick ditch, there is no cover. It's all flat ground. Their vehicles are inside the ditch. They're not going to be able to use anything. They could drop a wall of smokes, but that is just going to insinuate Power to spam smoke so extremely hard. I don't think the Knights can manage to make it out of this one, not as a full squad at least.
Looming that smoke. They do still have that edge to play the cover. The backlines of Power will have to move potentially a little bit faster on this next circle. So might be a little bit of an issue for their sight lines, but they do have those buildings to move towards.
Good zone for Power here. Majority control. Fireflux will have to move out of cover. They do have like maybe a few ridges just close to them, but easily in nade range, especially with that watchtower position that one of the Power member has. This is the game for Power. If they lose this, I would have to say it's because it was a throw. And Coops, if anyone can get an opening, it would be Coops. Is the Knights going to make a move off that? They kind of have to. Zone is starting to close.
Kante has the sight line. Swapping the weapons back and forth. Can't quite decide what he wants to go for. M4 is the selection in the end. Spots Xenox, move up and hit the deck behind the buggy, jumps into the vehicle. Oh, clipping the roof there with the bullets is really going to hamper them. Not able to land the shots over towards Fireflux either, and Power's position is slipping just that little bit. That crate that could be moved forward to by the Pittsburgh Knights could be very, very valuable. They're out in the open now. Spec hits the deck, watch the drop shot, but Solus is on the ball for Fireflux. And again, in the watchtower, Power rain down bullets. And it looked like it was a little bit ropey for a while, but now they're starting to put the pieces together. The puzzle is taking shape, and the Power is starting to turn up to 11 here. All 4 of them still alive. They will wipe out the Pittsburgh Knights with 5 eliminations, and Fireflux now have the full attention of Power.
Oh, the nade's raining in. It's getting close. We got 2 more people pushing up. Another nade hit. It is all but said and done. They will get the revive, but I think this is it. Power will end up taking this game.
Catch the last standing for the squad. A fearsome player in his own right will be able to find one, but position is now known and a sliver of HP is there. Last shots land and it's Power to end the day with a chicken dinner.
Wow. Just wow. You don't take a hot drop with Nova and you end up getting a chicken dinner.
Look at that.
What a drastic difference in performance for the Power team on Erangel. No hot drop, no going out first, and you end up getting the chicken now, albeit they got so heavily zone blessed. They made 1 rotation, and that's where the zone ended. All the way through, it just kept closing and closing on that compound, which, by the way, is such a strong compound. And with the way the zone played out, they had full control of every single team. No pressure on them whatsoever. So great win for them, and I'm glad they took the win because I don't think any team is going to get that lucky again. So hopefully they'll take this and run with it and manage to bring themselves out of the bottom rankings.
You got a whole host of eliminations to go with it. I mean, look at that. What's that? Like 15 elims, something like that? Yeah, 15 will be the total for them on that chicken dinner. So they're able to get 30 points on the game, and that is massive. I mean, currently, I think the bubble sits at around 30 points on the overall standings. So the fact that you're able to, with one game, put yourself towards that line, if not over it, I imagine they are over it now after that, is really, really solid.
Yeah, great game out of Power. We've seen teams like that get zone blessed and they, mess up somehow. So they at least executed that well. Good game for the Knights too. Not an easy one, but they managed to, show signs of life on the last one. HVVP, this is probably their worst game, but still picked up points.
Yeah, doing quite a lot of work there. Power obviously getting massive points on board. Fireflux as well, with huge elimination count in the bottom spots. It seemed like it was the bottom of the tables to close out the day for us in style, with Power taking the chicken dinner.
And the legendary Power Esports wins the last match of the day, and oh boy, did they need it.
Damn, it's amazing what happens when you don't hot drop a Nova, right? They did what you wanted in the second Erangel game. They learned from their mistakes. They dropped a little bit further south. Yes, they got a decent bit of circle luck. We have to admit that. But even when they had that compound, they were popping shots in all directions, and they had, I think, up until phase 5, 5 or 6 eliminations, so it showed they were proactive at least.
That's that right there. What you just mentioned is what we love to see out of these teams, right? For them to be able to finish off with 15 eliminations, 30 points total,
yeah,
that is so massive for this team, considering that before this game, I think they were in 15th place or somewhere along there. And then for players to watch, I mean, HVVP has just been doing work. Tixie, we saw what he was able to do in some of those matches. And Magic too. I mean, you were talking about it, Imperium, when we were watching the matches.
Man, HVVP, they didn't stop, right? They didn't stop. We had multiple games where it took multiple teams to take them out. John mentioned it, Zute mentioned it, we've all said it. They are absolutely enormous today. Tixie has slayed.
Take a look here at the overall rankings here at the end of day number 1. HVVP going to keep that lead right there, but I'm looking at number 7. Power Esports making a massive jump in just one game. That's what it takes. That is how you get it done.
That's definitely how you get it done. By the way, they were actually in 16th place.
Yeah.
They were able to make that big of a jump, and that's currently what these teams needed to do, especially at the end of day one. You didn't want the gap to be building up too much. Powerway Sports sets themselves up perfectly right there. Then you have some of the other teams, right? I mean, HBVP, we saw how well they've been performing today. EVOS as well. Amazing performance out of them, surprising performance too. And then we go here towards the second page, Imperium, and some of these teams, and I'm gonna call it out, Bacon Time. I did not expect them to be here in 14th place after what we saw at the start of the day.
Couldn't agree with you more. It was a fantastic start, but you got to be able to follow it up. Like Fireflux, they're in the top half of the standings. They're currently in their survival stage. They got 2 great games in a row to finish off day one. Arguably, Pittsburgh Knights as well. They had a great second Erangel game. They finished off extremely strong with 15 points. They're much closer to that survival stage. And right now, they look stronger than Bacon Time. As well as the fact that Vampire Esports, where have they been? Have they suddenly been hit by a load of garlic and steaks in their hearts? I don't know, but they need to show up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be a huge day for so many of these squads. I mean, there's the level of caliber here is just so ridiculous that you cannot allow these teams to get a lead on you. If you do, they are going to be taken over completely. Well, guys, it looks like that we have another amazing interview coming up right now with none other than HBVP. Let's send it on over to Choo Choo.
Thank you so much for amazing casters and panelists. Now we're back with me here, Choo Choo, and we're going to interview the winners, or basically the kings of our day one, week 2 in the group of death of the green group. Having here with me is a very, very good looking guy. So we want to know, who is he? Can you introduce yourself, sir?
Hi, my name is Kitsune. I'm from Team H3P and I'm IGL.
You're the IGL. Very good looking IGL and hi. And also congratulations on finishing as the #1 spot here in the group of death. This is the hardest group by far. But did you expect yourself and the entire team to be at #1 spot here in day #1 of week 2?
Yeah, I mean, we always expect like to do well, but almost every time in the tournaments we have like slow start, and like second, third day is always better, but like this time it will be a different story. And so yeah, didn't like feel that we won't be playing good, but it was expected that we will perform like real nice and play good games.
It's a good thing. So, you know, you can smile a bit more because it's a good thing. And also, which team, after the entire day of really good grinding matches, you think that's the biggest threat for you? Which team will it be?
I mean, Nova is Nova is the team that you have to keep an eye on. And I mean, yeah, like all other teams, we are pretty much okay with them. But yeah, Chinese teams are the teams we have to focus.
You mean Nova? Nova? Yeah. Any specific person in Nova?
I mean, they like team as a unit, not specific person.
For us, some of us think otherwise, but okay. Also, what do you think that you can do better tomorrow? And do you think that you can maintain leading off the chart at #1 the entire week here?
I mean, today we'll do what we do the best. We will analyze other teams and prepare for the next days. So yeah, I think that we will only like have more and more pace through the days, and we'll perform even like better next 3 days.
Okay, but at least it feels good. #1 right now, you can agree.
Of course.
#1 right now for HBVP. So what else you want to say for the team trying to take down your crown tomorrow and all your fans out there?
I mean, guys, be careful. We will try hard.
For your fans? Nothing else?
Yeah. For fans, guys, thank you. Thank you for like cheering for us. This was like hard season, and we will try to perform like better and better and take the championship this year.
Oh, that's really bold, but I have confidence in him. And I think that's it for us. Thank you so much for Kitsune, the IGL of HVVP. And also we're going to sign it off today for now as we ended up our day 1, week 2, sorry. But we're going to toss it back to our casters and panelists because they are not done for the day. So get it back to the desk, guys.
handsome IGL indeed right there. Great interview. Good to see the legendary Kitsune and hear that voice of his, and man, they have to be so hyped after leading here today in day number 1. The always problem, though, is when you lead on the first day, that does put a heck of a target on your back. Get that right, Seven?
It is, but I mean, I loved what he was able to say there in the interview. They want to be able to win this season.
Yes.
They want to be able to continue on the performance that they've been having here. And I mean, if we go with consistency, so far today, they did have good performances. Tomorrow, though, even though this is crazy, I still want to see better consistency in regards to how they finished the games as well. Today, they had a 10th place finish and an 11th place finish. I feel like they can definitely improve on that and create a bit of a gap there to cushion themselves.
And even just the factors around kind of losing a player early on is something that they can look to clean up. And even Kitsune himself said like they'll do what they do best, which is analyze the other teams coming into tomorrow. It's such an important factor when you're going from day to day of this kind of caliber of tournament. You got to watch what the other teams did on that day and learn from it.
Gotta learn from it. Hopefully they'll come stronger tomorrow, everybody. Again, I'm Hot Jukes here with 7WG, none other than the Imperium himself here on the desk. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Mark your calendars, tell your friends, and we will see you guys tomorrow.